Okay, hey guys. I know I'm late for this one. Probably nobody's gonna come for a minute. I'm gonna start it at the beginning though. It's already been going on for over like an hour, but I'm gonna start it from the beginning and play. And I'm planning on still doing Letitia Stout, but I'm not doing the jury selection, so that's why I'm not doing that right now. All right, I'm gonna start it. Nobody's here, but hopefully people will come. It's pretty interesting though. The reason, I wasn't sure if I was gonna do this Aiden one is I just thought they were just gonna sentence him, but they're going through, like, the whole case and stuff, so it's kinda actually pretty interesting. So, like I said, I know I'm gonna have people in here saying, "Oh, it already started and you're late." I know I'm, like, 2 hours late, but I wanna start it from the beginning because it is pretty interesting, so Hey, Delana, what's up? How are you? Hey, Koala. Hey, Roberta. So, you guys, like I said, it's already been going on for like an hour or something, but I'm gonna start it from the beginning. So hopefully you guys don't mind. It's I've never seen like a sentencing hearing like this where they're like going through the case and stuff. So it's pretty interesting to hear some of the stuff. But well, don't tell us, GH. I'm gonna start it from the beginning, okay? I haven't watched it all. Okay, I'm gonna play it. So let's see here.
St. Johns County Circuit Court of Session, the Honorable Judge Smith presiding.
Good morning, everyone. Please be seated. Thank you.
Like I said, I'm like, like an hour and a half it's been on so far. So how many have you guys already watched it? How many people in here already watched it? I hope not. Hi GH, hi Roberta, Derpstein, what's up? Have you guys already watched
go
it?
On the record, we're here on
Hey,
case
Cole.
21 CF 825, State of Florida versus Aiden Fucci. Who do I have appearing on behalf of the state of Florida? And on behalf of the defendant?
Craig Attic.
And also Mr. Fucci is also present. You can all be seated. Thank you. All right, we are here to begin our sentencing hearing. As we had previously discussed, we will begin the testimony today, continue it into tomorrow. We would then recess until Friday, where the court would announce sentence on Friday morning at 9 a.m. First, let's address two matters. We did have both sides received a copy of the pre-sentence investigation as well as the adult sentencing summary form from the Department of Juvenile Justice.
Yes,
All right. Are there any objections or exceptions to let's start with the pre-sentence investigation from the state, from the defense?
Your Honor, we were going to address any objections on Wednesday morning. I understand the court's asking now if we could just revisit that this afternoon.
Okay. Have you had a chance to review this?
Yes, Your Honor, but there were several other things that we were going to object with, and specifically, we could address it this afternoon if the court wants to address it today.
Well, before we get started, I just want to know if there's anything about this document that's objectionable, but I guess we can address it this afternoon if you need some time to further think about it. How about the Department of Juvenile Justice report?
No objection. Same issue.
All right. Okay, any other matters we need to address this morning before we get started from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else from the defense before we get started?
Before we recess today, before we recess for lunch, yes.
Before we recess for lunch?
Yes.
So anything we need to address right now?
No.
All right. Okay, do we have witnesses that are ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, State, you may call your first witness.
State calls Deputy Robert Maloney.
All right, Robert Maloney. Sir, if you'll pause right here in front of the clerk and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir, if you'll come on up here and have a seat in the witness stand. Counsel, your witness.
Thank you. Good morning, Deputy. If you would, please introduce yourself to the court.
Good morning. I'm Detective Maloney, St. Johns County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been employed with the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office?
Almost 2.5 years.
And what was your prior law enforcement experience?
I'm a retired sergeant from the NYPD, and I also worked in the Suffolk County District Attorney's Office as an investigator.
How many total years of law enforcement do you have?
20?
What were you doing with the agency back in May of 2021? What was your role?
I was on patrol in the Northwest sector.
Did that particular area include the Durbin Crossing neighborhood?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to direct your attention to May 9th, 2021. Were you working that particular day?
Yes, ma'am.
And what day of the week was that?
It was Mother's Day on Sunday.
Did you get dispatched to a call reference a missing juvenile that morning?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember what time?
May I refer to my notes, Your Honor? Approximately 10:06 in the morning.
And where did you respond?
231 Cloister Bean Drive.
Who was the complainant or person that called 911 that you met with?
Tristan's mother, her name was Stacy.
What did you learn after speaking with Stacy Bailey? What did you need to do?
When they woke up in the morning, Tristan wasn't in her room. She stated she believes she left sometime after midnight. They haven't seen her, weren't able to get in contact by phone, and none of her friends have heard from her.
And so what did you appear to do upon hearing that information?
Well, I checked inside the residence. With any type of missing or runaway, you always do that. Bedrooms, closets, checked the perimeter of the residence, and she was nowhere to be found. So we learned some different names of individuals, friends or whatnot that she could be hanging out with. So I started following up on those leads.
Okay. Did you or the family members attempt to contact her by phone?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you learn anything? What was happening when you would reach out by phone?
It was going directly to voicemail. It wasn't even ringing.
And where was the first residence you visited to check on her whereabouts?
May I refer to my notes, Your Honor? Thank you. First residence I arrived at was 145 Telford Drive.
And who was supposedly at that residence you wanted to check with?
His name is Dafius Absher, but his nickname is Trey.
Okay. And do you recall what time you arrived at the Absher home?
11:07 a.m.
That first time in stopping at the Absher home, did you gain any useful information?
No,
What did you do after that initial stop, and then where'd you go from there?
just followed up on some other leads.
Did you eventually go back to 145 Telfer and speak with Trey again?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you learn anything there that caused you to continue on a lead?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you learn
I
there?
learned that Tristan was at that residence in the very early morning hours with Aiden Fucci, and that they eventually left there approximately 1 in the morning.
And what did you do in response to learning that information?
From there, I went to, Aiden Fucci's residence,
And what address was that?
724 Castledale Court,
And do you know approximately what time you arrived at Aiden Fucci's residence?
11:40 a.m.
Your Honor, may I approach? Do you have any objections? Your Honor, actually, without objection, state the move in states C and D.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Be received as states exhibits 1 and 2.
And permission to publish as necessary, Your Honor. All right, Deputy Maloney, and can you just describe to the court, there's some things marked on here. Do you see the Absher home and ultimately the Fucci home marked on that map?
May I stand, Your Honor? I can't
Yeah,
see.
you can
Thank
either-
you. Thank you, ma'am. Oh, thank you, sir. Okay. The bottom of the screen, there's a yellow pin that marks the Absher residence. There's one also marking the Bailey residence, and there's one marking the Fucci residence.
Okay. So do you recall approximately the distance between the Absher home and the Fucci home in that neighborhood?
Maybe a mile, maybe a mile and a half.
When you go to the Fucci residence the first time at approximately 11:40 a.m., what did you see when you arrived and who did you interact with?
The garage door was open. As I approached the garage door, Aiden was standing directly in front of me. He was in the garage with his mother and I believe it was his stepfather.
Did you speak with them, tell them why you were there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what did you tell them and what information did you receive that time from Mr. Fucci?
Well, I explained to him that, we were investigating where Tristan was. She hasn't, wasn't home. I told him that I found out that he was at Dafius Absher Trey's residence. I asked him, where did you guys go? What happened? He stated they left about 1 a.m. from Dafius's residence. He stated that Tristan turned onto Cloisterbane as they passed it walking on North Durban Parkway. And then he said he went right home.
And Cloisterbane would have been the street where her residence was, correct?
Yeah, yes, ma'am, just south of North Durban Amenity Center.
Okay. And did he indicate what time he got home that night, or did you ask that question?
Approximately 3:30 a.m.
And when he told you that he didn't get home till 3 or 3:30, did you ask any more questions about that?
Yes, ma'am. I told him his timeline doesn't match up, so it wouldn't take you roughly 2 hours to get home from that distance. He then stated, this isn't verbatim, I don't remember verbatim, Your Honor, stated that he walked by himself alone for a while.
After that initial encounter in the garage with Aiden and his mother and stepfather, what did you do?
I went and followed up on another lead, ma'am.
And did you eventually come back to that Fucci residence?
Yes.
And do you know the timing of the second time you were at that residence?
Yes, ma'am. 12:20 in the afternoon.
What did you do this time?
Well, this time I knocked on the front door of the residence. I believe the garage door was closed. I asked if I could speak to Aiden again, because he was the last one that we know that was with her. So we ended up sitting on the front porch of the residence and just talking. I thought maybe, he texted her and she contacted him. Maybe he thought of something else that could help find out where she was.
And when you say we, who was on the front porch at that time?
Myself, Aiden Fucci, his stepfather, and I think his uncle or some other relative was out there.
And did his mom come out as well at certain points?
Possibly, I don't remember, ma'am.
Okay. When you talked to him on the porch, what information did you learn, if anything, new or different at that time?
Nothing different.
Okay. And as you're talking to him, do you ask him to do something for you?
Yes, ma'am.
And what'd you ask?
I asked if he'd be willing to take a ride in my patrol car with me to drive along the path that he stated he walked with Tristan. This way I could look for traffic cameras on houses, anything that would help. Possibly, we can view a camera and say, oh, this car picked her up or whatnot.
And did he agree to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
And did his stepfather or a parent know that that was happening and agree with that?
Yes, ma'am. I asked his stepfather if that would be okay. He said yes. And he also stated, can I follow in my golf cart? I said, that's no problem at all.
Okay. And did the stepfather, in fact, do that?
Yes.
And so now you have Aiden Fucci in your car and you're taking him on this path. I'm going to show a different map. Let me see for the record. Which one is it? It's 2. Okay. States 2. And just use it as you need to as we explain this.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell the court what happened when you took him in your car and the conversation that developed in the car.
Thank you. We started at Dafius Absher's residence because that's where he walked off with her. As we were driving along the path, we turned onto North Durban. And as we were approaching Cloisterbane, we were just talking, was trying to gather evidence of, hey, she had a friend's house, whatnot. I asked him, okay, well, what point did she break off with you? Was it before Cloisterbane, at Cloisterbane? He kept changing the story. And it kept getting further along after Cloisterbane, where he said, well, we just kept walking and hanging out.
Okay. And this road that sort of runs through the middle of this map, that's North Durban Parkway?
Yes, ma'am.
You can see the amenity center and the Leaf Hall is marked, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What happens as you're driving him up North Durban Parkway towards Leaf Hall? What does he tell you?
He tells me that they had a fight.
Okay. And can you explain to the court exactly what he said and what you had him do?
Yes, ma'am. My apologies to the court. He stated that she grabbed his penis, and that he didn't like it. He didn't want to cheat on his girlfriend. So he got mad and he pushed her and she fell on the ground and hit her head.
And where did he describe that occurred at?
Leith Hall Drive.
Okay. And what did you do when he told you that?
Oh, I asked him if he could show me. He said yes. So I turned my vehicle around. I did a 3-point turn. I parked on the facing southbound on North Durban on the west side on the sidewalk, right opposite Lethal Drive. We got out of my vehicle, walked over to where the sidewalk is. There's a sidewalk and some bushes, and I asked him to demonstrate what happened.
And did he do that?
Yes, ma'am.
And was his stepfather in the vicinity, and other members of his family, I believe, arrived about that time?
Yes.
And what does he say he did after he pushed her down?
He said he walked off northbound on North Durban.
Towards his, which would have been toward his residence, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so what happened next? Where did you take him?
Next, I brought him back over to my patrol vehicle. At this time, I took all his belongings away, and I placed him uncuffed into the rear of my patrol vehicle because now I felt it's in custody. He's not allowed to leave.
And did you kind of advise your supervisors of what he had said and the change in that story at that point?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. And so where did you go with him at that point? What happens?
I brought him to the parking lot of the North Durban Amenity Center. That's where a lot of the sheriff's office was staging in regards to trying to find her.
Okay. And do you sit with him in your car for a period of time?
Yes.
Do you remember approximately how long you stayed there with him
Oh,
that day?
I was with him when I picked him up originally, but at the Amenity Center, I arrived at 2:12 in the afternoon. I don't remember the exact time. Custody of him was transferred over to someone else to bring him down to CID. That was in the evening.
In the evening, okay. And did anything occur with him in the vehicle with you?
Yes, at one point, I'm typing my notes, my report, and I felt the back of the seat get kicked. And I turned around to see what was going on. Aiden was crying. And he said, can I refer to my notes again, Your Honor? Thank you, sir. And he stated, I'm going to get arrested, pardon my cursing, I'm going to get arrested for bullshit. I didn't ask him any questions. I just stated, if you didn't do anything wrong, you have nothing to worry about.
Okay. And so you stated at some point later that evening, he was transported to the sheriff's office here, Criminal Investigations Bureau?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that was by another deputy?
Yes, ma'am.
During your interactions with Aiden Fucci that day, did he have any problems understanding your questions and communicating with you?
No.
Okay. Did you have any concerns he was under the influence and that you shouldn't be asking him any questions?
No.
Did you have any more involvement after you turned over custody to him and went home that day?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Leave this or take it?
You can, I'll stand back.
Sorry.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Just briefly, you testified initially that when you first went to Dofus Absher's house, you didn't get any useful information.
Correct.
And is that because you learned later that Mr. Absher was not being forthright?
Correct.
When you went back and you met with Aiden in the garage, did he appear nervous and fidgety to you?
Aiden?
Yes. The second time you went.
Oh,
not-
the second?
Yes,
The
sir.
second time? The second time wasn't in the garage. The second time was on his front porch. The first time contact with Aiden was in his garage.
At that point.
At that point, no.
Okay. Would you say he was nervous and fidgety on the front porch and answering your questions?
No.
Not at all.
No.
Sorry, I guess I have to ask you to move that, sorry. So I was not on this case when you did a deposition, but do you remember doing a deposition in the case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at that deposition, Mr. Mosley from our office was asking questions.
Okay.
Okay. And of course, you remember in the deposition, you swear to tell the truth and
Yes,
answer
sir.
all the questions appropriately. So I'm going to ask you to review a deposition for the state. I'm just looking at page 8. This is line 15. Do you have your deposition in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
What
great.
page?
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Page 8. And then line 15 is what I'm looking at. And basically, if you could just review 15 through 22.
Question, was this initial contact that you're making with Aiden, did you record this? No, sir. What was his demeanor like? Nervous? What made you seem nervous to you? He kept fidgeting, kept looking around, kept putting his hands in and out of his pockets.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just asking if, that was my question. Did he appear nervous or fidgety to you?
Well, during the deposition, it was a lot sooner after the encounter than it is today,
Oh, are you saying your memory is a little different?
just for the nervousness.
Fair enough. Okay. Those are my questions, Judge. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anything else from the state? No. I made this witness be excused. All right, sir, thank you very much. You're free to go.
Thanks, sir. Thank you, buddy.
State, you may call your next witness. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. All right, you can come on up here and have a seat in the witness stand. State your witness.
Thank you, Ron. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Marilyn Butts, Marilyn Butts.
Thank you, ma'am. How are you employed, ma'am?
I'm a crime scene technician for the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office Forensics Unit.
And how long have you been employed in that capacity with St. John's?
7 years.
And do you have any prior experience in that field?
I do. I was a crime scene technician for Louisville Metro Police Department in Louisville, Kentucky for 9 years and employed with the PD since 2002 prior to that.
Were you working with the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office as a crime scene technician in May of 2021?
I was.
And specifically on May the 9th of that year, did you become involved in an investigation in what started out to be the disappearance of a girl by the name of Tristan Bailey, but was later learned to be a homicide?
Yes.
At what point in that investigation did you become involved?
Approximately 4:58 p.m. on May 9th, I was notified by my supervisor, Jennifer Ferraro, that I needed to respond to 750 North Durban Parkway.
At that particular point in time, did you sort of have an idea of what your role might be right then?
I had a general idea. I became more aware once I arrived on scene.
And what happened when you arrived on scene?
Upon arriving on scene, my captain, Ryan Smith, called me on the telephone and immediately requested me to respond to 601 Saddlestone Drive, excuse me.
Okay. And now you said, and what time was that? 6:09, did you say?
It was 4:58 hours and it was 6:09 p.m. when I arrived on scene at the amenity center.
Okay. And that's when you spoke with Captain Smith and he asked you to respond to Saddlestone.
Correct.
Did you actually respond as requested?
I did. Myself and Supervisor Ferraro, we were riding together and we both responded there.
And what was located at 601 Saddlestone Road?
Upon arrival about 6:15 p.m., Captain Smith advised that a deceased female had been located in a wooded area southeast of 601 Saddlestone Drive.
Okay. And this particular area, was this a residential area, commercial area?
It was a residential area and it was the end of a cul-de-sac.
So when you get there and he and Captain Smith gave you sort of that information, what did you do?
I was briefed on the scene. I had been advised that Tristan had been found in a wooded area past there, and I was shown the path in which I believe the Deputy Neubauer had taken to get to where she was. I documented the scene with photography, moved into the pathway and over 2 fences, and down the side of the retention pond to get to where she was located.
Okay. And you indicated that throughout this process, when you get on scene, you're kind of told basically what was found, where she was located. From that point forward, you're documenting this particular area, and you continued that through processing the scene where Tristan
Correct.
Haley was found. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked for identification purposes, states Exhibit A. You can take a look at that. Come to reference it.
I did.
And what do you recognize them to be?
Those are my scene photos.
Are they fair and accurate photographs as the scene appeared to you on May 9th, 2021?
They are.
This time, Your Honor, offer State's Exhibit A into evidence.
Any objection? That'll be received as state's exhibit. Is that going to be 3 as a composite?
And publish State's 3.
You may.
Ms. Butts, I'm showing you States 3A here. Can you, it's like some kind of placard here. Can you kind of just describe what we see in this photograph here? And what the
It's
purpose
my
of this
photo
is?
placard for the beginning of my photographs with the date, the case number, my name and ID number, and the location in which I photographed.
Moving to States 3B. Obviously, this is an aerial, correct?
Correct.
And can you kind of give an idea of kind of, we talked about the location that you responded to, 601 Saddlestone. Where is that located on this aerial map?
It is the far right end of the cul-de-sac, the house on the south end.
Okay. And there's a notation there with a kind of a blue mark. Can you describe what that is?
That's the approximate location where Tristan was found.
Moving here to States 3C. What is this in this photograph?
This is the east side of the cul-de-sac and the beginning of my photographs of where I made entry into the pathway to go across the fences.
I'm going to go back to 3B. And can you kind of describe, using this aerial map, and there's a screen right beside you that may be helpful to do this. Can you kind of describe where did you go when you got there? And after Captain Smith basically told you what was found.
Okay. I parked at the end of the cul-de-sac. I briefed with the deputies and command on scene. I then met with Detective Ramos, who had a drone that he deployed over the area. And once he saw a clearing and it appeared to be a body there, he showed me a visual, so I knew approximately where I was going.
Okay. Can you take the area map and show sort of where you went? Can I have the witness stand down, Your Honor?
She may. I can see it.
So I parked it right in this area here. The drone operator went down this way, down south on this grassy area, and he deployed in this general area. There was a clearing in the trees where he was able to show me on his screen a visual of where it appeared that a body was located. After that, I entered this area right here, there's 2 fences. I climbed over those and walked down this side of the retention pond to this location where there was another fence, and that's where I met Deputy Nybauer, and he indicated where she was on the south side of that fence.
All right, moving here to say 3D, just kind of walk us through these and tell us what we're looking at in these photos.
I placed 2 flags at the entry of the path for photography purposes to show where I made entry into the scene.
And then 3E here is just more of that same path,
Correct.
right? And 3F is just closer to that fence, is that right?
Yes.
Right. And then 3G kind of shows the proximity of the retention pond.
Yes.
3H is the retention pond, is that right?
Yes.
And then 3I, is this the path that you walk down toward Deputy Niederbauer?
That is correct.
And 3J,
He is standing just north of the fence line where we made entry into the area where she was found.
and then 3K, what are we looking at here?
That's the fence that I went through to get to the actual scene.
3L,
Just another view of the same.
at this point, were you able to see the body of Tristan Bailey?
Barely.
3M,
That's coming through the fence and a little, maybe 15 feet south of the fence and looking back to the west where there was a clearing where she was located.
and is this exactly how she was found?
Yes.
Right. And then going here to 3N,
Just another view.
and when you got to this location, were you able to see injuries that she may have suffered?
I did.
Then 3O, what do we see in this photograph?
Just a closer up view of her
Are you
body.
able to see some of the injuries that you
Yes.
observed, and where were those located?
She had injuries on her arms and on her head and on her back.
3P,
Just another view of her arms.
3Q,
This is like a west-east view of where she was positioned.
does this photograph also show any items that you were able to locate in the vicinity of her body?
Yes, I have photo marker number 2, which is the yellow placard in the photograph that has a $20 bill, a vape pen, a ring, and a cell phone.
And is that what we see here in states 3R
Yes,
and 3S?
that's all the items separated out.
The $20 bill, the cell phone, the ring, and the vape pen?
Correct.
Ms. Butts, how long did it take you to process the scene there?
I was on scene at approximately 6:15 p.m. and at approximately 8:26 p.m., the medical examiner investigators arrived on scene to do their investigation. And then St. Johns County Fire Rescue assisted us with the transport to St. John's Family Funeral Home that was on standby at the back parking lot of the nursery that was the actually address where we were.
And they assisted in removing Tristan's
Yes.
body from the scene. And approximately what time was it that you sort of finished up there at the scene?
I finished up at 10:52 p.m.
And what were you asked to do next?
I was asked to respond to 724 Castledale Court a few
And-
minutes after midnight.
So not long after you finished at this.
Correct.
Okay. What was your understanding of who lived at 724 Castledale Court?
I was told that that was Aiden Fucci's residence.
And did you respond as requested?
I did.
And approximately what time was it when you arrived there on scene at that house?
It was a little after midnight.
Can you kind of describe the residence as it first appeared to you when you got there?
It was a 2-story dwelling with a 3-car garage facing southeast. The downstairs consisted of a front entry dining room area. There was an empty room inside the door, a kitchen, a pantry, laundry room, master suite, and another bedroom and bathroom downstairs.
When you arrived on scene, was the scene secured?
It was.
And how so?
There was crime scene tape around the scene, and there was a deputy on scene for security.
What was your understanding of what your role was going to be as it related to this particular house?
I was told that we were executing a search warrant.
All right. And had a search warrant already been received, or did you have to wait for one to arrive?
I believe we had to wait a little bit, but we didn't make entry until we were told it was ready.
Okay. So once the search warrant got there, what did you do?
At that point, I photographed the scene and documented the scene, and then a search was performed.
And did you take photographs throughout the search of 724 Castledale Court?
I did.
You may.
All right, what was previously received, previously marked as State's Exhibit D, was it D or B? B will be received into evidence as composite exhibit, State's Exhibit 4, over objection.
May I publish States 4, Your Honor?
You may.
All right. So I'm going to go to States 4A. Again, we see another placard here. Can you just describe what this is?
That's my photo placard for the search warrant for May 10th, 2021 with the case number, my name and ID number, and the location, the address of the search warrant.
All right. And moving here to 4B, this is just a front photograph of the home at 724 Castledale.
Yes.
Now, what I want to ask you here is you kind of gave a brief description of what some of the interior of the house looked like, and we're going to see some photographs here. Was there a particular room in this particular house where evidence was found? And if so, where was that bedroom located?
Yes, the upstairs portion of the residence contained a bonus room, 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and a common area that was at the top of the steps. And we concentrated most of the part in the northwest bedroom upstairs.
That would have been the bedroom of Aiden Fucci.
Yes.
All right, so going here to States 4C, what area of the home is this?
That's the front entry.
You can see stairs here leading up to the second floor, is that correct?
Correct.
Then States 4D, what area of the home is this?
That's the upstairs, like, common area, and the door with the stickers on it is the northwest bedroom.
Aiden Fucci's bedroom.
Yes.
And then 4E is just a close-up of that same door, correct?
Correct.
Go to 4F, what do we see here?
It's a photograph with the door open.
And the next series of photographs, kind of what are you doing in those?
I'm doing overall photographs of the bedroom.
Here, 4G,
The desk area,
4H,
just from the door to the corner showing the bed,
4I.
and then straight down the other wall.
So you basically just kind of pan the room, is that
Yes.
correct? And then 4J, what do we see here?
That's just an overall from the opposite corner showing the closet.
And was that closet searched?
Yes.
Let me back up a little bit. Were you doing this by yourself? Do you have help with
No,
you?
I had Sergeant David Garnes and detectives James Giminaro, Jesse Howell, John Newman, and Kermit Kidder.
And sort of what was everybody's roles in the search of the home?
I've documented the house with photography, and as they were finding items of relevance, they would call my name, and I would come and do an overall mid-range and close-up of the item located.
And some of these detectives that you mentioned that were assisting you, were they also assisting you in helping search this particular bedroom that belonged to Aiden Fucci?
Yes.
And was your attention brought to some items that were located inside the closet?
It was.
Right. And in here in 4K, what do we see here once the closet is open?
A dresser that was inside of the closet.
Going here to 4L, what do we see here?
The middle drawers of the dresser inside the closet, specifically the left drawer that has photo marker number 2.
And what was located in that drawer?
That was in a black Buck brand sheath that was empty inside of that drawer.
Right. And then for 4Ms, it's just a close-up of that sheath that was found?
Yes,
And was that collected and placed in evidence?
it was.
Going to 4N, what is this?
That's another photograph of the dresser where the items on the right side of the dresser between the dresser and the wall were removed.
And then 4O,
Photo marker number 3 where items of evidence were located at the bottom.
and what a particular interest was located in this area?
It was one pair of white Nike brand high top athletic shoes with possible blood. And
All right, I'm going to go to 4P.
Okay.
Are those the shoes that you referred to?
Yes,
And were they removed from that location?
yes.
All right, and then going to states 4Q and R, what are,
Those are
sorry,
just overalls of the shoes.
and you indicated that there was substance found on these shoes,
Yes,
and what did it appear to be?
possible blood.
And were those, you said the shoes were wet,
Yes,
and were those shoes collected and placed in evidence?
they were.
And were they sent, later sent to FTLE for analysis?
Yes.
Photograph 4S, what do we see in this photograph?
That is a white t-shirt that was located underneath the dresser when the dresser was removed from the closet.
And that was brought to your attention and you took photographs of it?
Yes,
Was there anything unusual about this white t-shirt that was found behind that dresser?
it had possible blood on it also.
And is that seen in this photograph?
Yes,
Right, and then photograph 4T.
just a close-up of the bottom portion of the t-shirt.
And was this shirt also sent to FTLE for analysis?
Yes,
Move to 4U. What do we see in this photograph?
it's a pair of blue jeans.
And where were those blue jeans found?
Those were in a laundry basket in that room.
Right. And was there anything unusual about these particular pair of blue jeans?
They appeared damp, and then when I got them back to the office, you could see possible blood.
Right. So they were collected and placed in evidence?
Yes,
And were they sent to FTLE for analysis?
yes.
Moving here to 4V, what do we see generally in this photograph?
This is an overall view of the desk that was in the room.
Was there anything of particular interest found on this desk?
There were some drawings that were located on the desk that were photographed.
Moving here to 4W, do we see any of the drawings in this photograph?
At the top of the photograph, underneath the water bottle, is one of the drawings.
Were any photographs found in any of the composition books that were located or notebooks that were found on that desk?
The black book in the left bottom left corner, underneath the water jug, had a drawing also that was photographed.
And going here, states 4X, which of those, was this one of the notebooks or the?
Yes,
Right. And that this was what it found in the notebook under the water jug?
yes.
Right, and then going to states 4Y, what is this and where was it found?
That was another drawing, and I don't recall where that one was found.
But it was in the vicinity of the desk?
Yes,
And states 4Z, what is this and where was it found?
that is the drawing that was underneath the water bottle that was at the top of the first photograph.
Again, all these items were found in Aiden Fucci's bedroom.
Correct.
Did you also attend the autopsy of Tristan Bailey?
I did.
And what was your general role during the performance of the autopsy?
I photographed the autopsy and also collected evidence.
Did you, as a part of that process, did you collect DNA standards from Tristan Bailey?
I did.
Okay, and that would have been like a buccal swabs, things that, and a blood standard that could
Yes.
identify her DNA. One moment, Your Honor. Was there anything found within Tristan's body that you collected in evidence that was later sent to FTLE?
Yes, I was advised that Dr. Bulick had located a possible metal fragment in her scalp.
Okay, and did you obtain that from the medical examiner's office and send that to FTLE for analysis?
I did.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Good morning. And I'm just going to start at the beginning where the state started, which takes us back to the scene.
Mhm.
Okay. There was no evidence that that body had been moved, dragged to the location where it was found.
I
that
did
true?
not see anything.
Okay. And the pictures that you took are how you first observed the body?
Correct.
So it wasn't covered in the palmettos that were available, wasn't covered in anything?
No, it was exactly how it,
Okay.
when I arrived on scene.
Not buried, not covered in dirt, just like we saw in the picture.
Yes.
The items in the composite of photos was letter S, and it was the items that were found next to her or in her vicinity, the vape pen, the money. The picture that we saw, that's you putting them together. That's not where they were found on the scene.
No, that's exactly where
But
they were found on
all,
scene.
I understand.
The photograph where they were separated out, I did.
That's what my question is. Okay. So the pictures, letters X, Y, and Z that you recovered from his bedroom. I just want to kind of skip ahead to that. Those three pictures that the last three pictures we showed.
The drawings?
Yes.
Okay.
Some of those were on the table. Some of them were inside of a journal.
All of them were on the desk, whether they were one was in a journal, I do believe,
Mhm.
that was shown when it was on the back portion of the journal,
Mhm.
and the others were on the desk.
Were there other pictures in that journal besides that one?
No, I would have photographed anything that was in there.
Okay. The white T-shirt that was found under the dresser,
Yes.
that T-shirt wasn't wet, was it?
It didn't appear to be wet, no.
Okay. And you don't know when that T-shirt was put under that dresser.
No.
And while you testified there was possibly blood on it, was it ever returned from FDLE with the presence of blood on it?
I
Was
believe.
it tested for blood?
Yes, it was tested for blood.
Okay.
It gave chemical indications for the presence of blood.
Okay. My question, I guess, is you don't know when it was put under there, underneath the dresser?
No.
Okay. So while the shoes were wet and the jeans you testified were wet, the shirt wasn't?
It didn't appear to be, no.
Okay. The jeans were just recovered inside a laundry basket?
Yes.
And as far as the drawings go, you don't have any personal knowledge as to who created those drawings, do you?
Or do not.
Thank you.
Any regret?
Excused. All right. Thank you, ma'am. You're free to go. State, you may call your next witness.
State Hall Sergeant Kurt Cannon.
And raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, you can come on up here and have a seat in the witness stand.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead and adjust that how you like. Good morning, sir. If you would introduce yourself to the court,
My name is Kurt Hannon.
and how are you employed?
I am a sergeant with the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with St. John's?
Approximately 7.5 years.
And what is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from Ball State University in Muncie, Indiana.
What's your current role at the sheriff's office?
I am a sergeant on patrol.
And what was your role back in May of 2021?
I was a corporal in our major crimes unit.
How long had you served in major crimes at that point?
Excuse me, approximately 2.5 years.
I want to direct your attention to May 9th, 2021. Were you working or on call on that date?
I was, yes.
Working or on call?
On call.
Okay. When and how do you get alerted that there's an investigation into a missing teenager in St. John's?
At approximately 2:33 p.m., I received a phone call from my supervisor, Major Crimes Unit Sergeant David Garnes, notifying me that there's a missing juvenile investigation, and I was asked to come and assist.
Okay. Up until approximately that point, patrol was sort of handling that investigation, but it was transitioning over to investigations. Is that fair?
Yes.
About that point? Okay. Where did you respond and who were you briefed by?
I responded to the North Amenity Center in Durham Crossing at 7:30 North Oakland Parkway. I met with, excuse me, Deputy Robert Maloney and spoke to him.
Okay. And did he inform you of the information he had up until that point?
Yes, he advised me of the information he had gotten from speaking with the Bailey family initially, and speaking with two subjects identified as Dolphus Absher, who goes by the name of Trey, and Aiden Fucci.
And was Aiden Fucci and or Trey with law enforcement at that time?
Yes, they were detained in law enforcement vehicles.
Okay. What do you do at that point? Do you stay on scene or do you go do something else?
I was on scene for a while. I transitioned to our staging area at Veterans Park when more resources started coming in, and I eventually moved to a Northwest Field office located at 725 Floor Branch Boulevard.
Does something get brought to your attention in the early parts of this investigation in reference to Aiden Fucci's cell phone and activity on that phone?
Yes, I was advised that he was posting to social media from the backseat of the patrol car.
And what did you do in response to that?
I requested that his phone be seized so that we could preserve any potential evidence based on that phone.
And what app or application did you learn Aiden Fucci was using to post to social media while being detained?
Snapchat.
Did you later obtain records from Snapchat confirming those
Yes, ma'am.
posts and videos?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, without objection, state would move in to admit states G. For the record, this is a business record certification from Snapchat and a selection of those videos to publish today in court.
Any objection? Without objection, that would be received as state's next numbered exhibit.
5.
Number 5, thank you.
Permission to publish, Your Honor? And Detective, there's a photo. Kind of describe what we have here with the 4 things we're going to display to the court, what each one of them is.
So the first one you see on the left is the original photo. And you can see where it's date and timestamp there and the name of the file. The second photo on the right is just a text banner that Snapchat overlays the text banner on top of that picture. And then the last 2 are videos.
Okay. And I'm going to start here with the photograph and then kind of have you explain that again as we open it up. Let me open this. And so for the record, I'm publishing states 5, a photograph of, just describe what you see here.
That would be Aiden Fucci taking a picture in the reflection of the barrier glass in between the front compartment and the rear compartment of the vehicle where passengers sit.
Okay. And how Snapchat returns the results to you, they also gave you this file. What does this state?
This is the text banner that was overlaid on top of that picture with the Snapchat post.
And what does it say for the record?
Hey guys, has anybody seen Tristan lately?
Okay. And so just so the court understands, this picture was displayed with that text over top of it
Yes.
to the user on the Snapchat end that would see it.
Yes.
Okay. And do you know approximately when this was posted?
It would be in the timestamp. So it would be on the 9th of May at approximately 4:52 p.m.
And then I'm just going to play the next two videos that you received from Snapchat of interest.
Fun in a fucking cop car. Yep. Tristan, what's up, guys? Tristan, if you fucking walk out the damn. When you see this in a month, we're having fun in a fucking cop car. Yep. Tristan, what's up, guys? Tristan, if you fucking walk out the damn. When you see this in a month,
Then I'm going to play the next one.
car, guys. Tripping, dude. It's in a fucking cop car, guys. Tripping, dude.
When you review the records, Snapchat indicates these file names are under memories. What is that? Does that mean it's something that the public can see, or he directly sent to like one individual?
No, that basically it's your homepage, if you will, your the snaps that you post. They're posted to your memories, and basically everybody can see those that you're friends with.
All right, so you're advised that that sort of thing is going on, asked that his phone be taken. At this time, are there detectives tasked with searching for video based on the information you had from Trey and Aiden at this point?
Yes.
What information, kind of what area of the neighborhood were they focusing on that time for video based on what they
So
knew?
based on the initial information that they obtained from Trey and from Aiden is that Aiden and Tristan had left from Trey's house at about 1 a.m. and were walking north along Durham Parkway. And they mentioned the amenity center. So we went to the amenity center to look for video there.
And what did you learn from the amenity center video?
There were two subjects that were seen walking past the amenity center, I believe, at approximately 1:24 a.m., which was consistent with the direction and time frame.
As the investigation continues on that day, when was Tristan's body alerted to your agency that it was discovered?
The sheriff's office received a phone call from a subject named Daniel Hart, who advised at 6:06 p.m., who advised that he had been out in a wooded area and found a deceased body at that point.
What happens with the investigation at that point, and specifically, what is your role?
At that point, it transitions into a homicide investigation, and I was designated as the case agent.
Do you go out to the crime scene at that point in the woods, or what do you do?
I did not. Crime scene technician Marilyn was tasked to go out to the scene where she was located to process that scene and collect evidence, and then I was kind of gathering information and looking at what the next steps were in the investigation.
Do you proceed to write a series of search warrants for various residences and places?
Yes, we began to secure several different residences to either obtain consent to search from the homeowner or to draft search warrants.
And based on the location now of Tristan's body, are there detectives that are dispatched to that area to search for video?
Yes.
Okay. And sort of throughout the night, where do you end up stationed, where you're drafting warrants and things like that?
I'm at the Northwest Field Office.
Okay. As information comes in from video that's being located, is that relate to you?
Yes.
Okay. As you're working on warrants and afterwards, what information of importance becomes available from surveillance in the Saddlestone Drive area?
We first got video, I believe, at approximately 7:54 p.m. from a residence at 541 Saddlestone Drive. On that video, it depicted two subjects walking east past the residence in the direction of the cul-de-sac on Saddlestone Drive. One subject appeared to be taller, and this was at the video captured then at 1:45 a.m. One subject appeared to be taller and could be seen wearing a pair of white shoes with a black Nike swoosh. The next video was at 3:27 a.m. and there was only one subject that was seen walking west away from the cul-de-sac.
That same subject that was previously wearing shoes?
Yes, and at 3:27, it was appeared to be the taller subject who was previously wearing the shoes. Now the subject appeared to be carrying the shoes in his hand.
And later that night, approximately an hour later, did detectives locate more video from Saddlestone that was helpful?
Yes, we located video at 586 Saddlestone Drive, which for reference is in the direction of the cul-de-sac from the first residence, 541. On this video, there were two subjects observed walking east towards the cul-de-sac at 1:46 a.m. and they appeared to be, excuse me, the same two subjects. And then the next video shows one subject appearing to be the taller subject from the first video as well. The subject was running west away from the cul-de-sac at approximately 3:27 a.m. And you can see that in the video that he was carrying something in his hands.
You're finding that information out. Warrants are being executed. Where was the defendant ultimately brought and put at your agency?
He was transported to our Central Investigations Division and placed in an audio and video recorded room, and his parents were allowed to be in there with him.
Was your agency able to, did you attempt and were you able to get into Aiden Fucci's phone that night?
We obtained a search warrant to do a forensic download of his phone. However, Detective Causey, who was our digital forensics detective at that point in time, advised that due to the technical constraints of the phone, we weren't able to actually get a download from it. So we weren't able to get a download that night.
That night, okay. And the court has heard about the processing of 724 Castledale and the items of evidence that were removed from that room. You were advised of those items, the
I was,
shoes,
yeah.
shirt. Go ahead and just describe what you were made aware of from.
I was advised there was a buck knife sheath that was empty, did not have a knife with it. There was a pair of white Nike tennis shoes with the black swoosh that were wet, that were located behind a dresser in the closet that tested positive the presence of blood. There's a white t-shirt that tested positive the presence of blood. There was a pair of wet jeans that we obtained from the laundry hamper. And there was the drain trap from the bathroom adjacent to Aiden Fucci's bedroom. The drain trap tested positive the presence of blood. And we also collected the DVR video surveillance system from the home.
Okay. Detectives and investigators that were in that Castledale home that night noticed what about surveillance about that home?
That there were video cameras on both the outside and the inside of the home.
Did you also draft a search warrant that night to collect evidence from the body of Aiden Fucci, collect
Yes.
a buccal swab,
Yes.
photograph him, things like that?
Major case prints, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did your agency make a decision about an arrest of Aiden Fucci in the early morning hours of the 10th?
Yes, ma'am. We arrested him and charged him with second-degree murder at approximately 3:30 a.m.
I want to move to the next morning, May 10th. What do you do? I guess it was 3:30 in the morning already, but business hours the next morning, what are you doing?
I attended autopsy, which began at approximately 9 o'clock in the morning.
Investigation-wise, what sort of two things did you walk away from that autopsy and knowing and learning?
We learned that there were 114 stab wounds and that there was a metal fragment that was located with an X-ray that was located in Tristan's scalp.
Was there an effort to locate a possible murder weapon in this case, a sharp force weapon, and what efforts were made?
Yes. Approximately noon, our field force teams and our dive teams deployed to the wood area that Tristan was located in attempts to locate items of evidence. Our field force team searched the wooded area and our dive team searched 2 ponds in that area.
Okay. Were you present for all or part of that search effort?
Yes, after I attended autopsy, after that concluded, I joined the search efforts that were in progress still.
And was that search effort successful in recovering evidence?
It was at approximately 6:30 p.m. A dive team member located a folding buck brand knife in the pond. The knife appeared to have the tip of the knife was bent and the very edge of it was broken or fractured off.
Were you present when that knife was recovered?
I was.
Without objection, state would move in states E and permission to publish.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
That'll be received as states number 6.
Okay. 6A is just an aerial of the general area that was searched by the dive team. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And states 6B and C show that area of the retention pond closest to where Tristan's body was located. If you kind of could just describe who's seen in this video and anything of note in this video, or photograph, excuse me.
So you're looking at from the first photo from A, you're looking at the larger of the ponds. This is looking in more of a southern direction. If you see the house on the right, that's where the cul-de-sac of Saddlestone Drive is. So the dive that's in the water is Deputy Todd DeLissa at the Sheriff's Office, a member of the dive team.
Okay. You're okay. Is he in the proximate area, or does he have marked where he recovers the knife?
Yes.
And if you could describe it or can you step down, Your Honor?
Okay.
Hard to see. Court can see.
So this is Deputy DeLissa, and I believe the marker for the knife is approximately right there.
Brought up and collected was photo documented by another crime scene technician on scene, Technician Volmar. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And 6D, is that a photograph of that knife?
Yes, ma'am.
6E. And 6F. What does 6F show, that angle?
It shows the top of the blade and that the blade was bent.
And then I think in 6D, you can notice that the tip of that knife is broken off. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what you were referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. On May 11th, moving forward in the investigation, was anything of evidentiary value learned on that date in relation to video from the Fucci residence?
Yes, Detective Causey had been reviewing video from the DVR system we collected during a search warrant and located video that shows Aiden coming to the residence at approximately 3:32 a.m. In the video, you can see that he's carrying his shoes with his hands. The shoes that he was carrying were a pair of white Nike shoes with black swoosh. So he enters into his residence. He goes upstairs to his bedroom, comes out of his bedroom wearing what appears to be a bathrobe and goes into the adjacent bathroom for a short period of time. And then after he's in the bathroom for a little while, he comes out and goes back to his bedroom.
Okay. And throughout this investigation and towards the end, as your agency's collecting all the video surveillance, did you and others work on, and was a presentation worked on for court purposes to show a timeline of Aiden's movements that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And as your agency was collecting video, was the times being verified and documented if any, there was any discrepancy in the video times?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, without objection at this time, the state would introduce states F and permission to publish.
What is states up?
I'm sorry, states F is a video surveillance presentation.
Any objection?
Objection.
That'll be received as states exhibit number 7.
Okay, and just so the court is aware, just kind of overall describe in this presentation what these map slides show and the information.
So this is an overview of the northern part of the Durban Crossing neighborhood, just to orient you. The yellow road along your right-hand side there is St. John's Parkway, or County Road 2209. The road that kind of comes to the south of that, the main road, is Longleaf Pine Parkway. And then the road kind of going up to the middle of all of that is North River Parkway. Looking at going from south to north, you see the green arrow is the Absher residence at 145 Telford Drive. That's where Trey lives. The Bailey residence there in yellow. The Fucci residence at 724 Castledale Court is there at the top in yellow. And then where Tristan was located is there in red at the end of Saddlestone Drive.
Okay. And in the top right of the map, there's information on the video that plays right after the map, time and location. Is that right?
Yes.
And then on the aerial as well, you see a little blinking green camera. Is that the location of the video that would play after this?
Yes.
Okay. And so what time were you guys actually able to go back and sort of start tracking Mr. Fucci's movements that day?
So we picked up his movements at approximately 5:17 p.m. on the afternoon of May 8th, which would have been Saturday.
Okay. And the video that we're about to see is from what location?
It's from 103 Wellwood Avenue, and it depicts Aiden traveling to the Absher residence.
Okay. Okay. And the next video is going to be at what time and what location?
It's at 6:25 p.m. This is at, the video is actually from 144 Telford Drive, which is across the street from the Absher residence.
And who is determined to be depicted in this video?
It would be Aiden and Trey.
And then the next video we're going to show the time, same location, but what's the time and then who do we see?
At 6:31 p.m. and it's Aiden and Trey, and Zoe responds to Trey's residence as well.
And who did you determine through the investigation Zoe was in relation to Aiden Fucci?
Zoe was Aiden Fucci's girlfriend.
Okay.
That's going to be Zoe coming on the skateboard towards the house.
Okay, and the next video, same location, what time?
At 6:43 p.m.
And what does it depict?
It depicts Aiden and Zoe leaving Trey's residence.
Okay, now we've moved. You see the camera, the blinking camera's actually gone a little south of the Absher residence down there. What location is this?
That's at 100 Woodcross Drive. That is that's Zoe's residence.
And they arrived there approximately 6:50.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then just 1 minute later, same residence,
Yes.
different camera.
Yes.
And what did you note of relevance in this video, if anything?
Starting from the bottom to top of Aiden, you can see he's wearing white Nike shoes with a black Nike swoosh. He's wearing blue jeans and a white t-shirt.
And at 8:08 p.m., what does this next video show?
It's again at Woodcross Drive, and it shows Aiden leaving Zoe's residence. You can see he's still wearing blue jeans and white Nike shoes.
Okay, and this time he has a hoodie on over
Yes.
his clothes. And Zoe doesn't leave that time. Aiden leaves himself, is that right?
Correct.
Is that consistent with information you obtained from her?
Yes.
And so it's now 8:14. What do we see here?
We're back out at 144 Telford Drive across the street from Trey's residence, and it shows Aiden coming back to Trey's house.
And this is just him ringing the, this next video is him ringing the doorbell, is that right?
Yes.
You see that he has the hoodie on. Do you still see a white shirt underneath?
I do. He's also still wearing blue jeans, and in the beginning of the video, you can see he's still wearing white Nike shoes.
Okay. And 9:27 is the next time video's captured, and we're still at the Absher residence, is that right?
Yes.
Basically, what does this video depict?
It's showing Trey and Aiden in the driveway skateboarding.
And was those actions consistent with what Trey kind of described that they did that night, hanging out before
Yes.
Tristan came over?
Yes.
Now, this next video, what is this?
So this is on 32 Cloister Main Drive. You can see it's east from the Bailey residence, and it depicts a subject. We learned that Tristan had left the house at approximately midnight-ish, and this kind of shows that there's a subject that's walking east away from the residence, approximately the time frame that we believe she left the house.
Okay, and then we see the green camera has now moved to Telford Drive. What's the actual time on this video?
This is at 12:35 a.m. and it's a subject that we believe to be Tristan walking on Telford Drive towards Absher's residence.
And now the video is going to depict a different time, but that was verified by law enforcement. The accurate time is 12:35. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then from 12:35, the next video, same location, correct? Tell us
Yes.
the time and what do you see in this video?
This is now 1:18 a.m. This is the morning of the 9th at 110 Telford Drive, and it shows two subjects. I believe to be Tristan and Aiden walking north on Telford Drive away from Trey's residence.
And then this was actually one of the first videos your agency located. You referenced earlier the amenity center video, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. There were at 1:24 a.m. Was when we observed the two subjects walking north past the amenity center.
Okay. At the time, obviously, the quality of this video is not great in and of itself, right?
Correct.
But having now all of the video, you've gone back and pieced it all together.
Yes, the travel time and the walking distance is all consistent.
And where are we going to see them come from in the video?
You're going to see them coming from the top left part of the screen to the top right part of the screen. This video shows the entrance to the amenity center with a little roundabout there. And that roundabout is it's off of North Urban Parkway. So they're traveling north.
You still can kind of see the white shoes there if you're watching for those, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and next, 1:26 a.m., what intersection is this?
This is still along North Urban Parkway, and this is at the intersection of Leaf Hall Drive, and it shows two subjects walking north along North Urban Parkway still. It's consistent with direction and time frame.
Okay, and the Leaf Hall Drive was a location that Deputy Maloney actually got some information about from Fucci about an interaction he claims happened about this location, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And with what the camera is able to capture here, you don't see any sort of altercation between these two at this location. Is that right?
No, ma'am.
And now we've gone up towards the north part of the neighborhood. It's 143. And are these some of those Saddlestone videos that you referenced earlier that became important?
This was one of other videos along Saddlestone Drive that we located, yes.
Right.
And so this is at 1:43 a.m. And it's going to show the two subjects walking from the top left to the top right, and they're traveling in a direction east towards the cul-de-sac of Saddlestone.
And Sergeant, excuse me, your agency and you've reviewed so much video in this case. Do you ever see anyone else with who we now know as Aiden, Fucci, and Tristan walking in that neighborhood?
No.
With them, meaning no third party is
Correct.
seen once they leave Trey's house to the end of the cul-de-sac, correct?
Correct. There was only two subjects walking.
And so this next one is at what address?
This is at 541 Saddlestone. This is one of the videos that I mentioned earlier. And again, it shows two subjects, Aiden and Tristan, walking east on Saddlestone Drive towards the cul-de-sac.
And now we're at 586.
Yes.
Same direction of travel. However, is this video taken from the opposite side of the street?
Yes.
Okay. So they're going to be coming from which direction?
From right to left.
Right to left, but it's still headed
In east towards the cul-de-sac.
towards the end of the cul-de-sac. Okay. Is this the last known video of Tristan that we have?
Yes.
So that time was determined accurate at 1:45 a.m. What is the next time and same video, same location? What's the next time we see something?
It's 3:22 a.m. This now we're going to be still at the same residence from the last one, 586 Saddlestone Drive, and we're going to see one subject who's alone and running west away from the cul-de-sac. You can see that he is carrying something in his hands.
And now we're back to that
Now
second.
we're working backwards away from the cul-de-sac. And so now we're back at 541 Saddlestone Drive. And we're going to see one subject, Aiden, walking west away from the cul-de-sac.
What do you note of importance in this video?
You can see he's not wearing shoes, but he's carrying something white in his hands.
And now we're back at 517 Saddlestone, approximately what time?
This is at 3:29 a.m. And again, you can see that he's not wearing shoes, but he's carrying what appears to be white shoes in his hands.
Okay, and now we are at 724 Castledale Court. That is his residence, correct?
Yes. So Castledale Court intersects with Saddlestone Drive. over towards your right on this video, and you can see him walking up to his house.
Then approximately 3:31, another view.
And here you can clearly see the white Nike shoes with the black Nike swoosh. So now we're, like I said from earlier, the video surveillance system had video both inside and outside. So now we're seeing video of him coming in the house.
Where is he headed?
So the stairwell there you see on the left or part of the screen, that's actually, there's two different stairwells. If you go up those stairs, there's a small landing and it connects to a second set of stairs that goes down towards the kitchen area. And then at the landing, there's a set of stairs that go up towards the second floor.
So he was sort of walking the kitchen way and would have been able to access the stairs from the backside. Is that right? Okay. And then the next part of this, just so the court can orient himself when a video pops up, showing up the stairs. There's a big room to the left.
Yes.
Describe what that is and then what's beyond that room.
Yep. So the big room to the left is more like a child's play area. And there you can see the landing and the second set of stairs there on the right. So he's walking past that. The light you see in the top right corner is from the bathroom that's adjacent to where his bedroom is. And you can see him going into his bedroom. And again, he's still carrying those white shoes.
That's approximately 3:32.
Yes, ma'am.
And then when do we see him again? What time?
3:46. This is when he comes out of his bedroom. Looks like he's wearing a bathrobe and goes into the adjacent bathroom.
And from 3:46, when do we see him exit the bathroom?
At 4:17, that's when he comes out of the bathroom and goes back into his bedroom.
All right. Sergeant, I want to turn your attention to May 12th in the investigation. And at that time, were you able to determine, other than Trey, maybe who his next closest friend or the girlfriend, I believe you mentioned?
Yes, so we identified that Trey was his best friend and that Sophie was his girlfriend.
Okay. Did you learn anything from those individuals about whether they had knowledge that Aiden Fucci liked knives, things like that?
Yes, they both described him having a kind of a fascination with knives, that whenever he wasn't in school, he would carry knives, and that he would constantly take them out, display them, show them off, talk about them, those sorts of things.
Did they identify that he had two favorites?
Yes, they both stated that he had two knives in particular he liked, and he had named them. One was Picker and one was named Poker.
And the knife that you were present that was recovered from the retention pond, those same photos that we saw here in court, were Trey and Sophie shown those photos to see if that was one of the knives they were aware of?
Yes, and Trey and Sophie both identified that knife as the knife that Aiden named Poker.
Was your agency eventually able to get into Aiden Fucci's cell phone and get a download from that?
Yes, I think it was about June 29th. Detective Causey advised that the technical requirements allowed us to conduct a download. So we drafted an amended search warrant and submitted that for forensic download of his phone.
And when you're reviewing his forensic download and specifically in reference to the timeline you're trying to put together that night in contact between Fucci, Aiden Fucci, and Tristan, what sort of things did you find?
So looking at the evening of May 8th, it was about 10:40 p.m. We found a message that Tristan had sent to Aiden through Snapchat. That was a message that it wasn't sent just to him, it was sent to a lot of different people. It was some of her contacts. So that was the first message that we saw that night. The next time mark in his phone, I believe it was approximately midnight, 24 hours. So 12:24 a.m. in the morning of the 9th, when Aiden's phone shows that a contact for Tristan was created in his phone. And then at 12:25, there's a phone call followed by a FaceTime call that lasts for approximately 6 minutes from Aiden to Tristan. And at 12:36 a.m., there's a phone or a FaceTime call from Tristan to Aiden.
Okay. And is that sort of consistent with her leaving the house and eventually that between 12-ish and 12:30 when she arrives at the
Yes,
accident? Okay. And is there any activity by him on his phone after about 1 a.m. until what time?
So the next activity after that FaceTime call, the interaction between he and or Aiden's phone and Tristan, the next activity on that phone is at 1:11 a.m. on the morning of May 9th. And that is a phone call that went from Aiden to Trey, which went unanswered. What that tells us is that they weren't together at that point in time, and it's consistent with information that Aiden and Tristan had left at approximately 1:10 a.m. from Trey's house.
Is there any activity on his cell phone, user-generated activity on his cell phone from that time until what time the next day?
Approximately 9:27 a.m.
Did you have an opportunity in your investigation to review the recording of Aiden and his parents that occurred in an interview room at your agency?
I did, yes.
And at least at the time, that was that night, right? What of importance did you take away from that, or other detectives were reporting to you that Aiden talked about in that video?
So one of the statements made during that video is, again, Aiden was in the room with his parents and they were having conversations. And Aiden's mom asked him if he was wearing jeans. And Aiden initially said yes. And then his mother she told him that she thought he was wearing khakis and asked if he was wearing khakis instead. The jeans were important because, later after reviewing all the video and seeing the jeans in the video from the daytime, the nighttime, it gets kind of harder to see it. But the daytime shows he's wearing the jeans. And we did locate wet jeans in his bedroom as well.
That also tested positive for blood, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, I don't have any further questions of this witness at this time.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So part of how you excluded Trey from the investigation was based on the fact that Aiden made a phone call to him at 1:11 that morning?
Not based on that solely.
Not solely, okay. But that was part of your decision-making there?
More or less. Maybe not at that time specifically, but.
And just to kind of pick up where the state left off, when you finally got to download the material on Mr. Fucci's phone around June 29th, none of the Snapchat had been deleted, correct?
I don't know. We use programs to look and review downloads, and I can only see what I can see, basically. So I'm not a technical expert to say, but those were what I found to be, I guess, that was what I could find.
So there's no evidence. Is it true that there was no evidence that he made any efforts to delete material from his phone?
I don't know that I can answer that.
You can't answer that. And I would include in that any FaceTiming. Can you answer that question, or is that outside your expertise?
I don't think you can delete a FaceTime call record from your phone.
Okay. May 10th, you attended the autopsy. And just to be clear, and I apologize, it's kind of gruesome to talk about, but Ms. Bailey's hands were attached to her body, correct?
Her hands were attached to her body?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
The body wasn't burned, anything like that, right?
I don't believe it was burned.
When you were part of the recovery team that found the knife, that knife was recovered in the pond closest to where the body was found, correct?
I mean, I wouldn't say it was in the larger pond closer to where she was found, yes.
Thank you. And there, we saw from the aerials that there's several ponds in that area.
There were 2.
Okay. And when you recovered the knife wasn't disassembled in any way, right?
No.
It was recovered in one whole piece.
Yes, it was unfolded just as you saw in the pictures.
The video from the Fucci residence shows him taking a shower. There's no other video of him doing anything else in the house, is that correct?
There were no cameras in the bedroom, no.
Okay. Or outside of the house, we've seen all the video of him outside of the house?
Yes, what we saw in the video is what we saw as well.
Those are all the questions I have, thank you, Judge.
All right, you redirect.
Just one question, Your Honor. In the review of all of the video surveillance from the various streets that you had in this case, was Trey Dolphus Apsher ever seen, clearly not with them, we already established that, was he ever seen leaving his house, walking alone, anything like that?
No.
Thank you, no further questions.
All right, may this witness be excused? All right, sir, you're free to go. Thank you. It is 11 or 10:47. It's a good time for a break. Let's take a recess for 15 minutes.
Okay, we could fast forward it though, because remember, this isn't live. I mean, it's kind of live. I just started it late, so I'm going to fast forward. Well, let's see. What little monster. I don't think he feels bad at all, guys. He's just looking at it like no sadness at all. It's crazy. But I'll fast forward it in a minute once he walks out. So don't leave, because it'll be right back on. All right. Okay, I'm gonna fast forward it here. Hold on, let me. I know I could just I don't know. I'm just gonna do it like this. So how's everybody doing? Yeah, I've never seen a trial, or this is a trial. I've never seen a sentence and hearing like this before. It's kind of weird, but I guess, Delana, you said you saw the hearing yesterday. It was because he's a minor and he pled guilty. So, yeah. I'm kind of glad though, because I mean, we get to see all the evidence and stuff since they aren't having a trial. So actually I'm kind of actually glad they're doing it this way. Cause I didn't see some of those videos. We saw that one video, but some of those other videos, they only release so much, so we'll get to see all the evidence. Hold on, I guess I could just, let's see, I could just go like this. All right, there we go. There we go. Okay, all right. Hey, Pablo Estevez. Hey, Unsolved Cases, Little Angel. I'll just talk to you guys. I'll just say hi until the audio starts. Zen, Becky, up. Oh, I missed you guys. Pin a rose on your nose. That name cracks me up. No, he admitted to it. This isn't a trial. This is the sentencing, Zen. He did. Remember they were going to go through a trial. It was going to start the same time as the Murdaugh. I think it was not that long ago. And then he pled guilty, as they were getting ready for the trial. And so he pled guilty. And this was supposed to be sentencing, but I guess they're doing it this way because he's a minor. And it's almost set up like a preliminary hearing, I feel like a mini trial. So I don't know how many days it's going to last. Probably a few. But what I don't get is what are they his defense? What are they trying to pin this on Trey? I mean, what is their defense? Why are they oh, well, the only way, the only thing that you're going by is the phone call? Are they trying to act like somebody else is involved? I mean, he pled guilty. So I don't understand like his defense. And then when they were asking like, "Oh, did he appear nervous or whatever?" Like, what's your point? He admitted he did it. Like, what are you even trying to do? You know what I'm saying? I don't get it. I don't get what his defense is even trying to do. I know trying to get his best sentence, but I mean, not by saying he didn't do it. He pled guilty. So what are they trying? I mean, I don't understand what their defense is. Shouldn't it be to show like that he feels some kind of remorse or something? I don't know. Not to deny that he did it or anything. I mean, I guess I get what they were saying, like what his point was just a minute ago, to show like he wasn't trying to cover it up necessarily. Like he just threw the knife. He wasn't trying to like cover it up too much. But yeah, he's just a kid and he's dumb, so he's not a good criminal. So he just was stupid and thought he was gonna get away with it by just throwing the knife in the water. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't thinking like an adult to like plan it all out. So it wasn't because he wanted to get caught. I'm sorry. It was because he's a kid and he's not smart. In my opinion, but I don't know why he pled guilty. I think he just pled guilty, Damari. I don't think there was a deal, right? Yeah, I don't know what that was all about. I mean, who was even accusing them of removing her hands anyway? So, like, the defense asking at, like, I never heard them them accuse him of doing that anyway. So what was that all about? And yeah, that he didn't delete, like, so that goes along with like he's not trying to cover it up. He didn't delete the phone call. He didn't, is that supposed to get him a better sentence because he's dumb and he just didn't cover it up? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess it could show like not premeditation, but I mean, what's his charge exactly? You know what I'm saying? For him, I guess that could be like the point where he didn't plan it. So it was just all happened. So therefore, it wasn't planned out maybe. So I guess something like that. Wait, I thought the death penalty was off because he's a minor. I didn't think that that was an offer anyway. Okay, I don't know. Let me see. I forget. Let's see here. Does anybody know for sure? I thought it was since he was a minor that they couldn't give him the death penalty. Or am I wrong? So I don't know what else he would take a deal. Oh, well, then maybe that's why. If you're saying death penalty has to be a trial, maybe that's why that they're doing it this way. Maybe it is on the
Just got a circuit
table.
court order in order.
Can all be seated, thank you.
I didn't think he could because he was a minor, though. Hold on, let me see if I could figure this out.
All right, State, you may call your next witness.
Yeah, that's what I thought, Delina. I thought it because he was a minor that they weren't allowed to.
Maybe if you'll pause right there and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Yes, I do. All right, we'll step one up into the
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. Could you please state your name for the record?
My name is Brooke Hoover. I'm a crime laboratory analyst for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Ms. Hoover, how long have you been so employed with FDLE?
12 years.
I want to just kind of jump right into this case. I know normally we talk a lot about DNA in a trial setting. I don't think that's necessary here. So let me just ask you, ma'am, in May and June of I'm sorry, in May of 2021, were you assigned to conduct DNA testing on a number of items of evidence from an investigation by the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office that was in connection with a victim by the name of Tristan Bailey?
Yes.
All right, I want to ask you about some of the items specifically of evidence that you received. Did you receive DNA standards that were identified as coming from Tristan Bailey as well as Aiden Fucci?
Yes.
And did you conduct DNA testing on those items?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to develop profiles of both Tristan Bailey and Aiden Fucci?
Yes.
Did you also receive an item that was identified as a white American Eagle t-shirt?
Yes.
All right, and did you conduct DNA testing on that item?
Yes, I did.
All right, was there anything unusual about the shirt itself, something that kind of focused your attention in terms of DNA testing?
I was looking at reddish brown staining, tested positive for blood.
Okay, and where were those reddish brown stains located that you tested?
They were on the front and back of the shirt.
Did you do anything to determine whether or not those reddish brown stains were actually blood?
Yes, I used a chemical color change test, and all of the stains I took for DNA testing did give chemical indications for blood.
And what did you do next?
I took cuttings of the stains and I took a wearer sample from the back of the shirt, and those samples went forward for DNA testing.
Okay. And you, if I understand correctly, you tested 4 areas of the shirt, including the area that you tested for wearer DNA. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about. Can you describe which areas of the shirt, not counting the collar that you did the wearer DNA? What areas of the shirt did you actually conduct testing on?
There was a stain in the center front of the shirt. It had the darkest reddish brown staining on the item. I took a cutting from that. I took a cutting from the back left sleeve, and I took a cutting from the back bottom of the shirt.
All right. So with regard to the cutting from the center front of the shirt, did you obtain DNA results from that area?
Yes, I did.
And what were the the results as it pertains specifically to Tristan Bailey and Aiden Fucci?
Tristan, it was a 2-person mixture. Tristan Bailey was included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile. The observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Tristan Bailey and 1 unrelated individual than from 2 unrelated individuals. Aiden Fucci was excluded as a contributor to that mixed DNA profile.
Okay, thank you. And then the cutting that you took from the back left sleeve, did you obtain DNA results from that area?
Yes.
And what were those results specifically as it related to Aiden Fucci and Tristan Bailey?
It was a complete DNA profile consistent with a male individual. That DNA profile matched the DNA profile from Aiden Fucci. The observed DNA profile was greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Aiden Fucci than from an unrelated individual.
And then the area, the cutting from the back bottom right of that white t-shirt, did you obtain DNA results from that area?
Yes, that was a 3-person mixture. Aiden Fucci is included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile. The observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Aiden Fucci and 2 unrelated individuals than from 3 unrelated individuals. Tristan Bailey is included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile. The observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Tristan Bailey and 2 unrelated individuals than from 3 unrelated individuals.
Thank you. And then the area, the inside back collar that you sampled for wearer DNA, did you obtain results from that area?
Yes, that was a 2-person mixture. Aiden Fucci was included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile. The observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Aiden Fucci and one unrelated individual than from two unrelated individuals. Tristan Bailey was excluded as a contributor to the mixed DNA profile.
Thank you. Did you also receive a pair of white Nike tennis shoes for DNA testing?
Yes.
Did you observe any potential blood on those shoes?
Yes.
All right. And where were those stains located?
I took a sample of staining from the left shoe. The sample I took forward for DNA testing was above a top lace hole on the left side. That area tested positive for blood. I took a cutting from the shoe forward for DNA testing.
All right. And and did you obtain results?
Yes.
And what were those results specifically as it related to Tristan Bailey and Aiden Fucci?
A partial DNA profile consistent with a female was obtained from the shoe. This DNA profile matches the DNA profile from Tristan Bailey. The observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Tristan Bailey than from an unrelated individual.
Right. And I want to take you to another item that you sent to you. Did you receive swabs that were identified as coming from a buck knife?
Yes, I did.
And how many swabs did you receive?
2 swabs from the knife. One was from the handle. The other was from the blade.
Right. And what did you do with the swab from the buck knife handle?
The buck knife handle, it gave chemical indications for the presence of blood. I did take it forward for DNA testing, but due to the limited nature of the DNA results obtained, the data was not interpretable.
And what about the swab of the buck knife blade?
The swab from the blade gave chemical indications for the presence of blood. I obtained a mixture consistent with 2 donors, including at least 1 male contributor. Tristan Bailey is included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile. The observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Tristan Bailey and 1 unrelated individual than if it originated from 2 unrelated individuals. When I compared the DNA profile from Aiden Fucci to the mixture, it failed to demonstrate sufficient statistical support for inclusion or exclusion. Therefore, no determination can be made regarding the contribution of Aiden Fucci to this item.
And let me go to, did you receive a pair of American Eagle blue jeans?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe those jeans as they first appeared to you?
The jeans had staining on them. It appeared faint yellowish, and I circled areas of interest. Every area that I tested by taking small cuttings, and all areas tested gave chemical indications for the presence of blood.
Okay. You said that there were multiple areas of light yellowish staining?
Yes.
And you tested each of those areas? I guess did you test them for blood?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and each of those areas tested positive for blood.
Each area that I tested was positive for blood, yes.
Do you know how many specific areas you took samples from?
9.
And did you conduct a DNA testing?
Yes, I did.
And what were you able to, what were your results?
None of the results were suitable for me to make any comparisons. Some of them were complex, which means there were 4 or more donors. Some of them I could not determine the number of donors, and some of them were limited. I could not use any of the samples for comparison.
Let me ask you this, just for clarification purposes. I know that some of the language that you use, particularly with, for example, the areas where there was a single source DNA profile, and you use the word match, it matched that a particular person. And then in other areas where there was a mixture, you use the word inclusion, and then you provided some statistics to kind of explain sort of the significance of that finding. Can you kind of explain why you use different terminology in each of those situations?
Yes, when we're comparing a single source DNA profile to a reference standard, and that person matches all of the areas tested, that's what we call a match. When we have a DNA mixture that originated from more than one individual, and we're comparing a reference standard and there's common points, we call that a possible inclusion, and we report the statistics to give weight or value to that inclusion.
And when you some of the statistics that you cited, for example, a lot of those you said that person's profile, the inclusion of them was 700 billion times more likely than them and an unrelated individual than, say, two unrelated individuals. What is the significance of that finding?
When we have a very high likelihood ratio, it means that a random coincidental occurrence is not a likely explanation for the DNA evidence. We talk about both possible explanations of the evidence with the number of contributors to the mixture. When I have a 3-person mixture, I have to talk about both outcomes or both possible explanations for the evidence with 3 people on each side. So when one possible explanation is Aiden Fucci and 2 unrelated individuals, that's 3 people on one side of my explanation. The other possible explanation is 3 unrelated individuals. So the difference between the 2 would be the person of interest, but we do have to talk about likelihood ratios with the number of people included in the mixture on both sides of our hypothesis.
So when you say, more likely 700 billion times more likely that it's him and an unrelated individual than 2 or 3 unrelated individuals, we're talking about 700 billion times. That's almost 100 times the population of the world, correct?
Correct.
One moment, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's a little different what we're doing today because it's a sentencing. And we didn't go through your entire CV. I'm not going to do that now either. But because we are trying to make a record for the 25-year review, I'm going to ask you some questions. Your testing, did you employ any methods or procedures to recover DNA from the evidence in this case that in the past had not been successful in terms of the evidence yielding DNA and STR DNA typing?
The methods used, we can test an item and not get DNA results, and that doesn't mean the test wasn't accurate. Just sometimes those are the results. I'm not quite sure what you're asking.
Well, let me rephrase, or let me move forward then. Were the markers used in this case then the most comprehensive that your lab employs?
Yes.
All right. And are the markers the most potential for information?
Yes, for the type of testing, STR DNA testing, this is the kit that my laboratory system uses.
That's the kit that you're using currently?
Yeah, currently, yes.
All right. And can you explain how the DNA typing mixture patterns in this case were resolved?
With computer software.
All right. So again, you're not taking pencil and paper. You're relying on the STR software to do that.
Yes, I am relying on software.
And what's the name of the software?
It is called StarMix.
All right. And do you feel that StarMix affords you a far greater capability to take apart or resolve the mixture and point out or identify the most likely contributors versus approaches that you had used in the past?
Yes, it is the first probabilistic genotyping software that FDLE has employed, so there wasn't software like this in the past, and it was heavily validated, and it's used by other laboratory systems across the US and the world.
All right. Now, in terms of DNA typing an item of evidence, such as the knife handle, for example, Are you aware of any approach that would be superior to star mix at detecting, potentially assigning a statistical or probability estimate to those results?
From the knife handle, there were limited DNA results that were not interpretable. So the type of software to provide statistical association doesn't apply because the results themselves were not interpretable.
Meaning there's no other, you're using the best approach you have.
That's correct.
All right. And did anything occur in the course of you working up the evidence in this case that may have compromised your ability to obtain additional information than what you received from the subject to the DNA typing?
No.
Now, looking to the shirt, and I believe that's item number 1. And on that shirt, for the stain from the back bottom right,
Yes, ma'am.
all right, so on that you had identified 3 potential donors
Correct.
and at least 1 male.
Correct.
And the unknown donor, were you able to identify the sex on the unknown donor?
No, I cannot tell the gender of the third donor to the mixture.
So to that particular one, there's 3, or by your testing, you're identifying 3 people.
Correct.
And then same item, the American Eagle t-shirt, you had some follow-up testing for submission 4 and 5. And at that time, you were provided additional individuals, additional DNA profiles for comparison.
That's correct.
And on the shirt, Dawfish Abster was also identified as a contributor to the shirt.
That is correct, to the wearer sample.
To the
from
wearer
shirt.
sample.
Yes,
So
that's correct.
earlier, that sample to the bottom right, where there's 3 individuals, Abster was not one of those 3.
He was in the inconclusive zone, so I cannot determine his contribution to that mixture.
So we're still dealing with then at this point 4 people identified on this particular item.
I cannot tell if the unknown person in that 3-person mixture and the unknown person from the center front stain, I can't tell if that's the same person. I can't tell if that's a different person. I have very limited information, and where I have information in one mixture for that donor, I'm missing it in the other mixture. So I really cannot tell if it's the same person or if it's a different person.
So then the number expands. So when I said now you're looking at potentially 3 people on the shirt, it could be more than 4.
These are comparable DNA mixtures. It's possible that I get a standard and compare it to these mixtures, and it's possible that there's a person that could be included in both. It's possible that it is different. I just don't know, but I can say that this is comparable DNA information.
All right. And you're seeing where I'm getting to in
Yeah.
terms of you can't say how many people are on the shirt then. So,
Correct.
all right. Then looking to, and these are general questions, but in terms of DNA, the shirt is a fabric, right? So and it's got a high capacity to absorb DNA. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
All right. And in your experience, is DNA relatively stable once it's dried on a fabric?
Yes.
All right. And in general, or your general experience, can DNA be recovered or from blood that is weeks after it's deposited?
Yes, it can.
Months after?
Yes, it can.
Years after?
Yes.
All right. So then looking to the genes, you had 9 samples.
Correct.
And, oh, sorry, it's item number 16.
Okay.
So on the genes, you had 9 samples.
Correct.
All right. And they all tested positive for blood.
Correct.
All right. And within those 9 samples, again, you're using the star mix. And
Yes, I did use Star Mix, but the ultimate conclusion for these mixtures was not interpretable.
and that's for all 9.
Yes,
All
for
right.
all 9. Not, Star Mix was not used on all 9. Some of them were limited and I did not even attempt. But ultimately, none of these mixtures are interpretable.
All right. And you had 4 or more potential donors on some of those samples?
At least 4, yes.
So then, turning to the fingernails of, you would see some DNA for fingernails from Tristan Bailey.
Fingernails?
Sorry, what was the objection?
Can you repeat your question, please?
You received DNA samples from the fingernails of Tristan Bailey.
Correct.
I'll overrule the objection.
And were you able to attribute the defendant to the DNA of the fingernails of Tristan Bailey?
No DNA results foreign to Tristan Bailey were obtained from her fingernail samples.
And turning to the knife. So again, just a couple of general questions, and I'm almost done here this morning. So the DNA can be deposited directly on most surfaces. Is that fair?
Yes,
And once dried is relatively stable.
yes,
All right. And DNA can be recovered efficiently from a knife handle with a cotton swab.
yes, it can.
All right. Does handler DNA on a knife come from an individual applying or actually holding the instrument?
Yes,
Okay. And does grasping a knife cause skin cells then to transfer from the hand to the handle of the knife?
yes,
And do you employ the same method for DNA recovery from the knife handle in this case that you previously used for knives or other objects in other cases?
yes.
And was there anything unusual about the knife handle that would lead you to suspect that it may not be a potential good source for handler DNA?
I did not actually have the knife in my custody. The samples were collected by someone else and I only had the swabs.
Did you see photos of it?
I did after. I don't believe I saw photos of it before I tested.
Okay. Were any of the data recovered from the knife handle interpretable?
No,
Were you able to conclude that the defendant was a contributor to the DNA recovered from the knife blade?
I was not able to make that determination.
And were you in a situation where there's a large amount of female victim DNA on a knife blade? You can use Y STR DNA typing to identify a trace or male contribution.
We can attempt, yes.
Okay. Will you explain why Y star DNA typing is effective in that type of circumstance?
Why STR DNA testing is when we amplify DNA that is only found on the Y chromosome. And when we have samples where a female donor is overwhelming the male donor, this can be beneficial. And this actually was attempted in this case.
And based on the YSTR typing that was carried out on the case, in this case, were you able to conclude that Aiden Fucci's DNA was on the knife blade?
I was not the one that conducted the YSTR testing. I can read from someone else's report, but I want to be clear, I was not the one that performed the testing. Is that okay? Okay. Okay, the no YSTR DNA results were obtained from the knife blade.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
I only have a couple of questions and a redirect, a couple of areas. I want to go back to the questions you were asked about the wear DNA on the white T-shirt. It was mentioned that you had conducted some follow-up testing and that an individual by the name of, or a profile from an individual by the name of Dolphus Absher was included within the wear sample. Were you, in the course of your analysis and testing able to determine sort of the contribution rate between Aiden Fucci's contribution to that mixture versus Dolphus Absher's contribution rate?
Yes, Dolphus Absher, his inclusion statistic was and one unrelated individual than from two unrelated individuals. Going back, the inclusion stat, the likelihood ratio for Mr. Fucci was greater than 100 billion. There was more of Aiden Fucci's DNA profile seemingly present. And according to the software, when I looked at the mixture, I could tell that one donor was more prevalent than the other. And the software set, deconvoluted the mixture and assigned contributor 1 as 82% of the mixture. Contributor 2 was at 18% of the mixture. Aiden Fucci was consistent as contributor 1. Mr. Abshner was consistent as contributor 2.
So Aiden Fucci was 82%
Yes,
of that, 82% contributor to that mixture.
correct.
Now, I also wanted to ask you about the samples of the genes that you tested, that you indicated that there was, you were not able to get results from your sampling, your testing of those samples. If someone were to, if DNA had been left behind and someone came after the fact and attempted to clean that, would it have an effect on your potential effect on your ability to be able to identify DNA on those clothing item?
Yes.
Nothing further.
All right, may this witness be excused? Thank you very much, ma'am. You're free to go. State, you may call your next witness.
State calls Detective Tyler Thompson.
Sir, if you'll pause right there and raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So help me God.
All right, you can come on up here and have a seat in the witness.
Good morning, sir. Could you please state your name for the record?
Detective Tyler Thompson,
And how are you employed, sir?
St. Johns County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been employed with St. Johns County?
I've been in law enforcement for approximately 9 years. 3 of those years have been with the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office.
All right. And what other agencies have you worked for?
I've worked for the Naval Criminal Investigative Service as a special agent, worked for St. Augustine Beach Police Department and Brevard County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your current, and before I ask that question, let me go back. How many years total in law enforcement?
Approximately 9.
Detective Thompson, what are your current assignment, your duties and responsibilities with the Sheriff's Office?
My current assignment, I'm with the Special Investigations Unit as a detective.
And were you working for the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office in May of 2021?
Yes, sir.
What was your role back then?
I was a major crimes detective.
At some point in time, specifically on May the 9th of 2021, did you become involved in investigation into what began as a disappearance of a young female by the name of Tristan Bailey, later became a homicide investigation? Did you become involved in that investigation?
Yes, sir.
You called approximately what time of the day it was that you were either called to assist?
Approximately 5 p.m.
And what was sort of the first thing that you were instructed to do?
To respond to the Durban Neighborhood Amenity Center, which was being utilized as a primary staging location.
Right. You recall approximately what time it was that you responded?
Around 5 p.m.
Right. And did you get some type of briefing as to basically what was going on and what was known at that particular point in time?
Yes, sir.
And what was going on at the time?
The initial brief was a missing person.
At some point in time, were you directed to go and help secure a residence?
Yes, sir.
And approximately what time was that?
Approximately 6 p.m.
And-
Shortly thereafter, 6:40 maybe.
And what residence was that? And what were you given some instructions following that?
There were 2 patrol deputies that were also present, and I instructed them to secure the scene with crime scene tape.
And what was your next assignment?
After that, I was relieved by another major crimes detective, and I was requested to respond to the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office Criminal Investigations Division, where I would then meet with Aiden Fucci.
Okay. And so you were going there to make an effort to interview him, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive any information while you were en route to the sheriff's office to attempt to conduct that interview?
We received information that he had legal representation and to not attempt to interview at that time.
When you arrived there at the scene, was Aiden Fucci present?
Yes.
And where was he?
I believe we may have arrived before him, and then we walked him into the interview room, or the patrol deputy did.
Okay. Was he allowed to visit with anyone while he was there?
Yes, his mother and biological father were allowed to be in the interview room with him.
All right. And during the course of their being in that room, was the room that they were in equipped with a video recording device that captured both video and audio?
Yes, sir.
And was their time in that room recorded?
Yes, sir.
And did it capture a conversation between the defendant Aiden Fucci and his parents?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
No objection? No objection. That'll be received as state's exhibit, what are we at, 8? Number 8.
And that also not only includes the video, but also the transcript. All right.
What's this place? It's a holding room. It's a holding room. Have they asked any questions? Well, they asked like what color my hair and what color my eyes and all that. That's all I am. And then where we lived.
You know, they found this girl, right?
Where?
In our neighborhood, down our main street.
Is she good? No, she's
No,
not.
she's dead. That's why this is very important. It's all on you right now.
Yeah, my problem.
You were
We
the
were
last
the
one.
last one seen with her. So right now, it's facing you right now, son. So however you talk, you breathe, you think, then you respond.
This is very serious, and you can't act like I don't know. I don't know. You can't.
You
say
understand
nothing.
this is serious? Clearly. You understand, right?
Everything you say will affect you.
That Snapchat that you did was not very smart.
Not even about, now we have people in the burner house, not in their cars now. Because of that Snapchat thing you did. It's all over, you're all over the internet and everywhere. Social media.
If it's on social media, you'll probably come stay with me after we get done with this. Just for your well safe being. You have no scripts or nothing like that, right?
No, sir.
You sure don't smell?
I'm hungry, I don't see. I don't want to see. I know I am so bad. You just don't want anything different than our car that we don't know about? No. You don't want to pick this girl up. Pick up?
I told him about her dealer.
You think she got picked up by him?
Probably. She said she wouldn't come home. She said she's gonna find somebody to stay
Like
at
she
her
left her
house.
there walking? Like you think she got picked up after that? She just kept walking?
Probably. Yeah, I don't know.
Do you know if she turned the other direction or she was just still walking behind you?
She pushed her down and you walk away. We shouldn't be talking.
I was just asking what he told the cops.
I understand.
I was just asking what he told them.
Thank you. You walked away, you came straight home, you didn't turn back around and see where she went? What were you doing outside that late at night?
I was at Trey's house, hanging out with them.
Did you kiss or do anything with this girl?
Be honest as you can to them.
To
Yes.
Yeah, I kissed her.
anything further?
Mm-hmm.
So your DNA is gonna be on her? You saw your shoes were off on the camera. While your shoes off.
Been on field with her. No, she's giving me blisters.
Did you come home and leave again?
Mm-hmm.
Did you sneak back out or you're still at Trey's house the whole day?
Was it Trey's house?
It's just the one night I didn't ask where you were. So it's one. This is serious. Isn't it?
It's very serious.
This is no joke. This is your whole life. Your whole life.
And hers.
And ours. And your brothers and sisters. And don't forget the kid goes horrible.
Why?
Because the kids will hurt them. You're gonna keep me, right?
I don't know. They don't have no evidence that I know of yet. Unless you know any other thing I don't know.
Hmm.
Did y'all have sex?
Mm-hmm.
Did she really grab you and you just really pushed her, or was that?
No, she did.
Okay.
You don't know what happened to her after you pushed her?
Did she say ow or get mad?
And she said, Aiden. She was like, Aiden. I think I pushed her, but I told her to have fun. And she walked away.
You know what direction she walked in?
Probably the other way, because she wasn't nice to me anymore.
You didn't look back around?
Mhm.
Nothing to worry about, right?
Mhm.
They're searching our house right now.
Why were you down?
Mhm.
Were you wet when you got home?
A little bit,
From what?
water.
Water?
Water from the cup.
Her cup?
No, water from a cup. A drink.
You spit on yourself?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
What is it? What a nightmare.
I still hope I keep making it home.
Me too. I'm gonna go home and get your clothes.
More clues.
The clothes you're wearing.
Mhm.
There be nothing on those clothes, right?
Mhm.
You wear khakis or blue jeans?
And blue jeans.
You sure is that wrong?
Mhm. Mhm.
You remember camera you were on? Right?
Mhm.
Did you see this 20-year-old kid? You didn't get this far.
Mhm. I've never even saw him before. I just heard about him.
That night?
Hmm?
You just heard about him that night?
I don't know, I've heard about him many times.
Do you have a black card?
I don't know.
Are you not scared?
Not really.
Not really?
I'm a little scared, but
If he didn't do nothing, he doesn't be worried about him.
No, it's not awesome.
He didn't do nothing, right?
gotcha.
It's a hell of a bad time, bad spot. Leaving a 13-year-old girl by herself in the middle of the streets at 2 o'clock in the morning, or whatever time, is not smart, bro. Walking home with her in the middle of the night, that wasn't smart either. You stay away from females. Anything could happen. Did you kiss her this night? This last night?
Right, Trey's house. On a walk. I still see why you kissed her and all of a sudden you grabbed her and you pushed her.
Find your story and stay to it. Think about every question he's gonna ask you. Before you answer it, you think about the answer again. The next hour or two.
Ask him the same question to make sure he gets the same answer. And badger you, badger you, badger you, badger you. Till your answer changes. Or even goes off a little bit. Hopefully you don't have to worry about it.
Who is your phone?
I'm the officer.
Did you get your food at least? I didn't know what you get you, so I got you back in there.
That was good.
Did he ask you any questions since I'm going?
Just about what I look like.
Did you tell Dylan to get Kristen?
No, Jacob, and Jimmy were there on and told me he brought his house to you there.
Dave says it's going to take at least 72 hours to do the autopsy.
Did they ever say why it took you so long to get home?
They asked me why. I just said I want home.
By yourself?
Did you just walk really slow home?
I just started. Hang on.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As part of your interviews with different, just people associated with Mr. Fucci, did you interview Mr. Ryan Strum?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And isn't it true that Mr. Strum told you that while he knew Aiden Fucci, he never saw him threaten anyone or do any stabbing movements?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. And did you effectuate the arrest on Mr. Fucci?
Did I? Is that what you asked?
Right, or did you observe it? Were you there for it?
Yes, sir.
And it's true he wasn't combative during the arrest.
That's true.
Thank you. Thank you.
May this witness be excused? Thank you, sir. You're free to go. It's 12 o'clock. Is this a good stopping point? Let's go ahead and take a break for lunch. We'll reconvene at 1:15. If the attorneys could be here by 1:10 so we can get started right at 1:15. We're in recess. All right, guys, don't leave. I could fast forward since I started late. So here, let me fast forward past lunch. I know there's nothing I can do with the sound. I know it was hard to hear, but he is like a big time mumbler anyway. But that's, I mean, I have it up as high as it goes, so I do apologize. Maybe I'll edit a video later and with all like the videos together for like a pre-recorded. I probably will, like all this surveillance and all the evidence maybe. Do you see how the mom tried to get him, you know, to say like khakis and crazy? I mean, they already said that, and like if you read the documents, they picked up on that, how she was trying to do that. And then, you know, the mom, those of you guys that haven't followed this case real well, the mom got charged because she tried to like clean off his jeans with the blood on them and stuff. So she got charged with like, what was it, tampering with evidence or something. I think there was another charge too. All right, hold on, let me. Wait, how many minutes did they say? Well, we're almost caught up to being live. By the next break, we're going to be almost caught up. Yeah, wait a minute, because they said till 1:15, it's 1:20. So we're going to only be 5 minutes behind now. Wow, good. It's crazy. And I started like an hour and a half late. All right, hold on. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so that means we're only 5 minutes late because it's 1:20. Or 5 minutes behind now. Cool. Yeah, it's the lowness is going to be on anything because it's the whoever is the camera in there streaming. So everybody, all the sources that are getting it from because there's only like one source that everybody's getting it from, and all of the sources are going to be getting it from the same one, and you know what I'm saying? So there's really no way to control that. I apologize. Maybe they'll adjust it there or something. Anyway, hey Tennessee Misty, Dragonfly. Oh, I know you weren't, Linda. I didn't think you were. Oh, yeah, don't even worry about it. Wasn't even thinking that. Hey, Wheat Kiwi. All right, let me see. Yeah, we're gonna be about caught up. Because they're maybe starting a little bit late. Here we go. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think he even feels bad. I don't know if it's his age
I think there's obviously some kind of issue anyway for somebody to be able to do that, but I almost wonder if like his age comes into play too about how he just like it's not phasing him at all. Unless if he is like a psychopath and is, or has some kind of personality disorder where he's not able to feel remorse or guilt or anything like that. Or do they have him like really drugged up on something? Or there's probably a few things at play here, I don't even think he realized like, it's his whole freaking life. You know what I'm saying? And then also, what? He took somebody's life, it's his life. Like I don't think he realizes because he's so young. You know what I'm saying? Plus I do think there's something, something else going on with him as far as him not having a normal, healthy way of feeling remorse and stuff, probably. Yeah, maybe Dragonfly. Yeah, so it looks like this is going to be, Delana, did they say if it's going to be like 2 days or 3 days or more than 2 days long? So you guys, it looks like it's going to at least for sure go till tomorrow. So we'll see you guys tomorrow. Come back in the morning tomorrow. What time did it start? Let's see. If I started at like 10 something and I was about an hour and a half behind. So maybe at 9, what time is it going to start tomorrow? I'm thinking probably around 9, I'm guessing. Oh, what Merja? What does anybody know what he takes? I don't know. I think I do remember hearing that he was taking something. You're right. Hey, Tennessee Misty. I just ate like a half a box of cereal, like just out of the box. That's the problem. Like I don't, because I'm like lactose intolerant a little bit. I just don't like to drink milk because it upsets my stomach. So I have this box of cereal, so I'm just like eating it out of the box. But I feel like without eating it with milk, yeah, and eating it that way basically makes me just like eat so much of it. I ate like a half a box. Why? But at least it was Kellogg's Special K yogurty clusters. I've been eating so much lately, guys. I think I'm gonna look into that missing Scotty. I think I'm gonna cover that one, guys.
St.
Alright,
John's
here we
County
go.
Circuit Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Smith presiding.
You can all be seated. Thank you. All right, we're back on the record in case 21 CF 825. We will continue our sentencing hearing. Both sides are present. State, you may now call your next witness.
Your Honor, before we do that, just one thing I just wanted to bring to the court's
Sure.
attention. This will be the medical examiner.
Okay.
Majority of the family and well-wishers are not here, so if we could just, we're going to try to communicate towards the end, but if they're not all back in the courtroom, I know it's a lot of people, so we may just break, or just sit by while we get the family in here for the next witness after the medical examiner.
All right, and any of those that are remaining inside the courtroom, have you cautioned them about the material that will be covered?
We have. They know they can't, see the photos. We've cautioned them, and they know they can leave at any point.
All right. Any other matters? Yes, Mr.
Yeah, there was one thing, Judge. Obviously, we have the hard copy photos that we'll be moving to place in evidence. I've talked with Ms. Peoples about any potential objections to sort of save the time for the foundation questions. As I understand, she has no foundation objections, but I think she wants to renew any objections based on her previous hearing. So
Okay, Ms. Peoples?
Yes, Your Honor, we would renew all previous objections subject to the motion in limine regarding the autopsy photos and rely on the argument and the agreement at that time. Meaning I have had an opportunity to compare the photos that we had reached the court's ruling on during that hearing. So we understand that they're admitting these photos, and we're relying on the arguments and all the objections that they had laid in the earlier hearing.
That hearing, I believe, was in reference to the trial, though, correct? As far as the jurors seeing that, and frankly, the court has already, I would assume, seen all of these photos, but we'll take those objections up as we proceed.
Thank you.
All right.
State calls Dr. James Fulcher.
All right.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes, position yourself wherever you need to. And just for the record, the photos that are going to be shown in open court are on a video screen that is not viewable to anyone inside the courtroom with the exception of myself, the court reporter, the clerks, and counsel. Sir, you can come forward and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir. If you'll come on up and have a seat in the witness stand, please.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you state your name, sir?
Dr. James William Fulcher. I'm the Chief Medical Examiner for Volusia County, Florida.
How long have you been serving?
4 years.
You said that's in Volusia County. What counties does that particular medical examiner office cover?
So we used to cover Seminole and Volusia. Now we just cover Volusia.
How long have you been working as a medical examiner in general?
15 years.
And where did you work at prior to becoming the chief medical examiner of Volusia County?
Sure. I did my fellowship in Richmond, Virginia at the Chief Medical Examiner's office there, my medical school training there as well. And then I served as the Chief Deputy Medical Examiner for 10 years in Greenville County, South Carolina, prior to coming to Volusia County.
And are you board licensed in any field?
Yes, I'm board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology. I have no failures on my record.
Dr. Fulcher, approximately how many autopsies have you conducted in your career?
Approximately 4,200.
And have you testified as an expert in forensic pathology?
Several hundred times.
Within the last year, were you actually asked to review records pertaining to an autopsy that was performed here in St. Augustine by the medical examiner's office here pertaining to a young female by the name of Fucci?
I was, yes, sir.
And did you review a PowerPoint presentation that relates to information from the autopsy records that you reviewed?
Yes, sir.
And did that presentation contain autopsy photos and other information that was relevant to that autopsy?
Yes, sir.
I believe there's a foundation objection, so at this time I offer State Exhibit I into evidence.
Response?
Objection.
All right, that'll be received into evidence as state's next numbered exhibit.
Yeah, published States 9 for
UA.
Dr. Fulcher, when did the autopsy of Tristan Bailey take place?
The autopsy took place 5/10/2021 at 9:30 hours at the Office of the Medical Examiner in St. Johns County.
And who performed that autopsy?
Dr. Bulick.
And as I think all of us know here, Doctor, you were asked to review this because Dr. Bulick passed away last year, is that right?
Yes, Dr. Bulick died in the summer, and my office took over some autopsy responsibilities and also testimony responsibilities for his cases.
Can you tell us what materials did you review in the case?
I reviewed autopsy photos, x-rays, a medical examiner's report, the investigator report of the medical examiner, and then the actual autopsy report itself.
And after reviewing those materials, were you able to reach your own independent conclusions concerning the cause, manner, and of Tristan Bailey's death?
Yes.
What was your understanding of how old Tristan Bailey was at the time of her death?
13 years of age.
In your review of the of the records and photos, did you observe any injuries to the body of Tristan Bailey at the time of her autopsy?
Yes, there are significant injuries to the body of Mrs. Bailey. We have 114 separate sharp force injuries, a combination of incised and stab wounds overlying many body surface areas.
And were those sharp force injuries identified in autopsy reports as sort of being categorized in certain locations of her body?
Yes, the autopsy report is very well organized, and discrete areas of injury are noted and well documented photographically.
In terms of her head and neck area, how many wounds did Tristan Bailey suffer?
There are 35 wounds, stab wounds and incised wounds, to the total of the head and neck region.
Were there any objects that were removed from her body in that area at the time of her autopsy?
Yes, there was a triangular gray metal fragment removed from the scalp underlying one of the wounds.
And in terms of her upper back and shoulder areas, how many wounds did she suffer?
There are 14 on the upper back and shoulders, 12 on the mid back, and then 3 to the right lower back, right flank.
Was there evidence that Tristan Bailey had suffered defensive injuries?
Yes, there is.
And how many and where were those injuries located?
Largely on the right arm and hand, 22 on the back of the right hand, wrist, and forearm, 17 on the front of the right arm, and then 10 on the left arm, scattered more on the left.
And why are those types of injuries referred to by yourself and other pathologists as defensive injuries?
They're commonly seen in individuals as they're being stabbed or injured in an attempt to ward off the blade, protecting their torso, main body core with an extremity.
Go to the next photograph here, Dr. Fulcher, which is State's Exhibit. State's Exhibit 9A. Can you tell us what we're looking at in this photograph?
This is a slide of the body bag with a uniquely numbered red tag through the double zippers securing the body as it was transported. This will be cut as soon as the medical examiner gets in the building, obviously, in the autopsy suite.
And I'm going to go through these relatively quickly, and just to kind of show the court as it makes its decision, sort of the types of injuries that Ms. Bailey had suffered and what locations.
Yes, sir.
Slide B, C, and D. Can you tell us what those photos represent?
Those are overall photos as the body is cleaned. It's lying on the stainless table. The body's been largely washed. There's a bit of debris in the hair, but largely that body is, as it's presented, cleaned up a little bit. And then we have multiple stab wounds, which are best illustrated in additional up-close photographs.
E, F, and F, what are those?
Those are abrasions to the anterior surfaces of the knees and contusions as well.
Now moving here, so we've discussed generally the head and neck injuries. Can you, going here to States 9G, can you tell us what we're looking at in that photograph?
Yes, this is the right side of the head. The head has been shaved to best show the injuries. That is, all hair is removed from the scalp. And we have a conglomeration of 11 injuries, numbers, and every injury is numbered. Every stab wound and incised wound is numbered. Numbers 23 to 33.
And were there any associated injuries to the skull area of Tristan Bailey underneath the ones that are obvious here?
Yes, some of the larger incised wounds show incised scored marks on the bone on the outer table of the skull. And we also have chipped out lesions of the posterior vertex or the back of the head as the tip of the knife impacts the skull. Those are best illustrated in other photos, though.
States 9H, what is what we're looking at here?
9H is a up-close photo of wound numbered 31, which is one of the longer incised wounds it shows a fishtail appearance at the posterior aspect, indicating to me that the blade was inserted in the skin and then twisted or repositioned at the posterior aspect of that wound, giving that appearance.
And that would be a sort of looking at the way we're looking at the bottom of that photograph.
Yes, if the court looks at wound number 32, the fishtail is directly above that right there. Yes, sir. That's it. It's just a pattern of injury because it looks like a fishtail.
Moving to states 9I. What is this? Where is this located? And how many injuries? What type of injuries and how many are there?
Sure. This is the grouping of 10 stab and incised wounds behind and above the right ear. These are numbered 72 to 81 in the autopsy report. The more short wounds are stab wounds, and the longer wounds, for example, wound 74, are incised wounds. Definitionally, that means the wound is longer than it is deep to be an incised wound, deeper than it is long to be a stab wound.
Moving here to is an inset photograph within state 9I. What is this and how is it different from the first photograph?
So because there were so many wounds on this area, the original pathologist was unable to fit enough numbered placards in the picture. So they removed all the placards and then repositioned an additional 2 placards to show the additional injuries.
In the first photograph, all of the placards covered up these wounds.
Correct.
Separate photographs you can see.
Correct. They needed 2 photos to show all the wounds in this particular site.
Moving here to state 9J, what section of the body is this?
This is scalp and neck. We have 9 wounds, numbers 82 to 90.
We see this goes up to 85, so A and L, those include the other stab or incised wounds.
Yes, these are all stab wounds to the scalp and back of neck.
J, K, L. And how many wounds were there?
A total of 9, 82 to 90 on the back of neck, scalp. The reason 3 photographs were taken is because they're presented across the neck laterally and then medially, so different angles were used to best illustrate them.
Moving here to states 9M.
Yes.
What is this?
This is the back of the scalp. It shows multiple wounds, but of interest, wound number 34, which also has a fishtail appearance and has a portion of rounded protruded fat through an additional, or adipose tissue, through an additional associated injury.
All right, I'm going to take you through. And there were the slide indicates a total of 5 wounds. Those are not all pictured in this one photograph. Is that correct?
They are not. Because of the curvature of the head, multiple photographs are required to document all wounds appropriately.
Going to 9N. This would be one more of those 5. Is that correct?
Yes.
What type of injury is this?
So we have 34 as a stab wound, and 36 is going to be an incised wound because it is longer than it is deep.
States 9O.
38, now we're on the far left-hand side of the head, and we have an additional incised wound on the scalp.
States 9P. This is essentially the same photograph we saw before.
Yes, 34 is corresponds to one of the chipped out regions of bone.
States 9Q. What is this a photograph of?
We're looking under 34, lateral and slightly medial, and we see the prosector, Dr. Bulick, holding, most likely him or an autopsy tech, holding plastic forceps, removing a triangular fragment of metal that's deeply embedded into the tissues of the scalp, adjacent to wound 34.
And did that show up in an X-ray?
It did, yes, sir.
Not the 9Rs is simply a picture of the fragment after it's been removed.
Yes, a photograph with scale of the fragment.
The 9S.
9S is the postmortem before the body is cleaned up. Photograph, you can see jewelry and whatnot on the neck, but it also shows the triangular fragment embedded in the scalp at the back of the skull and braces.
So go back to States 9B.
Mm-hmm.
Where exactly was the metal?
Metal fragment is located approximately 1.5 centimeters to 2 centimeters medial towards midline. So towards the 1 centimeter, yeah, right above like, go above the 1, right there. There you go. That's about it. If one looks at that photo, they can see the punched out portion of fat in Q as it's reflected down. The fat is directly adjacent to the incised wound that was made by the autopsy technician when they reflected the scalp back to get that fragment. That helps her orientation.
So it states 9T, U, and D. What are these photographs of?
T shows the scalp as the skin is reflected. We have incised wounds to the right aspect across the frontal and parietal bone. That corresponds to that longer wound that we saw previously. And then importantly, we have 2 chipped out lesions, one at the top of the head near midline, and then one on midline posteriorly. The one on midline posteriorly corresponds to 34, and that's where the fragment was found, at or near that area. Those are also incised score lines. Some of those incised wounds are deep to the scalp and the skull, actually scoring the skull. U shows a punched out lesion or injury to the the left frontal bone. And that wound penetrates into the skull and actually pierces the inner table of the skull slightly.
Do you see that in States 9B?
Yes, in V, we're looking at the inside of the skull cap as it's removed, and we see the punched out lesion.
How much does it take quite a bit of force to be able to do that?
Yes, it's a significant amount of force to drive a knife through a skull. Yes, yes, sir.
Moving to the upper back and shoulders, starting with the overall back, that what we see here in States 9W.
Yes, W is an overall picture of the back and shoulders.
Now for the upper back and shoulders, moving here to States 9X. What section of the body, what type of injuries are these? How many?
So we're looking at the left shoulder. One is looking at the top of the shoulder. We have 5 wounds, numbers 39 to 43. I'm sorry, we have 6. It might be 5 in that picture. It's a total of 6 on the autopsy report, 39 to 43.
States 9Y.
Oh, and he has I know why. He has an additional one, 93, that's in that group that's not seen in that picture. My apologies.
States 9Y.
Here we're on the right shoulder again. We have wounds numbers 95 and 98. They're located 95 more medial towards the neck, and 98 is more lateral on the shoulder. So those were not well illustrated on the previous photograph.
9Z.
9Z is the upper back going towards midline or the posterior neck. We have 4 stab wounds, 92, 96, 97, 99, and then 2 incised wounds, 91 and 94.
That's a total of 6.
Yes, sir.
Sharp force injuries.
Sharp force injuries, yes, sir. 6 sharp force injuries, 4 stab wounds, 2 incised wounds.
And I want to talk about the middle back. So we're moving to States 9AA. How many injuries here? What type? And what location?
On the mid back, we have a cluster of 6 stab wounds, numbers 103 to 108. The picture is taken oriented from the posterior left side, looking towards the midline of the back. all stab wounds.
Did any of these actually penetrate into the chest cavity?
Yes, 3 do. Stab wounds 103, 106, and 108 penetrate into the chest cavity on the left side.
See 106 here, the circle.
Yes, that penetrates into the chest cavity.
Moving to stage 9, double B. How many injuries do we see here and what type?
Double B is a picture of the mid back. We have stab wound 108, which penetrates into the chest cavity. And we have the additional wounds 106, 104, 96, 94, 92, 103, an additional unlabeled wound that's out of the field on the bottom. This is to the right side of the back. Wounds that penetrate into the chest cavity include 106 and 108, which are both shown here, and 103.
And you say that 106, 103, 108 all entered the chest cavity. What type of effect did it have? Were these fatal wounds?
Yes, I'll take them one by one if that's okay. 103 enters the chest cavity, passes through the cartilage of the 4th left costovertebral joint, and it injures that tissue and causes a pneumothorax. That particular wound does not penetrate into lung. Its approximate depth is 2 inches. 106 penetrates through the chest wall between the posterior 3rd and 4th ribs. It enters the pleural cavity, does not penetrate into the lung. It does cause, of course, pneumohemothorax, and its total depth is approximately 6 centimeters. 108 penetrates into the back, penetrates between the 4th and 5th posterior ribs, and penetrates into the left upper lung lobe. This wound is longer. It is at least 4 inches in length. So that's 108 penetrating the lung, 103, 106 just penetrating the chest cavity.
You used the phrase pneumothorax or hemothorax. What is that?
So when the chest cavity is penetrated, the normal occurring negative pressure that adheres the outside surface of the lung to the inside surface of the chest is lost. Air rushes into the chest cavity. So presumably the lung collapses, and presumably that's why 103 and 106 do not penetrate into the lung, because it's already started to collapse. There's an airspace there at that point.
And in terms of when that type of injury occurs and that it begins to have that effect, how does that cause death? And how long does it take before a person dies?
Sure. There is, of course, blood loss with any penetrating wound to the lungs, but the collapsing of the bilateral lungs in this case would cause a death by inability to breathe or suffocation, essentially. Without the negative pressure in the chest cavity allowing the diaphragm and the chest to work appropriately, the lungs cannot expand and draw in air.
How long would it take for death to occur?
Minutes.
This would not be an instantaneous death.
No, sir.
Going here, stage 9, double C. What do we see here?
Double C is an internal photograph. Here we have the left lung. Note it has 2 lobes, and the left upper lung lobe has a large horizontally oriented incised wound, stab wound. Actually, it's a stab wound, part of the stab wound. Looking carefully at the superior surface of this wound, we can see there's significant pleural hemorrhage. That is to say that the tissue of the lung was perfused with blood. There was a heartbeat when this occurred because we have deep soft tissue hemorrhage in the lung itself.
So she was still alive when this was.
Yes, the hemorrhagic appearance confirms that.
Moving here, stage 9, DD.
DD is the right side of the back. This is stab wound 100, and it is reapproximated by hands and the numbers there. And then importantly on this wound, we see a hilt mark or a handle mark. There's a rectilinear abrasion to the right-hand side. That represents the handle of the knife. Stab wound 100, it also penetrates into the chest cavity and the lung.
And how deep was that wound?
That wound measures 4 inches in depth. It penetrates through the third intercostal space, penetrates into the right upper lobe or the upper lobe of the right lung, and creates an injury in the lung, also creating blood in that chest cavity and pneumothorax as well.
We talked about that evidence of a knife on the handle mark.
Yes.
That would be an indication that the blade of the knife was pushed all the way through the body and the handle actually made an abrasion on the skin.
Yes, the knife of the blade is completely inserted in picture or in wound 100.
Moving to states 9E, what injuries do we see here?
We have 102 and 103, and I believe the remaining wounds are outside the kind of on the periphery, but the main purpose of this picture is to show 102 and 103. This is the, hold on, right side of the back. Yes, right side of the back.
And how deep did this one go? And when I say 102, I guess I should specify.
Yes, 102 is 10 centimeters deep, approximately a little over 4 inches, and we have wounding there into the fourth intercostal space, the right upper lung lobe. This wound also shows a hilt mark, the same handle mark.
Right here.
Yes, sir. There's a rectilinear abrasion at the tip of the stab wound corresponding to the handle.
Was this a fatal wound?
Yes, 102 penetrates deeply into the right upper lung lobe, causing hemorrhage and pneumothorax as well.
Going to states 9F, what part of the body is this?
So here we're on the right side of the back. We have 109, 110, and 111. 109 is a gaping stab wound, and it does pass into the lung. 110 is a more superficial incised wound. And then 111, as I recall, is deep to soft tissue.
And what is wound 109? What is it?
So wound 109 penetrates between the 7th and 8th ribs and goes into the lower lobe of the right lung. The previous stab wounds went into the upper lobe, also causing hemorrhage and pneumothorax.
And going to states 9G, what is this one?
We're looking at the right side of the body, showing the penetration of the wounds 109 and 102.
This is the inside of the body cavity. Basically, these are the stab wounds from the other side.
Correct. The organs have been removed, and we're looking at the pleural surface with the ribs and intercostal muscles, the muscles between the ribs, showing the stab wounds. Importantly here on double G, the wound closest to midline does show subpleural hemorrhage, indicating that the body was perfused at the time. That blood should not be there, of course, if it has to be perfused. There has to be a heartbeat and a blood pressure for that blood to get there.
And then 9H.
This is the right lung. We're looking at the 2 stab wounds to the upper lobe from the top, really. This is like an apex down look at the lung.
All right, so going to the section of photos of the right lower back and flank.
Yes.
Moving to states 9II. Again, what section of the body is this counting injuries and what type?
We have 3 stab wounds, numbered 112 to 114. They are approximately deep to fat subcutaneous tissue, a depth of about 1 inch, 2 to 3 centimeters. There's hemorrhage involved and associated with these wounds. None of these are fatal.
Now going to what you describe as defensive injuries for moving to states 9JJ. And you indicated before there were a total of, I believe, 49 defensive injuries, is that right?
Total all over both arms, yes.
Is that what we see? States 9 double J, double K, double L. I'll come back to these in a minute. Double M, double N, double O.
Yes, sir.
States 9 double K. One of these ones has been circled. What was the significance of this particular injury?
So, 9 penetrates the full thickness of the right hand and has a corresponding exit wound. So this wound 9, which is basically on the portion of the thumb here, penetrates through and pierces the palm. It's a through and through wound.
And then again, 9 double L. These, there's a number of number of injuries that are circled there. What were the significance of those injuries?
Wounds 2 and 3 enter on the posterior aspect of the right hand. The right hand passing between the bones of the hand and exiting the palm. So they're also through and through stab wounds of the hand.
What would that indicate to you? The fact that apparently a knife or a sharp object penetrated the hand and went all the way through.
Obviously, there's a certain amount of force that's required to penetrate a human hand, but it also is a fairly classic defensive injury to have full penetration of a hand by stab wound.
Would it indicate in any way that the hand was against some type of hard or solid object?
Certainly could be. Normally, we see these, the decedent will place the hand between the assailant and their body. So the directionality here is from the back of the hand to the front. Presumably, the hand is between the central core of the body, which humans reflexively protect. And that's why we have the stab wound going that direction.
States 9 double T. This is the right arm, is that correct?
Yes, right wrist and forearm, 12 wounds, numbers 55 to 61. We're looking at the palmar surface with multiple stab wounds in the palm and then additional sharp force injuries, mostly stab wounds on the right wrist and forearm.
And in this particular photograph, you can actually see the other side of those injuries that went all the way.
Yep,
through, is that right?
that's correct.
9 double Q.
9 double Q, we have additional injuries. We've seen photographs of many of these, but we have 62 and 64, which are on the right arm.
9 double R. More on the same arm.
Yes, because the wounds basically go from the palm, well, the back of the hand, all the way down to the elbow, and there's a large number of them on multiple surfaces. Multiple photographs must be taken to capture them all.
Same for 9 double S.
Yes, here we're seeing wounds 69 to 71. 70 and 71 are superficial incised wounds, where the others are stab wounds, much like we've seen before. Soft tissue wounding.
All right. And then there were also sharp force injuries to the left arm, is that correct?
Correct. Here we have illustrated on the upper left arm wounds 45 and 46.
State 9 W.
These are the wounds to the left forearm, 8 wounds. The ones illustrated in this photo are 47, 48, 50, 52, and 54. One can see there are fewer stab wounds on the left arm than the right.
States 9 double B.
This is 49, which is the only wound on this side of the arm. So it has a separate photo.
9 WW.
WW shows a gaping incised wound of the lateral aspect of the arm on the ulnar surface, extending across the wrist on a horizontal plane. That's nearby the wound we previously described. That's wound 53. It's a stab wound, superficial wounding there.
Dr. Fucci indicated that the defensive injuries indicated that she was warding off these stabs. Would that be evidence that Tristan Bailey, would that be consistent with her conscious aware of her attack and fighting for her life?
Yes.
Would these injuries have been painful?
Yes.
No further questions.
Hello. Hello, ma'am.
I don't have a lot of questions for you today.
No problem.
In terms of, so you took over this case and you were not the original medical examiner.
That is correct. Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Bulick actually did the report.
Yes.
You reviewed the report and you reviewed the photos.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were not present on May 10th for the actual autopsy.
No, ma'am, I was not.
You did not go to the scene
No, ma'am.
and you weren't involved with the actual collection of, for example, any DNA or the fragment.
No, ma'am, I was not.
So in terms of the blood loss, is it fair to say that on view, we didn't look at all of the organs, but on view of the paleness of the kidneys, that there's a lot of blood loss?
Yes, in the lungs. We do have a picture of the lungs. They're quite pale.
And so same with the liver, same with the lungs, that there's a significant amount of blood loss.
Yes. Yes, definitely.
And I understand that you've indicated that the heart was still beating at the time of these injuries.
Yes, the hemorrhagic appearance of the stab wounds to the lungs certainly requires a heartbeat at the time. So yes, we would not have the hemorrhagic appearance of the stab wounds. These are antemortem injuries to the lungs.
And with that in mind, then, because you're seeing significant blood loss, is it also fair to say with this large amount of blood loss that there's loss of consciousness?
There can be, but it would not be instant for sure.
Right. Versus, for example, the single gunshot wound to the head. There's certain gunshot wounds that are instant.
Of course, yes.
But
This
when
is
you're
not instant.
right, but when you're seeing this much blood loss, it would lead to loss of consciousness also.
Yes, eventually, yes, ma'am.
Even though the heart's still beating.
Yes, you would lose consciousness most likely before cessation of heartbeat, yes.
And then in terms of the, I'm going to try this word, pneumothorax.
Pneumothorax.
Right, there were two of them.
Yes, both sides,
On both
right and
sides.
left.
Go ahead.
I'm just going to say they would have collapsed the lungs.
And that would lead to loss of life.
Yes.
All right. And is it fair to say because you have both of these pneumothorax, meaning one on each lung, that this collection or even the cluster of injuries would promote the loss of life in a faster time space?
Faster, but certainly still not instantaneous.
Right. Again, the distinction being the gunshot wound to the head.
Right.
All right. So in this particular instance, then, is it fair to say that you didn't see any healing of any of these injuries?
Oh, no, none of these injuries would have been healing now.
Right. So this isn't a type of, this 114 didn't take a course of hours or days.
Oh, no, this all happens relatively quickly. Yes, ma'am. All wounds on the body show a appearance that is acute. There's no healing at any wound, anywhere on the body.
No, Your Honor. Witness to be excused. Thank you very much, Doctor. You're free to go. You want to take a break now we'll just take a 10-minute recess. I'll let you, if you can remove that TV as well.
I still don't get what the defense. I know their point is for sentencing, but I mean, it just makes no sense to me. He admitted it. So, I mean, you're going to try to create some kind of doubt. Why? I mean, it just seems like stupid if he admitted it. Like, the sentencing isn't going to, you know what I'm saying? Why would that make a difference? Because he admitted it. He pleaded guilty. So, I just don't understand why they would like their point on some of this. It won't, why would that even affect the sentencing? It makes them look stupid arguing something where that they know that it's not true. You know what I'm saying? It's weird. Like, I think it would be better if you're trying to get a light sentencing to like show like something about him and how he's either changed or how maybe he wasn't like right in the head. I'm not saying these are all true stuff, but like some kind of defense that would help possibly the sentencing part, not like denial of it. Or I mean, I guess I could see them trying to like bring in like maybe there, the other DNA, or maybe there was somebody else involved. But if there really wasn't, if there was, then he needed to say, which I don't think there was. I'm just saying, why are they going to try to bring in like an innocent victim? I don't know. I mean, they might not be, but what, when they said that thing about Trey, like, oh, is that the only way that you excluded him was because Aiden made a phone call? Like, what are they trying to create? Some kind of doubt that like Trey was with him? I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's just weird. It's like, no, like go about it a different ways. Talk about how try to convince the judge that he's changed, or there's some kind of reason where he shouldn't get his whole life shouldn't be taken away or something. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. But anyway, here, let me fast forward it, guys, because we're going to be caught up. Actually, I think we're going to probably be caught up. Let's see. We're going to have to wait anyway. Yeah, we're caught up. Oh, wait. Hold on. Let's just see if we see him walk in. I like to like observe his body like just to see. Okay, here we go. So we're like, yeah, we're basically caught up. Anyway, no, I get why the judge wants to, but what I'm saying, Nicole, is why is his defense doing that? Do you see what I'm saying? Why is his defense actually like questioning these witnesses like that? Like how you would question a witness if somebody pleaded not guilty, and like to create some kind of doubt, like, like, wait, are you sure about this? Or you know what I'm saying? Like, why is the defense asking the questions? That's what I'm talking about. Not why I kind of understand maybe why the judge wants to hear the facts of the case, but why is the defense questioning the witnesses like that when he pled guilty is my point. But because I mean, you see what I'm saying? Wouldn't it make more sense to like just talk about how like, maybe how he's changed, or what he wants to do with his life if he got out, or stuff like that, to try to convince the judge to maybe not to give him a lighter sentence and possibly get out, which I mean, I hope he doesn't get out, but I know they were debating since he was a minor that he possibly might be able to have a life after jail or after prison. I'm not saying that I think he should, but because he was a minor when he committed the crime. So like, wouldn't you want to convince the judge that rather than try to like create doubt that he did this or something when that's just stupid. We know he did it. I don't know. I'm trying to like figure out what they're trying to do, the defense. It just doesn't really make sense. But maybe they're just kind of going about it like how they would if there was a trial, which I don't know why they would do that. Oh well. I just don't think what they're doing is helping. Like, I don't think it's. I mean, what is it going to make a difference? And I don't think they're helping his case at all. I think they need to show like other things to try to get a lighter sentence if they want, which I don't want him to. I'm just saying, like, I don't think he should get out at all. But do you guys think he will? I mean, do you think he'll get something where he has the possibility of, having a lot of years after? Because how old is he now? So I'm trying to think how many years, how long has it been? What year was this? Well, let me see here. Because he was what, 14 when. Or does anybody know offhand? No, I don't think he can get the death penalty, Savannah, because he's a minor. Or maybe she was 14 when it happened, right? 'Cause I think he was just like what, like maybe the same grade, but like a year older. Hold on, let me see. Hold on. Man, I'm so tired, guys. I had to dog sit my dog or my brother's dogs, and so like they like I stay up, I stay up late. So I was up to like 5 or like 3 or like really late, and then they want to get up early because they're used to like my brother goes to, wakes up like, they get up at like 5 or 6 in the morning. And I'm just like going to bed, and then the dogs are waking me up. So it's like I have not been getting very much sleep lately. And then this morning I had to get up for an appointment, so I couldn't try to sleep in for. Okay, I think he's 16. Yeah, I'm trying to look it up here. I'm gonna take a nap after this, guys. Hold on. Aiden. I know we still have to finish the Elliot Rodgers. Oh, I haven't got to talk to you guys since that. I don't know if any of you guys watched that compilation I put together. I found those 22 episodes of Elliot Rodgers that was they were in like the Internet Archives or whatever. Like I was able to download them and get them all. And I did a compilation. I had it up for not even probably like a half a day, and YouTube took it down and said it went against YouTube policy. Hold on, let me fast forward this. So yeah, it went against YouTube policy. Which I don't understand. Like I get the retribution video, possibly. I mean, I guess I could say I could kind of maybe understand that, but the thing is I played the retribution video in like 2 other lives, and those didn't get taken down. So it can't be that video, right? And that would be the only one that I could possibly maybe see. Even though I still don't compared to like, I mean, you see news clips, we got news clips out there of like actual shootings. That one too, on that shooting. So if those are allowed, like, why isn't him like talking about how sucky his life is? You know what I'm saying? Like, so yeah, they got taken down. Those of you that maybe or in the middle of watching it, maybe when it got taken down, I know at least there's one comment like, I was in the middle of watching it and it went off. So yeah. So I guess I don't know if maybe all of them together as a whole is not allowed or something. I'm not sure. I think what it is because how he got idolized and stuff. So I think it's maybe more like it looks like I don't know. It's not like you're promoting it, but like to give it more attention for the possibility of more people maybe like following this guy. I'm not sure. Is anybody? Oh, Tristan was 13. Yeah, okay, so I was right the first time when I said 14. Okay, so it was Tristan. Tristan was 13. Okay. So 21. Okay, so how old was so May 2021? Well, I guess it depends when his birthday is as far as how old is he now? I don't know. But anyway, basically he's definitely a freaking minor. And oh, that's what the whole point is the death penalty. No, I don't think minors could be. And even Delana watched it yesterday, and no, he's not up for it, right? And I don't think you can be when you're a minor. But wait, what were we? Now I forget what the point of looking that up when we were talking about something. Man, look, I can't even. I'm so tired. My thoughts are so jumbled up. What is going on though here? We are all caught up. Yeah, look. Huh. Hey, Dominic. Oh, you're back, Dom. What was I going to look up though? Why were we looking up the age? There was something that we were wanting to what was it? Hold on. And then it went to the age, but I forget what the whole start of this conversation was, guys. Oh, that's what it was. What his possible, like, if he could possibly get out. So he faces a minimum of 40 years. Let's see what this say. A minimum of 40 years and up to life. Okay, so that's what it was. So minimum, let's say he gets 40 years. He's only, 15, 16 at the most right now. 40 years, 50. Yeah, he would still be like middle age. I mean, he'd be like 56 years old, around, maybe 60 years old. He could possibly get out. And you could still, I mean, I don't know how, as far as like like, let's say is in prison for 40 years, would, from eating that crappy food probably, and I just wonder like how many people like life expectancy for somebody that's been in prison that long, like, because I mean, people can live easily 70, 80 years old. So if he gets out when he's like around 60, he could still have 10, 20 more years. But I don't know, being in prison, would he, be not as healthy? I don't know how that, to live that long,
All right, state, back on the record. You may call your next witness.
State calls Dr. Gregory Pritchard.
Dr. Pritchard. Sir, if you'll pause right there and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Sir, if you'll come up and have a seat in the witness stand. State your witness.
Thank you. Good afternoon, doctor. If you would, introduce yourself to the court and let the court know how you're employed.
My name is Greg Pritchard. Last name is Pricchard, and I'm a licensed psychologist in the state of Florida.
How long have you been a licensed psychologist in the state of Florida?
This is my 27th year.
And what is your educational background?
I graduated from the University of Florida in 1989 with a bachelor's degree in clinical psychology. I received my master's degree in clinical psychology from Forest Institute of Professional Psychology in 1992. I completed my academic work at Forest Institute for my doctorate degree, and part of getting your doctorate degree requires that you do an internship, which I did at Florida State Hospital in 1993, 1994. Upon completion of the internship, I graduated with my doctorate degree, magna cum laude, with a specialization in assessment and diagnostics in 1994, and subsequently licensed in the state of Florida in 1996.
And after your internship and you were licensed, just kind of walk through generally your areas of employment since that time.
After my internship that I completed in 1994, I was retained by the hospital, Florida State Hospital. I worked there for 7 years on several different units there. The first unit was a dual diagnosis unit. It was a unit for individuals who were intellectually disabled and mentally ill. I then worked at a civil admission unit where individuals are committed for long-term care to Florida State Hospital on the civil side. In other words, absence of any criminal allegations against them. And then I worked at a forensic admission unit at the hospital where the state's adults who have criminal charges and they're either incompetent to proceed or they're not guilty by reason of insanity and they require hospitalization. My duty was essentially to make an effort to rehabilitate them and return them to the community. That was a 7-year span, 1994 to 2001. During that span, I had a 1-day-a-week private practice where I did forensic evaluations in the community. So competency assessments, sanity assessments, violence risk assessments, sexual predator evaluations under the State Sexual Predator Act. So all forensic related evaluations. And then in 2001, I resigned from the hospital and have been in full-time forensic private practice since then.
And you mentioned a number of evaluations that you conduct. When you do that, since you've been in private practice moving forward, are you often hired by both the state and defendants?
I am, yes.
And how have you done thousands of evaluations, Dr. Pritchard?
Thousands of evaluations, yes. I would say by this point, more than 10,000 forensic evaluations.
Okay. Do a number of your evaluations include criminal defendants charged with various amounts of violent crimes?
Yes, that is a very regular part of my practice.
And what about evaluating juveniles? Do you do that as well?
I've done that my entire career. In fact, before I got my doctorate degree, I worked on a juvenile psychiatric facility. That's where I started with juveniles. Since I've been licensed, I have had a contract with Apalachicola Forest Youth Camp, which is, it's the state's facility where juveniles who are considered incompetent to proceed in the criminal realm, they are committed to Apalachicola Forest Youth Camp. It's 17 miles from my house. I've been contracted with them for about 15 years. I also regularly do juvenile competency evaluations, primarily in the Second Circuit, Leon County, and the First Circuit, Escambia County, Pensacola, those two circuits, but also others throughout the state. I also evaluate juveniles for sex offender recidivism risk. So sex offender juvenile evaluations. I also do evaluations of juvenile sentencing. So under the juvenile sentencing laws that came out between 2010, 2012, things that need to be attended to when sentencing juveniles. So I've done dozens of those under those juvenile sentencing laws.
And what you're referring to there is what's commonly known in our field as the Miller-Graham decisions, and then the rules essentially in Florida that came about in the statutes and all the factors that courts are to consider when sentencing juveniles. Is that
That's
what you're
correct.
referring to?
Yes.
And you testified in Miller-Graham sentencings or resentencings of juveniles since those laws have changed?
Many, yes.
In reference to state of Florida versus Aiden Fucci, what were you asked to do in this case?
I was asked to do an evaluation of Mr. Fucci for sentencing purposes. So under the juvenile sentencing laws, there's one juvenile sentencing law, 921.1401 of Florida statutes, that specifically addresses things that should be considered when sentencing juvenile for capital murder cases. So I was asked to evaluate Mr. Fucci and compile a report based on the variables outlined in that statute.
Now, were you ultimately permitted to have a face-to-face evaluation with Mr. Fucci?
I was not permitted to see Mr. Fucci.
Okay. What categories of records, and we'll go through those, did you review in this case prior to forming your opinions?
Well, I reviewed the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office investigative reports regarding the investigation into the disappearance and subsequent murder of Tristan Bailey. I reviewed the medical examiner's autopsy report as well as the autopsy photos. I reviewed transcripts from Mr. Fucci's girlfriend at the time, Zophie Bowman. There were 4 separate transcripts that I reviewed from her. I watched audio and video of 3 separate interviews of Mr. Fucci's best friend, Dolphus Absher. He goes by Trey, so I'll refer to him as Trey if that's okay. I also reviewed a number of school records spanning Mr. Fucci's educational career. I reviewed pictures of the photos that were located in Mr. Fucci's room that have already been referenced. I reviewed a Snapchat folder that contained the Snapchat videos and texts that were sent by Mr. Fucci when he was in the back of the police car. I reviewed audio interviews of approximately 10 teachers that had familiarity with Mr. Fucci at Patriot Oaks Academy, where he was attending school as well as his previous school. I listened to audio of Tristan Bailey's parents, Forrest and Stacy Bailey, prior to Tristan Bailey being located. I reviewed an audio of a cousin. I have her initials here. It's, I believe, Hannah Cunningham, as well as a deposition of Hannah Cunningham. I had deposition transcripts of probation officer Dwayne Barton, who has had some association with Mr. Fucci at the Duval County Jail. Sergeant William Cox, who is from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, who works at the jail. Information, it was a deposition transcription from an ESE teacher that Mr. Fucci had, Alyssa Gates. I had deposition transcripts of brother Dylan Hicks. Not listed in my report, which I reviewed after I submitted my report, is a deposition transcript of brother Preston Fucci. Also a deposition transcript of friend Michaela Harris. I had a couple of Jacksonville Sheriff's Office incident reports that were written about Mr. Fucci since he's been at the Duval County Jail, one in January of 2022, one in October of 2022. I reviewed videos of Mr. Fucci in a court appearance, one on September 1st of 2021, one on September 8th of 2021, and then a letter and an audio interview of an adult inmate at the Duval County Jail with the initials AS.
Okay. Based on that volume of records you just outlined and everything that you reviewed in this case, photographs, was that information sufficient for you to form opinions in your area of clinical psychology as it relates to the factors that the court's to consider in this juvenile sentencing?
Yes, I believe so. There is a lot of records, and one central aspect of any forensic evaluation is the records that we have about the individual that we're evaluating. Now, there's a limitation. I'm obligated to express this. There's a limitation that I could not see Aiden Fucci. So that limits my evaluation process a bit. But because of the volume and density of the records I was able to review, a lot of teachers, family members, friends, I felt like I had sufficient information to draw a lot of conclusions.
Okay. And is this the only case you've ever been asked to assess on where a defendant, you haven't had that face-to-face, or a defendant didn't cooperate with you?
No, not at all. It's not uncommon for a individual in the criminal justice system to refuse an evaluation, to refuse to have face-to-face contact with a psychologist. So it happens pretty regularly.
Okay. And you're confident in this case that based on the records, they're sufficient for your opinions that you'll give here today?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to move to the sentencing factors that the court is to consider. In your report, Dr. Pritchard,
Your Honor, at this time, defense renews the objection to the motion that was filed regarding Dr. Pritchard's testimony.
Let me hear the full question, please. What is your question first?
I don't think it was it to my question, or? I think I was about to move into opinions, so she's just making an objection.
All right, let me repeat what you were about to introduce.
I was about to begin asking him his opinions as relates to the factors we're here to discuss.
Based upon your prior arguments, you're renewing your objection.
Yes, sir.
And that objection is overruled. You may proceed, counsel.
Okay, thank you. Doctor, you did a thorough job, and you did address the nature and circumstances of the offense, which is factor A for the court in your report. The court has heard a lot about that this morning already, as I believe you've been here as well through other witnesses. So I don't need you to recite those again, but just as they're relevant to the other factors,
Yes,
if you'll
ma'am.
just bring them up
Yes, ma'am.
as we walk through these. I kind of want to start with factor C in this case. That factor had you analyze and look at the defendant's age, maturity, intellectual capacity, general mental and emotional health at the time of the offense. And so I kind of want to talk, and that's a big section in your report, but I want to go through that and see what you were able to glean from the records of importance about Mr. Fucci in those areas at the time. And so we can start with teachers or however you want to start with that.
I think just if we will take each descriptor here individually, like age, for example.
Okay.
Factually, Mr. Fucci was 14 and a half years old when this incident occurred. The next descriptor under the C factor is maturity, and maturity is sometimes a difficult thing to assess. In many cases, you will have commentary in the records from, for example, teachers that describe the individual as mature or immature. So what I noted with regard to maturity for Aiden Fucci at the time was that there was, in all the records that I reviewed, there was no commentary that Mr. Fucci was immature. Okay, so I thought that was fairly remarkable that nobody's characterizing him as immature for his age. I did see two characterizations of Mr. Fucci being mature. So one of those characterizations came from his juvenile probation officer who has contact with him at the jail. Officer Barton described him as mature for his age. I also noted that his best friend Trey, when describing Aiden Fucci, described him as more mature than the peers, which is part of the reason that Trey described that he got along well with Mr. Fucci. So those were the only specific references to his maturity status from all of the records that I reviewed.
And similarly related to maturity, I think you have some comments noted about whether he was like a leader, characterized as a leader or a follower amongst his peers. What did you learn about that?
Sometimes you kind of glean a maturity level based on whether they're considered leaders in their classrooms or with their peers, or conversely followers. So obviously when somebody is described as a leader, they tend to be more mature than the peers that they're hanging around with, which is why they are characterized as leaders. So I saw two references, one from girlfriend Zoffie Bowman and one from friend Michaela Harris, that they believed and they perceived that Mr. Fucci was the leader when it came to him and his best friend, Trey Absher.
Okay. The next sort of descriptor in that factor is intellectual capacity or intelligence. What were you able to determine about Mr. Fucci's intelligence based on the records you had?
So I think the best place to start in terms of intelligence is this. His intelligence was never formally tested. So there's no school records that indicate he was given a formal Wechsler intelligence scale for children would be the standard one. So there's no indication that he was given one of those in the school environment. But again, though, I didn't see characterizations of Mr. Fucci being unintelligent or having cognitive problems. Okay, when we say cognitive problems, it's synonymous with intellectual problems, being not very smart or having cognitive processing or comprehension problems. There was no characterizations of that. The only specific reference I saw to Mr. Fucci's intelligence came from Sergeant Cox at the Duval County Jail. He described Mr. Fucci as intelligent, but without many street smarts.
And you did also review grades and how he was categorized at school. If you'll describe that and perhaps the difference between academics and what you just discussed as intelligence.
Okay, so in school, he was in special education classes. So he was in ESE, which stands for Exceptional Student Education Classes. His designation under that ESE umbrella, there's a lot of different designations. Some refer to designations because of cognitive or intellectual limitations. Some of them refer to limitations because of academic difficulties, which is separate from cognitive intellectual. It's academic. Some of the designations under the ESE umbrella have to do with behavioral issues like emotional handicap. So Mr. Fucci was in special education classes for specific learning disability, acronym SLD. Now, what SLD generally means in the school environment is the student's academic performance is lower than what is expected given his intellectual capacity. So in other words, he's underperforming academically. Okay, so he was in SLD classes and he was recognized as having some academic difficulties. Pretty consistently, he was described in the school environment as struggling academically. Okay, in specific areas, so specific learning disabilities. So specific for Mr. Fucci was language arts, like reading, and math. Those appeared to be his two primary areas of academic difficulty. So he had tutors, he had services in that SLD curricula where he had ESE teachers who would spend individualized time with him. He still struggled in those areas. Now, there was another indication of academic, I would say academic deficiency relative to peers. So there's a Florida standard assessment. It's a standardized academic measure that is given to every student yearly to see where they match up with their peers, their same age peers, in terms of academic performance in a number of different subjects. So Mr. Fucci took these Florida standard assessment each year like all the other students. The scale is basically 1 to 5. 5 is the best, that means mastery, whereas 1 is the worst, which means the term they use is inadequate. Mr. Fucci scored in the 1, the inadequate range, pretty consistently in language arts and in math, and at least one time in science too. So clearly those were some specific problems for him in the academic environment.
And what about his grades? You reference, I believe, kind of starting, I think it went back to 4th grade, and then
right,
how they go over time.
Right. The grades were never great. He had some better years and some worse years. It looked like his worst year was likely the 6th grade. 6th grade, it was a lot of D's and F's, not all D's and F's, but a lot of D's and F's. However, I noted that in 7th and 8th grade, his grades seemed to get a little better. It seemed like maybe at that time he was getting a little more individualized attention in the SLD, exceptional student education context. So his grades in 7th and 8th grades were, a couple of A's, a couple of B's, several C's, 1 D, 1 F. I think that was 7th grade, and then 8th grade it was similar. So it was kind of all from some A's, at least 1 F, but I would say in average, it was probably C average if you averaged all of the grades. So his grades weren't weren't terrible. They weren't good. They were kind of middle of the road, except worse when he was in the 6th grade and seemed to get better. Now, I noted that there was it's called an IEP, standing for Individualized Education Plan. These students that are in the ESE curricula, they are given a individualized education plan so they can map out kind of goals for the student. I noted the last one for Mr. Fucci was put together in April of 2021, which would have been 1 month before the murder. So at that point in time, he was still on track to receive a standard high school diploma. So sometimes when it's obvious that a child is not going to academically be able to achieve to the point to get a standard high school diploma, they will get what's called a special education diploma. In Mr. Fucci's case, his last IEP indicated that he was still on track to receive a standard high school diploma. One other thing that was referenced in that IEP was there's a question on the IEPs: does the child's behavior interfere with his academic achievement or the achievement of other students? So on that last IEP, that question was answered yes. So there was another dimension here with Mr. Fucci, and that dimension is he had some behavioral issues in school as well.
And I want to talk about the behavior in just a minute, but before we get to that, along this line of his ESE and SLD designations, when you reviewed all of the information from the teachers, there was a dean in that mix, I believe, a dean of discipline, and the teachers, did their descriptions of him and his performance, were they consistent with that descriptor of an academic problem versus the actual cognitive intellectual? And explain that a little bit to the court.
Scope of his expertise.
Yes, Your Honor, she's asking questions about education, not as a psychologist.
Repeat your question, please.
Yeah. I'm asking him if the teachers provided any information to support his opinion that Mr. Fucci had more of an academic problem than a cognitive problem.
The objection is overruled.
Yes, it was fairly consistent from the teacher's perspective. And again, there was no reference to him having cognitive deficits. Like Mr. Fucci isn't bright or he's struggling cognitively. The consistent characterization by teachers was that he has the ability and the capacity to achieve academically, but his motivation is lacking. So it was that other component was some behavioral issues, excuse me, some lack of motivation, some lack of effort that was also getting in the way of his academic performance.
Okay. And before I interrupted there, you were going to move on to the behavior and disciplinary issues that could be playing a part in these grades and things that you saw. Is that right?
Right. It kind of goes hand in hand. When we have students who behaviorally, they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing, they're getting in a lot of trouble, maybe suspensions, then that can affect their academic progress because they're not always listening to the learning that is provided by the teacher or, these grades 1 through all the way through 12th. Each grade builds on the next in terms of skills. So if the student isn't picking it up because their behavior is poor, they're not motivated, then as they progress through school, their academics are usually going to get worse. Okay. So what I noted about Mr. Fucci in terms of his behavior in the 3rd grade, his behavior was characterized as pretty good. So he got satisfactory ratings from his teachers in terms of his conduct in essentially every area. Excuse me. By 4th grade, there seemed to be some indication that his behavior was getting a little worse. So there were some characterizations by teachers that he wasn't always motivated to do his best. He wasn't always controlling his conduct. So you saw that a little more in fourth grade. And it seemed to get worse as time went on, which is not unusual. A lot of times with adolescence, with pubescence, when a child gets to be 12, there's hormones and there's different social demands. And sometimes that's when we really see the bad behavior emerge from a child who maybe had demonstrated fairly good behavior before then. So we see that. So I noted that he had between February of 2018. So February of 2018, Mr. Fucci would have been 11 years old. And April of 2021, which again is a month before the murder, and he would have been 14 years old. So in that span of 3 years, he had 22 disciplinary referrals. Okay, so that's a fairly high number in a school environment. Okay, 22 disciplinary referrals. So I noted the nature of the disciplinary referrals. Were they violent? Were they not violent? I noted that 2 were violent, which is not, it's not a real high number of violent incidents, but in May of 2019.
Objection, Your Honor, and we're renewing the previous motion about the prior bad acts.
All right, over objection, you may testify to this, Doctor.
In May of 2019, and again in October of 2019, he had 2 disciplinary referrals for punching another student in the face. I saw a disciplinary referral in March of 2019 where he was referred because he was cheating. He had the math answers on his phone. I saw mostly disciplinary referrals for characterizations of him being disrespectful to teachers, disruptive in the class environment, or just kind of oppositional with teacher demands, and also on the bus. So those disciplinary issues over that span of time resulted in at least 3 out-of-school suspensions and at least 4 in-school suspensions. So that's again between 11 and 14, which he was in 8th when he was in 14. So that would have been going back to about the 6th grade, where behavioral things seem to very likely affect his progress and his academics, which the majority of his teachers recognized and talked about.
How does that compare to, comparing the individual of Aiden Fucci to a group of his peers, juveniles, and what you know about the occurrence of suspensions and things like that?
Right. It's important to know, because in a vacuum, we don't know if that's relevant or not. So, but it's not in a vacuum. So what we know is that individuals in school, juveniles, that's kindergarten through 12th grade, suspensions rates nationally this was 2019, was 5%. So 5% of students got suspended at least one time. That was actually down from a couple of years before that, where it was 7%. But it hovers around that area in the last 10 years or so, where 5, 6, 7% of students get at least one suspension during a year. So point is, it's unusual. So we can knowledgeably say that Mr. Fucci getting suspended from school is unusual for his group of peers. Relative to his group of peers, it's an unusual thing, and it provides us some information to make some judgments about.
And then moving on to that mental and emotional health, I think you've already commented on the teachers, but teachers, and then I believe his 2 closest friends, Sophie and Trey, provided a lot of that insight for you. Is that right?
Yes, that's mental and emotional health. If I may, I'll go back over the teachers a little bit, just because I didn't cover everything. So there was some consistency in what teachers related about their experience with Mr. Fucci. And there were some things that were a little bit inconsistent between teachers. The consistent points were teachers said consistently, without exception, He has the ability to understand and comprehend. Okay. He seems to understand right from wrong. He seemed to understand there were consequences for inappropriate conduct or not doing your work or whatever. They all were consistent in relating that they had never seen Mr. Fucci appearing that he was responding to voices in his head or making the verbalization that he heard voices in his head. So those were the consistent things amongst teachers, and I think really relevant. It speaks to a lot of things, including, ability to appreciate risks and consequences in general, understanding right from wrong. He knew these things in a general way, according to teachers. Now, some of the inconsistent things between teachers, there was bad and good. One of his ESE teachers that spent a lot of time with him in the 7th grade was Alyssa Gates. And she said Aiden was a pleasure to work with. He worked hard. There was no behavioral issues whatsoever. He did what she asked him to do, seemed to want to do well and achieve. So that's kind of one end of the spectrum from one teacher, whereas other teachers, for example, one of the teachers, described him straight out, said he was a punk. His PE teacher, it was teacher Jay Shepard, said that he was difficult to deal with, said that he was defiant and he would rarely dress out for PE, said that he was aggressive, and gave the example that Mr. Fucci would plow through kids that were in his way because he wanted to walk where those children were standing. So he just kind of plow through them. Characterized that Mr. Fucci seemed to always want to get in a fight or an altercation, was looking for it. So a little bit of a mixed bag according to what teacher was characterizing their experience with Mr. Fucci in school, and it kind of ran the gamut from quiet and respectful to kind of aggressive and very defiant.
And I believe Miss Gates, she was from his previous school, if you recall that, 7th grade. And if you recall the audios that you listened to, which was the large amount of teachers, were those his most recent teachers that law enforcement was interviewing shortly after the murder?
Yes, those are his most recent teachers at Patriot Oaks. You're right. Alyssa Gates was a later deposition, and she had experience with Mr. Fucci at his previous school in the ESE department.
But the 8th grade teachers and the dean and all those that you referenced that were at least more consistent, those were all his current as of the date of the homicide.
That was,
teachers.
Right. And a lot of those consistencies that I mentioned, I'll even mention that one of the teachers, Mr. Wetjen, Wetjen, he had known Mr. Fucci for quite a long time and described himself as a mentor to Mr. Fucci. So point being, Mr. Fucci had at least one adult mentor in the school environment that was trying to help him. He said Mr. Fucci would seek him out if he was in trouble and they would talk about things. So Mr. Fucci seemed to have some, positive people that he could contact in the school environment to help him out if he needed it.
Okay. Is that all for the teachers and
I
along
think
those
so.
lines?
Yes,
And then we
yes,
move
ma'am.
on to his peers, Sophie and Trey. And I know there's a lot of information from Sophie that
Right.
law enforcement gathered about him generally, his emotional and mental health close in time to this crime. So if you could talk about the things that are of significance to you and your ultimate opinions in this case.
Right. I think a good place to start is with some of the things that were described by girlfriend Zoffie Bowman. Now, just as a context, Zoffie Bowman and Aiden Fucci had been dating since January or February of 2021. So multiple months, spent a lot of time together. Ms. Bowman described that she and Mr. Fucci and some other peers, they were kind of into what she described as gore, what she described as horror, HORROR. So they like to watch horror movies. They like to watch gory horror movies. So she commented about that. She also characterized that they all had what she described as dark humor. Okay, so that was part of the context where she disclosed some of this information. She said that she and Mr. Fucci talked a lot about things they saw on these horror shows and gory movies, that a lot of times they would discuss death and killing in the context of these types of movies. Okay. But she went beyond that a bit. And she also described that her words were that Mr. Fucci talked about death and killing a lot. Okay. Now he talked about death and killing a lot. She gave a couple of examples when Mr. Fucci got really mad at her because she sent a picture of her in a photo with another guy that happened to be her sister's boyfriend or friend that was a boy. And she said that Mr. Fucci got extremely upset about this, and his reaction was to say he was going to kill that boy. She also gave an example of Zoffie Bowman asking Mr. Fucci, would you like to hang out with me and a couple of my guy friends? And she said that Mr. Fucci's response to that was to talk about how he was going to kill those two guy friends. So this is important because there was a lot of this killing and death talk from Mr. Fucci that's unusual. And it was occurring outside of just the context of talking about gory movies, right? Sometimes that was the context. Other times it wasn't. Like the example of him saying he was going to kill these boys that she was around. In that same theme, she talked about, her words were that Mr. Fucci talked about wanting to kill her, and that he would sometimes do things to her like take his knife out and pretend to stab her, or walk up behind her and pretend to slit her throat. Now, she indicated she wasn't scared of this. She wasn't scared of Mr. Fucci because she trusted him with regard to those specific acts. But it was interesting that he would make the comment that he wanted to kill his girlfriend, Zoffie Bowman. She took it as kind of a joke and is not serious. She also made a similar comment that I thought was significant, that Zoffie Bowman said, that's basically why Mr. Fucci no longer stayed at my house, because he talked about how easy it would be to kill me when I slept. So you see, this is going beyond just kind of this talk about gory movies. It's, I'm not sleeping at your house because you would be really easy to kill while you're sleeping. A really, really peculiar, unusual, rare kind of comment repeatedly made to one of Mr. Fucci's closest friends. Now, it even goes beyond this. Okay, so this is the thing that is, I think, most relevant, although the things I was talking about are relevant to this particular case, but the most relevant verbalizations by Mr. Fucci in the Tristan Bailey murder was Zoffie Bowman recalled Aiden Fucci telling her that, basically asking, what would you do if I really killed somebody? And then following that up with, expect me to kill somebody within this month. So Zoffie Bowman was asked if she could pin the date down. She couldn't exactly pin it down, but she said she believed that remark was made by Mr. Fucci in the month of May of 2021, the same month where the murder occurred. Okay, and when talking about how he would kill, so really it's extensive. It's not just a remark here and there. It seemed to be a real fascination of his. When he talked about killing somebody, he even told Zoffie Bowman how he would do it. And what he told her was, I would walk around at night and I would find somebody else walking at night. I would drag them in the woods and I would stab them. And then I would pretend like I didn't do it so that I could keep killing people. Now, kind of, again, in a vacuum, that's a weird statement. That's a weird remark, but this isn't in a vacuum. When we examine that statement occurring close to when Tristan Bailey was murdered and how remarkably similar it is, it speaks to me. It speaks to emotional health. First off, it's unusual. I can't stress that enough, how unusual it is for a peer to be talking about this kind of thing so frequently in such detail with such gore. It's pretty bizarre. And to actually carry it out, because that's the other thing. We compare Mr. Fucci to his population, other juveniles. Juveniles sometimes make violent remarks. Juveniles sometimes talk about violent fantasies. It isn't something that usually kind of predominates what they verbalize, or is a fascination like it seemed to be with Mr. Fucci. But to get as specific as Mr. Fucci got in terms of talking with Zoffie Bowman about the things he was thinking, I think it really suggests to me that he's giving a glimpse of what he's thinking about, what he's fantasizing about. She even said that she believed he was just talking about a fantasy. But even so, fantasy is rehearsal. Often it's a rehearsal of what we want to do or what we're interested in. So there seemed to be a lot of that going on with Mr. Fucci preceding the murder of Tristan Bailey. And it's different because he actually carried it out. Okay, he carried out that fantasy. He just didn't verbalize it. He verbalized what he'd like to do and that he would do it soon, and he actually did it, which suggests some rehearsing of that very kind of instance with Tristan Bailey.
Is that sort of verbalization and all the different pieces of evidence that you have that point to that thought process, is that even unusual amongst juveniles that commit violent acts?
It is. It's very unusual. And again, it's not that uncommon for juveniles to talk about something violent occasionally or get in a fight occasionally, but to talk about death and dying in almost a preoccupied way, it's extremely, extremely unusual. And that violent, not punching somebody in the face, stabbing somebody. He also made the comments to his best friend, Trey Absher, that I'll talk about next in that same vein.
And before we move on to Trey, when you were originally talking about how some of the context of these comments were in sort of a shared interest of watching horror movies with Zophie, his girlfriend, did she explain, though, a difference between what she was interested in and what Mr. Fucci was interested in that respect?
Yes, thank you for reminding me of that. Yeah, so that was an interesting thing too. So Zoffie Bowman made it clear, I like gore and horror, but it was fictional. It wasn't real. It was a movie. It was pretend, right? But she said that she commented about Mr. Fucci actually pulling up videos off the internet that were real life gore videos. So they're out there. So real life gore videos of, she said, somebody getting his head chopped off or somebody getting shot. And that was a distinction she made. She said, yeah, I like gore, but it's fictional and fake. Whereas he seemed to look for the real life, not TV stuff. And he enjoyed looking at that.
Sophie had also witnessed Mr. Fucci outside of herself commit a violent act or be in a fight, I believe, as well, close to time.
She talked about seeing him violent when he beat up another kid at a food truck one Friday night, basically stole his vape pen. Mr. Fucci stole the kid's vape pen, and the child wanted it back, and Mr. Fucci beat up the child.
And when he described the type of people he wanted to kill, do you recall what Sophie indicated the type of people, whether they were people he liked or didn't like?
Well, he said he wanted to kill people he liked. And she specifically referenced in that case that he kind of pulled that from a horror movie. He related to that line in the horror movie of killing somebody you liked. She also indicated that he typically talked about killing other guys, less so about girls, more about guys.
Okay. And then what information, if any, did his closest best friend, Trey Absher, have, consistent or inconsistent with Sophie?
I mean, it's more the same thing. So I think one of the differences in Trey Absher in terms of what Mr. Fucci verbalized to him is the statement, it would be satisfying to slit somebody's throat, and the statement, it would be satisfying to watch the blood drain out. Now, really unusual for anybody to make those remarks as that satisfying, right? What was interesting is Trey Absher had a response that I thought represented what is within the realm of normal, a normal response to these remarks by Mr. Fucci. So I think it would be satisfying to slit somebody's throat. I think it would be satisfying to watch the blood drain out. Trey Absher's remark was, it was weird and not normal. And he even said that I can't imagine stabbing somebody like that, especially repeatedly. Okay, so it's interesting to think about. That's a normal response. Most of us can't imagine doing this harm to another person, especially in such violent and close-up way. And that was Trey's experience of those remarks. But Mr. Fucci didn't seem to have any compunction to making those remarks and understand, the effect it had on even his friend.
Dr. Pritchard, kind of moving into the information you gathered about Mr. Fucci's general background, his family, home, and community, what of significance did you note was present and not present about Mr. Fucci's background that ultimately adds to some of the opinions you give in this case?
Right. So this was a little bit of a mixed bag too, depending on who you asked. So I'll go with Zoffie Bowman and Trey Absher first, peers. So Zoffie Bowman in particular talked about Mr. Fucci telling her that things were really difficult at home, that he did not feel very loved or appreciated by his parents. He felt like he was the least important and least liked out of all the family. Zoffie Bowman also said that Mr. Fucci described that his biological father, Jason Fucci, was sometimes physically abusive. She indicated she chronicled 4 specific incidents where Mr. Fucci told her that dad choked him one time, slapped him one time, and punched him 2 times. So 4 separate incidents of what she described as Mr. Fucci saying Jason Fucci was physically abusive towards him. She also described that mother was not a very good mother figure. She went so far as to say that Mr. Fucci described what she believed was emotional abuse in the home from mother. She related that she had urged Mr. Fucci to report it. She was concerned enough to say, you need to report this. This is emotional abuse. As time went on, she dropped that idea because Mr. Fucci didn't seem very responsive to her concern about emotional abuse in the home. So those were the suggestions from peers that some things were going on at home that were, less than healthy. Now the siblings of Mr. Fucci, and that would be Dylan Hicks and that would be Preston Fucci, did not characterize that there was any abuse in the home. Okay. In fact, Dylan Hicks described Jason Fucci as a fantastic father, as a very good father figure who was basically always there for him. Characterized a different kind of discipline than Zoffie Bowman indicated Mr. Fucci told her, and the discipline was essentially he got spanked on the butt by Jason Fucci if he did something wrong. Also, that discipline in the home involved go to your room, not being able to have contact with your peers, or taking away your cell phone. So obviously a very different characterization from Zoffie Bowman suggesting that Mr. Fucci said that Jason in particular was physically abusive and mom was emotionally abusive. Grandmother, Deborah Spywak, that's maternal grandmother of Mr. Fucci. She's been in the home a lot. She used to live there during the week, had another home, and that's where she'd go during the weekend, but spent a great deal of time with Aiden Fucci and the family. She didn't characterize that there were any problems in the home at all. She essentially said that everybody got along well, that Jason Fucci was a fantastic father, that Michael Akel, stepdad, was a fantastic father, that Crystal Smith, Deborah Spywak's own daughter, was a wonderful mother. She said that since the split of Mr. Fucci's biological parents, so blended family, 2 different households, that neither parent had ever missed one of their prescribed weekends that they had custody of Aiden and his siblings. So she described that it was very positive, that everybody worked hard, that it was very conscientious parenting, that the children had all they needed and wanted. She described them as spoiled kids, in fact. She described herself as very close to Aiden Fucci. So again, a little bit of a mixed bag. Most of the people in the home, other than Aiden Fucci, were describing what I would say is fairly normal existence in that home. Whereas what came from Zoffie Bowman, which is what came from Aiden Fucci, was there were some incidents of perhaps physical abuse in the home, and what Zoffie Bowman perceived in the description from Aiden Fucci to be emotional abuse from mother.
And again, comparing this individual to similar peers and in the criminal justice system, juveniles that you've looked at, how did his background sort of compare to other backgrounds that you witness and see that contribute to behaviors and things?
I mean, I would say, relatively speaking, he had a very good background. Of course, in the criminal realm, we see a lot of poverty often. We see a lot of abuse. We see a lot of drug addiction. There was also commentary that Mr. Fucci's parents didn't use alcohol or drugs. So I would say he had a very good upbringing, relatively speaking. We didn't see any of that clear dysfunction that you often see in criminal cases. We didn't see poverty. We saw a picture of the house earlier, at least I would say middle-class family, middle-class household. A lot of people interested, grandmother, biological father, stepmom, biological mom, stepdad, siblings. So a lot of people interested in Mr. Fucci and his sibling and his family's lives, which is also sometimes not seen in the criminal context. So I would say, relatively speaking, it was pretty unremarkable, pretty normal, existence for him.
And then moving on to one of the other larger categories of factors that you considered. Talk about what you learned through the records and how that relates to the effect of any immaturity, impetuosity, failure to appreciate risks and consequences. And obviously the importance of this is how all that relates to his participation in the offense.
Right, participation in the offense. So I've talked about immaturity. The important thing, I think, is he's 14 and a half. So he's immature relative to an older population. Okay, so all 14-year-olds are relative to young adults or older adolescents. But relative to his peers, no description of him being immature. Immaturity related to the crime, it's so unusual. The behavior is so unusual in this case, for a 14 and a half year old, that it's hard to know if immaturity played any role whatsoever. I can't really offer an opinion on that beyond what I've already said.
What about impetuosity?
Impetuosity, I would pull in what I would describe as fantasies, the pre-existing experience of violent fantasies in Mr. Fucci's head that he verbalized to peers that were very descriptive, that were very similar to what happened to Tristan Bailey. I would say that suggests to me some rehearsal, perhaps some premeditation. And when I say perhaps some premeditation, when he says, expect me to kill somebody this month, and he's already kind of outlined how he would do it, it seems like he had some rehearsal of that in his head before it occurred. And so that was important. Okay. It suggests the opposite of impetuosity. So if you're planning it and thinking about it fairly extensively before it occurs, it's not impetuous, that's more planned. Okay, he even made that comment to Zoffy Bowman. If he does it, it's going to be planned. Okay, so that's one aspect of it. The other aspect of it, I would say, and a really important one, is the actual crime. Okay, so these terms, impetuosity, okay, what does that really mean? Well, impetuosity, impulsivity, lack of forethought, where you just kind of do something and you don't think about it and you don't think about the consequences. It's essentially what it means in this context. So the crime, and I would like to illustrate my point with a hypothetical, if I may.
Yes.
Okay, so
I'm objecting, Your Honor. There's no question being posed.
I can pose a question. Again, the court has heard the facts, and I know you'll weave them into your answer about the nature of this crime.
Right.
If you were to compare the nature of the crime itself that Aiden Fucci committed to the larger group of his peers and juveniles that commit violence, why is it that you call this particular act not impetuous? And what is an example of one that would be?
Okay, so in terms of what is an example of one that would be, that I've seen in my own experience.
Sorry, an objection again, Your Honor. So now he's describing the nature of a crime. He's here qualified as an expert in psychology, not in crime scene. or even in detailing the nature of a crime. So I'm objecting to this line of questioning.
All right, she's going to repeat her objection.
And I apologize. Defense is objecting to the line of questioning. Dr. Pritchett has been qualified before the court as a psychologist, not a crime scene expert or in the nature of homicides. So to this question and this line of questioning, defense counsel is objecting.
Your Honor, the issue of impetuosity is one of the most important factors within the factors. It's one that Dr. Bloomfield is going to testify about as well. And the doctor is clearly qualified and has a lot of experience in seeing juvenile crimes and the varying types of those crimes. So he's simply trying to describe why he believes this one is not an impetuous act. And an example of what an impetuous act would be is describing impetuousness within juveniles or within criminals and the differences between categorizing something as non-impetuous and impetuous.
Right, the objection is overruled. Doctor, you remember the question?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may answer it.
Thank you. So the example of to illustrate of what I would consider impetuous crime. For example, a youth goes into a convenience store with a gun with an intent to rob the clerk. The clerk reaches under the counter and the youth fires the gun and hits the clerk and runs out of the store. Okay, so impetuous meaning there's no indication that youth had plans to shoot the clerk. Okay, there's indication that it was kind of an immediate reaction. Maybe believed he might be shot, so he pulled the gun. So I would say that would be a good example of likely impetuosity or impulsivity. Now, to change a few of the dynamics in that hypothetical, okay, that same youth goes into the convenience store with a gun to rob the clerk. The clerk gives money to the youth with the gun and is not armed. There's no firearm under the thing. So he gets the money and the youth takes the money and then shoots the clerk. And then he walks over to the counter and shoots the clerk 20 more times while the clerk is lying on the ground. So you see in those two different examples, impetuosity in the first one, impulsive, we don't know intent to really do anything when he entered the store, versus the second example where there seems to be clear intent. So clear thought and plan to shoot the clerk, whether he got the money or not, to kill the clerk. Don't shoot him once, you go over and you shoot him 20 times. So it seems far less impetuous and impulsive than the first example. And I would say that's a good direct comparison to the Aiden Fucci case. Okay. So.
And why in this overall realm of milligram considerations, opinions, psychology, everything that came out of those cases, why is that factor so important?
It's so important because that's why these juvenile sentencing laws came into effect, because youth are typically impetuous or can be impetuous relative to adults. There's no question juveniles are different than adults, and we have to consider that. So they can be impetuous. They can do something without giving it much thought that can affect their life forever and the lives of others forever. And we have to consider. So that's why we have to kind of analyze it to see, does it look impetuous in this case or does it not look impetuous? Okay, so that's why it's relevant.
And that's why it's important to look at the individual, all these factors we've gone through, and the act itself, right?
Yes, you always have to look at the individual. Every forensic case, you're looking at an individual. You're not evaluating a group. I was asked to evaluate Aiden Fucci, not a group. But that being said, when you evaluate an individual in a forensic context, you're making comparisons to the group that he comes from. That's the comparison sample. So as I said, these things aren't in a vacuum. How do I know that suspensions matter? Okay, I know they matter because it's unusual for his peer group. So I can say Mr. Fucci as an individual is unusual in the sense that he gets suspended, whereas 95% of his peers do not. And that's kind of how we go about it. So I want to compare him in all the things I'm talking about. The context and the comparative sample is his peer group, juveniles.
And under that same factor, again, I believe there was one other consideration we've talked about into this impetuous analyzation, fantasies, the nature of the crime. You also mentioned your report cover-up. How does that play a part?
Yeah, so cover up. I didn't really talk about how it was a protracted crime. It was a long crime,
right?
Relatively speaking. So in the example I gave, go in, shoot, leave takes a second or two maybe, versus go in, rob, shoot once, shoot 20 more times. It takes a lot longer relative to the first example. So in this crime with Mr. Fucci, his inflicting 114 wounds, it takes a long time. It doesn't speak to impetuosity to take that long. There's thought going on in his head as this is playing out. How long exactly did it play out for? We don't know. Let's say a couple minutes.
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
For 114 stab wounds versus 1 or 2 seconds in the impetuous example I gave. Had Mr. Fucci stabbed Tristan Bailey once or twice, impetuous, impulsive, probably. 114, I think you really would have a problem making that argument legitimately.
Even if you didn't have that premeditated fantasy information, the crime itself speaks to that, right?
Exactly. Even if you didn't have that premeditation, although I would say clearly he did. Clearly it's there. It's in his head beforehand. So then the final thing would be the cover up. Okay. So that this really plays to appreciation of risks and consequences. All right. So cover up. When somebody tries to cover up a crime, the implication is they understand the risks and potential consequences of that crime. And their effort is to not get caught because they recognize it's wrong. Okay. It all plays into that. So in Mr. Fucci's case, the cover up would be getting rid of the murder weapon, probably not too long after the crime occurred. We don't know how long, but it was in the retention pond right near her body. So he got rid of the murder weapon. Okay, so murder weapon, immediately get rid of it because he recognizes that he doesn't want to have that, or else he'd be caught and implicated, and he doesn't want to be implicated. Same for all other aspects of cover up. Hiding the shoes behind the bureau, hiding the t-shirt under the bureau, lying to people. So lying to Zoffie Bowman and Trey about what happened to Tristan before the body was discovered, lying to his parents when they were talking to him in the interview room, lying to authorities about what occurred. So why do we lie? We lie because we don't want to get caught, because we know we've done something wrong. So it's appreciation of potential consequences that you don't want for yourself. And that's what generates the behavior. So it seems to be clear indication that he's appreciating that related to his case with that cover-up behavior.
Okay. And that blended into factor I, which was the any effect of his characteristics of youth on his judgment. So you sort of outlined that he was able to think through and cover up evidence, at least in his manner. Is that right?
Yeah, it's the effect of his youth on his judgment. So the judgment to kill Tristan Bailey, is that related to his youth? I don't know how anybody could say it is or it isn't. I don't know. That's hard to identify, but he was obviously demonstrating judgment throughout that. Judgment in terms of, the stab wounds, a number of stab wounds.
Right.
The cover-up, that's judgment. Excuse me. So clearly demonstrating judgment, but how much that judgment related to the decision to kill Tristan Bailey is related to his youth. Again, it's a really unusual act. This murder is really unusual. I don't know how you could say it's related to his youth or not.
And when you give that opinion, do you have some, again, statistics of the group, the juvenile group, to sort of compare him to on violent acts?
Well, yeah, on violent acts, yes. So just generally violent acts committed by juveniles. So the entire group of juveniles who commit criminal acts, violent acts are about 7% of those criminal acts. So it's a small percent. I'm sorry, that's incorrect.
Okay.
So of all the violent acts, 7% are murders. Okay, so it's unusual. So murder by juveniles, all the violent acts, only 7% are murders. So it's unusual. Now that's
Your Honor, again, now he's talking statistics and he's being called as a psychologist.
I'll sustain the objection unless you have something to cite.
I provided it to, I think, both counsels.
Dr. Pritchard, you did. You provided
We do have a copy, Your Honor, but it's from the criminal.
From the
it's
US.
a federal organization, and it's not APA or the Association of Psychiatrists and Psychologists.
Let me make the link.
The objection's overruled.
So yes, it's unusual.
Okay. And again, why it's relevant to your work in this case is what? What are you looking at in making recommendations and opinions to this court about this defendant? Are you looking at all juveniles? Or are you looking at Aiden Fucci?
I'm looking at Aiden Fucci, but I'm comparing him again to all juveniles. That's the reference sample. And we have to see, is Aiden Fucci, is there anything about him that's different as an individual based on what we know about other juveniles and what's normative or normal behavior with those juveniles?
Okay. And all of that is, again, comes out of, as you're aware, the Miller and Graham decisions and why courts, and especially in Florida, court has discretion here. So the court is to look at the individual, and you're here to provide insight and compare him to other similarly situated juveniles. Is that fair?
That's correct. That's fair.
There's two very brief factors, brief comment you probably have on those that the court's to consider. The extent, it's F and G, the extent of his participation in the offense and any pressure on him by outside peers in this case. So did you see any evidence of anyone else's involvement or influence on Aiden Fucci in this case?
Nobody else's involvement. It appears that he acted alone, and it did not appear that anybody influenced him, either peers or family.
One of the last sections you discuss in your report is the possibility of rehabilitating the defendant. And there's some different information in addition to the rest that you talk about in that section. So if you would kind of talk about your opinion on that and then what that opinion is based on.
Right. So the possibility of rehabilitating the defendant, a lot of times the best information to get on this variable comes from after the crime occurred, when they're incarcerated. How are they doing? How are they adjusting? Are they demonstrating things clinically that we would like to see, like some compassion and some sorrow, and what went wrong, and how can I, do things better? And I feel so bad for the family, anything like that. Or do we see things that are more negative that doesn't really speak to the person trying to get better, or maybe even recognizing or acknowledging or taking responsibility for what they've done? So in Mr. Fucci's case, the information comes from Duval County Jail, where there's commentary, and I got much of this, or some of this, from the deposition from Sergeant Cox there at the jail. Sergeant Cox's deposition talked about how Mr. Fucci had been functioning in the jail. One of the things that Sergeant Cox indicated that
Your
Mr.
Honor, we would renew the objection regarding the new acts without any conviction that were cleared by the same paperwork.
The objection is overruled.
Can I repeat that for the?
You may.
Defense renews the objection for the post-arrest acts, bad acts without a conviction, that he was cleared in the same paperwork that Dr. Fucci is now relying on, or at least moving forward with this session.
The objection is overruled.
Go ahead, Doctor.
Right. So the general indication from Sergeant Cox was that since Mr. Fucci has been in the jail, he has been given opportunity to be in the general population at the jail. And I guess I should say that at the jail, he's housed with other juveniles who are direct filed. So these are other juveniles who have serious charges. They're not with adults. So it's another juvenile population, but is in the adult jail. Had opportunity in the general population, but according to Sergeant Cox, it's never worked out for Mr. Fucci because of his own behavior. See, the benefit of being in general population is you get to come out of your cell 8 hours per day and socialize and, play games and watch TV. Whereas other places that they are housed, if their behavior is not good, they don't get those level of privileges. So Sergeant Cox described that Mr. Fucci has not been able to make it in the general population very well because he always gets sent back to administrative confinement or disciplinary confinement or seclusion because of something he has done. He mentioned some of the things that Mr. Fucci had been doing in the Duval County Jail that resulted in him not being able to stay in the general population. And essentially, one of the main things was he was extorting commissary. So commissary that he gets, all the inmates get, snacks and things. He was extorting the commissary from smaller juveniles at the jail. When asked about how this extortion was taking place, essentially Sergeant Cox was characterizing that Mr. Fucci would make threats like, if you don't give me your commissary, I'm going to ask them to put you in my cell. So it's kind of an implied threat there. Sometimes was explicit as threatening to harm or kill the other inmate if he did not give the commissary to Mr. Fucci. It happened to at least two additional inmates there early on, and then it sounded like it happened to 2 additional ones with different initials later on, where he was extorting the commissary. There were a couple of complaints by other inmates that Mr. Fucci was threatening them. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill your people. Was threatening to stab them. There was one indication by Sergeant Cox. He provided a, if I may refer to my report real quick and find the actual quote.
I think 17, paragraph 2, maybe. 1 or 2.
So one of the specific quotes was attributed to Mr. Fucci toward another juvenile. When I go to general population or when I get a chance, I'm going to stab you and I can't wait. I'm going to look you straight in the eye. Right. And so these really explicit, again, unusual comments. So doing this extortion, doing these threats, manipulating, kind of bullying to get things he wanted, and even referencing his case in the process of threatening or trying to extort. So the idea being that Mr. Fucci seemed to be using the incident, and that is the murder and the characteristics of that murder, to exploit and to get what he wants in the jail environment. Okay, and in the absence of, it's really callous to make those statements. Most of us see that. It's callous to make those statements that, I'm going to stab you like he did to Tristan Bailey. So it's, there's concern for me clinically that he is not demonstrating any kind of compassion, any kind of understanding, and maybe he can't understand what he's caused, the terrible, terrible situation he has caused for so many people. Tristan Bailey's family, the community, his own family. So really a real void in terms of demonstrating some conscience, some understanding that this was terrible and expressing any kind of sorrow for it.
And closer in time to the actual murder, you had a few more pieces of evidence of insight to him. You had the Snapchat videos and then the interaction with his parents. Did you see anything in that evidence that would relate to his ability to be rehabilitated and just his general reaction to the crime and how that applies?
So, again, it's just the unusual, incredible callousness about his behavior in the back of the police car. Okay, that's really, really unusual. And it does not suggest clinically that this child, Mr. Fucci, has the same kind of makeup that most of us do and moral compass that most of us do. Okay, so it's exceptionally callous. At that point, he was the only person on the planet that knew where Tristan Bailey was and her status as deceased. And he's laughing and joking and peace sign. And has anybody seen Tristan lately? So really, really callous and concerning. He actually seemed to be having a good time with Trey in the back of the police car. Didn't seem to be that nervous with his parents either when he was speaking to them. So he's got this emotional makeup that for me would be clinically very concerning. And for me would suggest that he doesn't have, I would say at this point, I don't see him as a good candidate for prognosis. He's not demonstrating what I would like to see clinically to say, yeah, we have some hope for this guy getting better. He's not demonstrating that. So I would say that at this point, his prognosis is poor for rehabilitation.
And Doctor, overall, these post-Graham-Miller factors, the 10 that we have sort of covered today, or primarily the 9 that I've gone over with you, the goal of those is to sort of analyze the individual, the crime, give the court some guidance as to how to sentence this particular juvenile. Are they unique in stature, or are we just talking about a general impetuous juvenile? Any final thoughts, additional thoughts, and ultimately your opinion on that in this case?
I would just say that the overall thought for me is that he's a really unique person. I would say in a bad way. He's demonstrating some things that I think are extremely clinically concerning that we usually do not see in youth, that often we don't see in youth murders. So I would say that, again, his ability to kind of grow out of this, maybe, but he's also got some personality things that are really concerning.
Thank you, Your Honor. No more questions.
Your Honor, could we just have a 5-minute break?
Take the 5-minute recess. Back at 10 minutes till 4.
St. Johns County Circuit Court will return to order.
I'll be seated. Thank you. All right. Back on the record. Yeah.
Can I just ask a tiny question before we continue?
Okay.
Just to make some decisions.
Miss Peoples said 15 minutes, so let's give her 30 minutes. Essentially, I just want to know when your honor wants to stop for the day so we can make some decisions, because we would be moving next into family after that, or we could pick that up in the morning. I'm just trying to, does your honor want to be done 4:30 or 5?
How many witnesses do you have, or family impact, victim
We
impact
have-
statements do you have left?
We plan to present 6 family members and members from the community. Depending on if we go today or tomorrow, it'll depend on who's here. We're not getting to all of that today, is
No,
my
we're
point. We could start and go into tomorrow, or depending on the breaking time. So I was just,
We'll plan to go till 5 o'clock or so.
okay, and then we'll just see.
Then address, I'm sorry, because we had just filed a motion regarding the victim impact.
Let's finish with this
Let's-
witness.
yeah,
We'll
just-
move into your motion, and then we'll see where we're at.
All right, thank you.
I did receive your motion. I just saw.
Thank you.
All right, you may proceed for cross.
Dr. Pritchard, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I've received your CV. We're not going to go through all of it today, but in your past, you were a senior psychologist with the Florida State Hospital.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And part of your work there, Florida State Hospital and with juveniles in Apalachicola. So you've 2 different locations, but you've worked with the state in different locations.
Yes, ma'am, but Florida State Hospital was not juveniles; those were adults. The Apalachicola Forest Youth Camp is juveniles.
Right. So Chattahoochee with adults, Apalachicola with children.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you've evaluated, fair to say, countless individuals for Baker Acts.
Yes.
All right. And a Baker Act's a form of civil commitment.
Yes, ma'am.
And a person is Baker Acted if they're likely to suffer from neglect or post-threat or harm to themselves. There's a laundry list, but in a nutshell.
Right. Harm to self or others, or will suffer from neglect. Yes.
All right. And a person who cuts himself, they may be depressed.
Yes, they may be depressed.
All right. There could be other reasons, but that could be one of them.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And a person who neglects to shower or wash their hair, again, this may be an indication that this individual is depressed.
Yes, it could be.
All right. And a person who doesn't change their clothes, again, could be depressed. Not
Yeah.
caring for themselves in general.
Right. You're speaking to kind of hygiene issues, and we do see that sometimes, yes, in people who are depressed.
All right. And some people who are depressed are also suicidal.
Yes.
All right. And a person who's experiencing, for example, delusions or hallucinations, they may be suffering or under the influence of illicit drugs.
That can happen, yes.
All right. And sometimes individuals are experiencing delusions or hallucinations and disorganized speech. Again, could be too much alcohol, too much drug use.
Yes.
All right. Is it fair to say that also an individual who's experiencing delusions, hallucinations, disorganized speech, and I know there are more to that list, could also be experiencing symptoms of schizophrenia per se if they had that ongoing for a few months, maybe 6?
Yes, it could represent what you're describing, delusions, hallucinations. It's psychotic experience, disorganization also. So yes, those are some of the characteristics that can be seen in schizophrenia.
All right. Now, regarding adolescent brain, the brain development is not complete until the mid-20s.
That is scientific fact, yes.
All right. Not up for debate.
Right.
Okay. And an adolescent tends to use the part of the brain that's more emotional, more impulsive.
Yes, that's part of the aspect of the not fully developed brain is they tend to be more impulsive and more emotionally driven and don't think things through very well.
And that's characteristics of children.
Right. It's characteristic of all children on the planet who have not, their brains haven't fully developed yet, mid-20s or so. So yes, it's typically a characteristic of children.
And unlike a child, an adult brain developed, or an adult brain that is developed, it'll have the adult brain that is, greater cognitive control, meaning an ability to weigh out a risk.
That's true.
Okay. And an adolescent, as they grow, that prefrontal cortex or that area of the frontal lobe will start to mature.
Yes, that's the last part of the brain to mature, but yes, it keeps maturing up through late adolescence and into early adulthood.
And unlike a child, an adult with a mature prefrontal cortex will reason better, develop more impulse control, and just make better judgments. Is that fair?
Well, in theory, there's a lot of adults who don't
Yes.
do that, but yes, that's the idea. Is when when the prefrontal cortex is fully developed, that tends to lend to better reasoning and better judgment, less impulsivity, better able to project risks and consequences, that type of thing.
And that ability or that final formation of that part of the brain is mid-20s.
Yes.
Okay. Granted, as you said earlier, there's some adults never really get there.
Right.
Okay. But children, they're not there at all.
Yeah, they don't have the fully developed brain, so they are not there. It doesn't mean that all children have bad judgments, because some don't at all, but they are more at risk of that because of that not fully formed prefrontal cortex.
Now, is it also fair to say that I heard what you said, but children then lack self-control, or impulse control is the word I should say?
That's one of the risks, yes. And again, all kids aren't impulsive. It's kind of on a spectrum. So, but they're more at risk of being more impulsive as children because their brains aren't fully developed.
And on that same line, then they're not making well-reasoned judgments.
They're not making judgments that are consistent with as good as it will be for them when their brain's fully developed.
All right. Is cutting a form of self-injury?
Yes.
And is cutting a form of self-injury that can have several motivations?
Yes.
Okay. And is it a common reason, not the only, but a common reason that individuals will cut to distract from emotional pain?
Yes, that
Okay.
is one of the dynamics involved in cutting behavior sometimes.
Right. And is it also, again, not the only, but a common reason that some individuals are cutting to distract from the emotional pain because the intensity of the physical pain will distract from that emotion that they don't want to deal with?
Yes, that's the idea.
All right. Now, is it fair to describe middle schoolers that are participating in drug use as risky behavior?
Yes, that's fair.
Is it fair to describe middle schoolers that are participating in group sex as risky behavior?
Yes.
All right. And is it fair to describe middle schoolers that are not, as a group, because kids tend to work together in groups, that are not listening or obeying their parents on some simple rules, like stay home, would be, again, risky behavior?
Yes.
All right. Now, you did not evaluate Aiden.
That's correct.
All right. And you're a trained psychologist, and you did not administer any psychological evaluations on Aiden.
Right. I can't if I don't see him. So.
Right. You didn't see him, you didn't evaluate him.
Right.
All right then. And with that same line then, you didn't give any specific test in terms of testing for his executive functioning.
I didn't know.
All right. And in terms of Aiden's intellectual functioning, you didn't give any specific test for that.
That's correct.
And then you did receive a large number of school records, correct?
Yes, a
All
lot
right.
of pages.
And within that large body of school records, you didn't see any psychological tests that were administered to Aiden Fucci.
I did not. I didn't see a single one.
All right. And within those school records, his IQ in relation to the response or the result of a test was not present.
Right. I did not see any that any formal IQ testing was done with Mr. Fucci in school.
So today you don't know if Aiden's verbal versus his nonverbal IQ, what those numbers would be.
I can't say.
And if there's a difference between Aiden's full-scale IQ and predicted IQ, again, you have no ability to opine on that.
No, not really even having talked to Aiden at all. If I talked to him, I could probably give an impression, but I wasn't able to talk to him.
Now, in school, and I'm not asking you line and page, but fair to say that on several of the school years, he was scoring 1s and 2s on the FSAs.
Yes, I mean, it was real consistent in language arts and math, as I indicated. I think it was grade 3, 4, 5 on up. Maybe once in science. Sometimes he scored 2s. I never saw him score 3 or higher on that Florida Standard Assessment.
And by the time he's in 8th grade, he's not reading. Well, it's not 8th grade, but for the majority of his school years, he wasn't reading at grade level.
No, I mean, the last IEP when he was in 8th grade that was in April of 2021 indicated he was reading at the 6th grade level. So it would have been 2 grade levels behind in that skill.
One moment, Your Honor. Near the end of the questioning with the state, you provided an opinion.
I mean, I imagine I did. I think I may have provided more than once, but I'm not really sure what you're referring to.
Yes. Well, you didn't evaluate Aiden. You didn't provide any tests to Aiden.
Right.
Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And as a trained psychologist, you know best practices would be to actually perform an evaluation upon it.
Right. Best practice is to do that. The desire is to do that. But if we can't do it, it doesn't mean we're not able to perform an evaluation. We're just, relatively speaking, there's a limitation that I mentioned. So we have the records we can evaluate him on, but I couldn't evaluate him in terms of what he had to offer me or doing any testing specifically with him.
So today, without an evaluation, you can't give an opinion about any personality disorder, or I should say his IQ, for example, where there's actual testing. You cannot provide an opinion on that.
No, I can't without seeing some hard data, which I don't have.
Now, how much do you bill the state per hour on this case?
I billed $250 an hour.
And ultimately, because I know your final billing hasn't gone in, how many hours will you bill on this case?
I mean, I would just be guessing at this point. I haven't added it up, but I would say probably 50 hours, maybe a little more, a little less.
All right. One moment, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. Dr. Pritchard, Ms. Peoples asked you in the very beginning, after she asked you about Baker Act information, about people that cut themselves. Could that be a sign of depression? And I believe you said it can. And she offered up and agreed there could be several motivations, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recall a specific reason Mr. Fucci gave his friend Michaela Harris about a cutting incident? If you don't, I can direct you.
I don't know. I don't know. I can't pull it up right now.
Okay.
So
If you would refer to page 11, the first full paragraph of your report, when you're relying on Michaela Harris for some of the emotional and mental health.
Okay, so page 11, first paragraph.
First full, where it says MH.
Okay.
Just read that and it might refresh your memory about the cutting.
Yes.
Okay. At least one comment he's made about cutting. What was that?
Well, he said that when he saw that Michaela cut herself, he thought it was the coolest thing. And according to Michaela, Mr. Fucci indicated that he had cut himself one time.
Ms. Peoples asked you a lot of questions about, and the obvious answer of no, you didn't evaluate him, you didn't test him. Would you have liked to?
Yes.
Okay. You were not allowed to?
I was not allowed to.
Okay. And you've described it's limited as you have to. It's without that, you're limited in how far you can go. And you stayed within the records review in this case and provided opinions, correct?
Yes.
Meaning you didn't provide a mental health diagnosis of Aiden Fucci.
I did not provide a mental health diagnosis. And, you know, I stopped short of providing some opinions that I might have otherwise been able to provide because I wasn't given the opportunity to see him. But again, as I've stated, I had a lot of information on which to draw conclusions and opinions.
And then ultimately, Ms. Peoples went through some of the science or psychology that we understand is accepted commonly in your field about youth and brain development. And you agree with all of that, correct?
I do agree with all of that. It's scientific fact. I mean, that's why the juvenile laws were made, because they're not fully developed and they're different than adults. So yes, I believe in all of that.
Okay, so just so the court's clear, you're not here disagreeing with those general principles of juveniles.
Oh, not at all. No.
Okay. What have you done then based on accepting that premise of juveniles? They're generally immature, they're young, and their brains aren't developed. Knowing that information, are you drawing a distinction about this crime as it relates to that knowledge about juveniles?
Yeah, I am. And that's the thing. It's again, and I've said this several times, all juveniles on the planet, their brains are not fully developed. Okay, that doesn't mean that we're going to see egregious behavior from them necessarily. Occasionally we do, and we need to consider the variables. So the unique thing with Mr. Fucci is, given all of he's the same status with a not completely developed brain as every juvenile on the planet. And understanding that and acknowledging that, he still chooses to do something that is extremely rare for his group of peers, the sample we compare him to. So that's the relevant point for him as an individual. Even though we know all this other stuff about juveniles in general, it's extremely rare and very, very different.
Okay, no further questions.
May this witness be excused. All right. Thank you, doctor.
Thank you.
All right. At this time, that would conclude the testimonial portion other than victim impact statements for the state.
Yes, Your Honor. We're going to take, I think, a portion of her motion
Yeah.
and then if I could just confer and make a decision on whether we start today or tomorrow, that would be
Okay.
great.
All right, Ms. Peoples, I did receive your motion to strike cumulative, I believe there's a typo in this motion, but cumulative community letters and restrict victim impact evidence. You do have that motion in front of me. I'll hear from you at this time.
Our defense would move to strike I believe it's in excess of 130, nearly 150 letters that are.
You're going to have to move to the podium.
So we had filed a motion to strike the community letters and restrict the victim impact evidence in this specific case. Miller v. Alabama, and that's the basis for Florida Statute 921-1401, is governed or is in keeping with Miller v. Alabama. These statutes are written because children are supposed to be treated different and kids are different. Aiden Fucci is before the court. He has been direct filed on an indictment of first-degree murder, and he's entered a guilty plea to that offense. And we're here before the court for a sentencing hearing. However, the nature and the volume of the letters that have been placed before the court is now raising concern, and that's why we're filing this motion, that the court would consider these, would in essence deny him his constitutional right to a fair hearing at this juncture. So we're asking the court to strike the letters. I understand that the state is arguing that on 921-1401, that there's two different subsections addressing the community. But we're now dealing with a volume and relevancy issues that are overborne our ability as defense counsel to represent Mr. Fucci. So I'm asking the court to strike the letters, and that in terms of the victim impact, again, the state will rely on the same statute, 1401, in terms of having the family speak and address the court. And it's not uncommon to have family members come before the court on criminal matters or any criminal matter. The issue is the content of what they're before the court with. So we've placed before the court a motion addressing these issues, that including the victim impact, there are restrictions and that they're not free to trample over the defendant's constitutional rights. So we filed the motion, Your Honor. We're asking to have a reduction in keeping with, and I know the case is cited here, that it's a thumb rule of 4 members of the family to address the court, and not have, I believe the state has indicated it was 6 and 4, so 10 individuals before the court for the purpose of victim impact and effect on the community. And then I'll rely on the motion for the additional argument. Thank you.
Thank you. Stay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, the first, I think, issue with the defense's argument is that the quote unquote rule of thumb that she cites applies very specifically to death penalty cases. And as the court is well aware, the reason for those rules is that courts have time and again said death is different. Those cases are very unique. The other part is that those are victim impact statements that will be presented to a jury who's going to decide whether the defendant, whether to recommend a death sentence or not. We're not in that type of case. There's no jury here that's making any decisions. Only Your Honor is making that decision. So those cases don't apply under this circumstance. One of the issues that they have is that the number of letters in this particular case, this is a very unique case in that, a lot of the cases we have affect only a small handful of people, family members and maybe a few friends. And the victim impact statements that are given in this case correspond with that type of impact. This case is unique in that it had a wide-ranging impact on this community. The Bailey family is a large and loving family. There's not just mother, father, sisters, brothers. There's grandparents, there's cousins, there's people in this community who are greatly impacted by this particular people that Tristan Bailey went to school with. All of them were invested in Tristan Bailey, and this greatly affected them. The only case that the defense cited for dealing with the number of cases was this Hamilton case. And that case is distinguishable from this case in this respect. In that particular case, and this was really dicta in the case because the court had already overturned the conviction in the case for other reasons, and it made this side note that during the sentencing hearing, the prosecutor in that case told the judge that he had a petition that had 3,000 signatures on it that demanded the maximum sentence. Well, this is different in this respect. We don't have a petition demanding the highest sentence. We have 130 letters approximately from each of these individuals who are going to tell the court exactly how this crime affected them. It's not a demand that the court sentence Aiden Fucci to life. It is specifically to say this is how this crime that was committed by this defendant affected me personally. The other part of this is when it comes to these victim impact statements, they're only one factor that the court has to consider. We're not going to sit up here and tell Your Honor that you should only listen to these 130 letters. That's only one factor the court can consider. What we're going to tell the court is everything that the court has heard today in terms of all of the other factors in the sentencing statute, the court should consider. This is only one part of that. And again, as I said before, this is not to a jury where there's a risk that the jury can be so overwhelmed by the sheer number of letters or sentiments. The court can look at these letters in the proper context and can decide what is appropriate to consider and what's not appropriate. And I trust the court's judgment to do that.
All right, thank you. Anything else from the defense?
Your Honor, the state provided Serrano v. State, and there are distinctions between Serrano v. State and Aiden Fucci. There is an objection, and that was one of the first issues that they addressed, that there was no objection in the lower court in Serrano v. State, and that there's some indication that the court considered the family member's opinion at sentencing, which we're trying to address right now. So I would say that this is distinct in that, again, that the Eighth Amendment, that we've had several cases, even since Serrano, identifying that these particular juvenile cases, that the kids are different, death is different, but that we treat these juvenile cases with the same attention that we do with the death cases, that it's heightened by nature of the age of the defendant and by nature of the direct file. So I understand the state has provided this case. I do believe that there are some distinctions, and that in the case that we did put forth before the court, that the state is correct, it was a petition. So you're looking at a couple of pages with thousands of signatures. The distinction here is that we're not dealing with one petition, we're dealing with an excess of 130 letters. So I do think there's some similarity with the case that we presented in the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson?
Yeah, and I'm just going to just speak again, she mentioned the Serrano case, which I didn't mention before, but I had emailed that to her and I emailed it to your Jay.
I have not seen it. So
Miss Davis was going to ask her to send it to you because I didn't have your
maybe
email,
she
Judge.
did, but I hadn't checked my email since we've been sitting here. So
I can give you the case site, Judge.
let me see if she sent it to me. I have it. It's sent at 4:21.
You did receive it.
I received it 5 minutes ago. Let
Yes,
me
sir.
look at it real quick.
And it just simply said that the family is permitted to address what they would like to see the court do with the sentence. So.
296 Serrano v. State. I'm going to deny the defense motion to strike cumulative community letters and restrict victim impact evidence. First of all, the court has begun reading the, is it 130 state? Is that the correct number?
It's approximately.
Okay.
I know we submitted a little over 130 or approximately. The family did come into possession of a few more just this morning. Handed me a few more. One's from a direct family member that we were going to submit.
I have begun reading them. I do agree with the defense in the one aspect, and that is that many of them do request a particular sentence. Obviously, the court is not reading or reviewing the community impact letters and taking that into consideration, but certainly I am taking into consideration the statements or the impact that this crime had on the family or the community itself pursuant to, again, 921.1401. So I'm not going to strike any of the community letters. I will obviously review them for the relevant value, which is, again, in determining under 921.1401 the effect of the crime on the victim's family and on the community at large. All right, so that motion is denied. Let's talk about the number of impact statements that you plan to present.
Your Honor, there are 2 persons here today that wouldn't be able to return, so I figured I could start with them, and then we could pick up in the morning, if Your Honor would like, after that.
How many total are we going to present?
There's 6 direct family members. And then we have 6 from community members, which would be an assortment of teachers, coaches, and good friends, juvenile friends of Miss Bailey.
Well,
Some are to be read by, one is going to be read by Mr. Johnson, one's read by the victim advocate, and the rest would be in person.
Are those letters, the ones that are going to be read by the victim advocate and Mr. Johnson, are those community individuals or are those family members?
Those would be not family. They would be, they're from the community and close relationship to.
I
the
have
family.
a copy of those.
No, you do not. These, we
Present-
held these back.
Present those to me and I will read those myself. I don't need them to be read in open court. If they're from family members, that would be different.
Okay.
But we were already looking at 12 victim impact statements. So we're going to reduce that at least by those 2. I will review those letters myself.
Yes, sir.
The victim impact statements from the family members, obviously, we'll hear from all of them. And then the other, I guess, 4 community letters or community impact statements you can present. Now, 2 of those going to be read today.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Do you want them to sit in the
I
witness
think I'd
stand?
rather have them sit just in case.
That'll be fine.
Now, this time the state would call Bree Cherry.
I'm sorry, what was your name?
Bree Cherry.
All right. Ms. Cherry, go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Make yourself comfortable and try to speak into that microphone, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right.
And Ms. Cherry, before you just read your letter, for the record, state your name and your relationship to Tristan Bailey.
Yes, my full name is Brianna, Breanna, last name Cherry. And I was Tristan's all-star cheerleading coach.
And you can go ahead and read your letter.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. As I just stated, my name is Bree Cherry, and I was Tristan Bailey's all-star cheerleading coach. I've always referred to my athletes as my cheer children because that's what they are. During peak season, I would spend more time with my cheer children than I did my own biological ones at home. In the cheer world, not only do these kids become yours, but these teammates become family. They spend countless hours in the gym, forming a sisterhood through blood, sweat, tears, hugs, high fives, and hit zeros, which is when they hit a perfect routine. It's an unbreakable bond we all experience in a community like no other. I tell you all of this so you can get a small grasp of what Tristan meant to her coaches, her gym, and her cheer sisters. There's nothing in the coach's handbook that could have ever prepared me for what I would face on the horrific day that was May 9th, 2021. I was in Orlando, Florida, coaching at the Cheerleading Worlds, where just 1 week before, I stood in the exact same spot with Tristan as she competed at the summit. I'm sorry about that. Okay. The summit was the Super Bowl of cheerleading for Tristan's team and age group. We were on top of the world after having an incredible showing at the biggest competition of the year. We were so excited for the future of these young athletes and all of the incredible talent we would be starting the new season with. Then 1 week later, our lives changed forever, and not for the better. Aiden Fucci selfishly took Tristan away from so many people who loved and needed her. Our team lost its leader. These athletes lost their sister. And I lost a piece of my heart that I will never be able to get back. I wrote this letter to speak out for myself, but to also speak on behalf of Tristan's cheer sisters, whose lives will never be the same. Tristan's teammates' ages ranged from 8 years old to 13 years old. And the impact didn't just stop at Tristan's teammates and coaches. You see, we had 200 athletes in our gym, and those athletes have siblings, parents, aunts, cousins, grandparents, etc. All of these people make up our gym family. When you have the heart and the personality that Tristan did, your impact stretches far beyond those in your immediate corner. We all gathered to grieve, and the image of these kids on their knees, screaming and sobbing as no adult kid could console them, will be etched into my memory forever. In the days to come, not only are we mourning the loss of Tristan, but we're forced to hear the horrific details of what happened to this person we love so much. How do you tell an 8-year-old child it's going to be okay when they have to hear from the world around them that she was brutally murdered by her schoolmate? It's our job to protect our children. And due to the nature of this crime, there was no way to hide these details from these babies. These details will continue to haunt each and every one of us on a daily basis. There's nothing we can do to fix the hurt, remove the fear, or bring Tristan back. And unfortunately, as these kids get older, the pain will only become more severe as they bring their own children into the world and try to protect them from evil. I come to the court pleading for the maximum sentence for Aiden Fucci. Even more, I beg and plead that the person reading this letter 25 years from now will think about all of these kids and what they've been through. The complete fear and terror we would all feel knowing the complete fear and terror we would all feel should any sort of release ever be considered. The Bailey family and each and every person who knew and loved Tristan has endured enough. Because of his age, Aiden Fucci cannot receive the death penalty. He gets a chance at life. Tristan didn't get that chance. The years will go on for him, but our reality is that this horrific nightmare will never end. Our hearts will break every single day for the rest of our lives because Tristan is no longer here. Thank you for your time and consideration now and in the heartbreaking years to come. Tristan Bailey Strong. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, State.
Your Honor, we would call Susan Thistleton.
Have a seat, make yourself comfortable, man. Just that microphone so that you're not right up on it, okay?
That's good.
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. My name is Susan Thistleton, and I'm a teacher at Patriot Oaks and the mother of Tristan Bailey's classmate, Cameron Thistleton. I'm reading you an abbreviated version of my impact statement. I have submitted my letter and my son's letter, and I hope you have a chance to review. May 9th, 2021 was one of the worst days for my family that I could ever recall. What started out as a fun, relaxing day on the water with my children for Mother's Day turned into every parent's worst nightmare. First, we got the text, "Has anyone seen Tristan?" My first thought, she snuck out, fell asleep at her friend's house, and just hadn't woken up. Her parents will hear from her any minute. Hours went by. My children and I waited for updates. Our next update was that she might have been seen with Aiden Fucci. My heart sank. I didn't know Aiden. I never met him, but I knew of him. And right then and there, I knew it wasn't going to end well. I stayed glued to my phone, neighbors, coworkers, and friends, praying for good news. Then news came that her body was found in the wooded area. Now I was faced with the task of telling my 13-year-old son that his friend and classmate was dead. He would immediately know who was responsible. We all did. Why was this so hard for me? My son Cameron came to Patriot Oaks as a 4th grader. We had moved to Florida from Colorado. Cameron had some academic issues, and he had some behavioral issues, and we were constantly trying to help him with those. His behavior often alienated him from other kids and made him feel inferior to others. In all that time, Cameron had one constant and immediate friend, one person who never judged him, never alienated him, and never made him feel worse than he already did, and that was Tristan. She was a constant source of support, friendship, and positivity that Cameron needed. She made him want to do better, to be better. She was his true cheerleader. I didn't fully understand the impact she had on his life until she was gone. When I broke the news to Cameron, he was crushed. He sobbed, he asked why, he got pissed. He asked so many questions and had so many wonderings. Mom, did she suffer? Did she know he was trying to kill her? Do you think she was cold? Aren't boys supposed to protect girls? I could not answer any of his questions, so I just held him tight and cried with him. How do you begin to process those questions? Cameron missed several days of school after that. He could not hold it together. The anger consumed him. He just could not understand how anyone could be so evil to hurt someone in such a violent way. He was very angry. We attended counseling for months. My husband and I were so worried that our son, who had come such a long way since 4th grade, thanks to Tristan, would slide backwards. He has struggled, but he has worked to be the light. He knows he cannot let anger win. Tristan would be incredibly mad at him. Cameron no longer has behavioral or academic issues. He is thriving. And I know in my gut and in my heart, Tristan's constant source of love, support, and friendship in the 4 years that she was his classmate played a critical part in getting him to where he is today. Our family thinks of Tristan daily. We try to do good in her name. We just can't help but think how much better we could do if she was still with us. If only I could thank her for the kindness and the grace that she showed my son every single day. She truly embodied the quote, "In a world where you can be anything, be kind." And for that, this mom is incredibly thankful for the amount of work that she did in such a short period of time. We are devastated that she is no longer with us to be the bright light that she brought to Cameron. Anything less than life in prison would be an insult to the goodness that Tristan brought to our world. What he took away from us is 100 times more devastating than what he could ever add to this world. We will continue to fight the good fight, to be the light, and to do good deeds in Tristan's name. We will not let hate, evil, or violence win, ever. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have time for another.
Let me Let me ask.
Make yourself comfortable. Take your time.
Hi, Your Honor. Am I loud enough?
I think you're good, yeah.
Okay. Okay. My name is Jennifer Van Delden. My family has known the Bailey family for over 10 years. Tristan Bailey is like a daughter to me and like a sister to my daughter, Marilyn. I consider Stacy and Forrest to be two of my closest friends. The pain from losing Tristan in such a violent way is not something you ever get over. It is something heavy that will weigh on my heart every day, and I will carry that pain forever. When I close my eyes, I think about the pain she must have suffered that night, and I wish so very much that I could take that from her. I always pray to myself that in those final moments, she was able to close her eyes and see the faces of family and friends who loved her dearly, rather than the person capable of something so horrific. My new normal since May 9th of 2021 has become living with diagnosed depression, anxiety, migraine, and cluster headaches, many panic attacks, difficulty sleeping, and extreme fatigue. This loss has caused so much stress to my entire family. My 11-year-old son, who was 9 years old at the time, and Tristan spent time together to and from school for many years. They also spent time at family dinners, swimming, and so on. My son always picked on his older sister and her friends. In his 3rd grade year of school, his innocence was stripped from him. On Monday, May 10th, 2021, I asked Oliver to wear white to school in remembrance of Tristan. He went into his room to change, and he didn't come back out. I found him crying and so distraught about Tristan being gone. He was so worried that Tristan didn't know that he loved her like a sister. He missed that entire week of school. Because, of course, how is a 3rd grader supposed to cope with this kind of violent loss committed by a child who also attended his school? My daughter, Marilyn, was in 8th grade at the time. She was very afraid to return to school and missed many days. She failed a depression questionnaire at her routine pediatrician visit. She started having frequent, debilitating headaches, even into her 9th grade year. that caused her to miss school and many assignments. In May of 2022, a few days after the 1-year anniversary of Tristan's murder, Madeline had a severe headache in Mass in church. She stood up, passed out, and began having seizures. She was taken by ambulance and held for observation. This was most likely stress-induced. My once happy-go-lucky little girl, who was fearless and independent, was now waking up screaming from nightmares, crying every day, not sleeping alone, feeling sick and overwhelmed by daily life, and was just overall sad missing her friend. Not just Tristan's life was taken that day. A piece of everyone close to her was taken as well. I used to think about cute stories I'd share at her wedding one day. We used to joke about it all the time, embarrassing stories, I would say. Now we'll never have that day. I hear new songs on the radio and think, she'll never hear this. There will be no more thoughtful birthday texts, no more Starbucks runs, no more hugs, no more air hearts before she went into her house when I was dropping her off. Not a day goes by without tears. Life is forever not as bright as before. I wish every day that I could hug her one more time, but even then, that would not be enough. Aiden Fucci, that day, a piece of me died as well. My happiness will never be the same, and my ability to be carefree is gone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, it's 5 minutes till 5. This is probably a good stopping point for the day. We'll come back at, if I could have the attorneys here by 10 till 9, and then we'll continue with the victim impact statements at 9 a.m. And then you'll be ready to proceed on your case.
Thank you.
Okay, we're adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Okay, sorry. Oh, that was loud. Do you guys I recorded my hiccups. I don't know, I'm kind of embarrassed, but do you guys want to hear? Oh, let me finish watching this. It might scare you guys. I just recorded him. Is he saying something? He's such a jerk. Dude, he didn't even you could tell that it didn't even faze him. He could care less. And the fact that he's threatening to kill people in prison, he should never get out. He doesn't care about anybody. Hold on, Zeke. Hold on a second. Zeke, come here, buddy. Come on. Come on in here. Come on, Bubba. Come on. Anyway, yeah, he could care less. Wait, is there a sound? Oh no, it's off. Anyway, wait, they didn't say what time, Delana. Did he say what time and did I miss it? So tomorrow is just going to be the rest of the victim impact and then the sentencing, right? Yeah, I'm going to do tomorrow, but what time? Can you help me out here? So I know, because I got a couple things going on. So 9 a.m. Yeah, no, I'm gonna do it. 9 a.m. to so it won't be all day, right? Or will it? I'm not saying I just want to kind of plan out what I'm gonna be doing here. Um, because all they have to do is do the impact statements and the sentencing, right? Um, okay, hold on a second. Let me shut my door. I'll play the hiccup. You guys. Why am I almost embarrassed? Are the people here that was joking about it though? See, you want to come in? Come on, Bella. Come on. Come here. Want to come in? Hold on, I'll be right out. Okay. Is any of the people that we were joking? Because if not, I'm gonna play it for people that are gonna be like, "What are you playing? Who's here? The hiccup people?" I don't know. Yeah. Hold on, let me remove this. Nobody's even really here from the hiccup time, so I don't think I'm gonna play it. Well, no, because there's a big thing going on when I was walking about the hiccup, so I recorded myself because I was like, I'll show you how bad it is. Oh, I recorded because I was on my walk when like for some of this trial. I was on my walk and or for this hearing today, and I had the worst hiccups, and I could not like when I get the hiccups, it's like they don't stop. They didn't stop, so I came home and did my butter knife with the thing. As soon as I do it, it works every single time. Well, it's not see it, it'll just hear it. So I just record hold on. I just like did the audio recording. Hold on, let me get it. Let me get going. Oh, I was embarrassed to play it. Wait, where is it? Hold on. Let me get it. Wait, where is it? Oh, here. Okay. Is like Ausane or Ashley or anybody here? Wait, there was one of them. Ausane, you're here. I recorded it, but it's probably not gonna. They weren't. Oh wait, hold on. They weren't even as loud when I recorded. It might scare you. Wait, I keep turning it away. See, it doesn't even sound as. Oh wait, I have it turned. Like when I hit record, it would like. Can you hear? Hold on. It's been like this for what now? Half hour. It's exhausting. I have to see what time I said when I first got him. I've been doing this whole time since I got him. Hold on. Maybe it'll go away now that I press record. Let's. No. And going up hills doing this like nonstop. Oh my god. I'm out of breath. So I'm going up a hill. That's what I do. I go down and up these two hills. I'll go down it, up it, down it, up it. Do you think I'll get them again? Are they contagious? For a better workout. Because regular walking just doesn't do it for me anymore. Oh my god. These are actually a little bit softer than early. Like I feel like ever since I hit record and I'm talking, they're actually not as loud. Let me quit talking. You hear my water? It's in my pocket. Yeah, they're not as loud now. They went on for like, what, half hour, 40 minutes? I was so exhausted. I still am. No, I have a perfect cure that works for me every time. I've said it before. It works every single time. You take a butter knife in like a glass of water and you put the knife side down and then you put it in the water like the butter knife and then you just chug it. I mean, you don't have to even do it that fast. You just drink it, just drink it. Top of the hill. And it works. Oh, I don't know if I even want to share this. It's embarrassing. Maybe. Oh my god, there's a guy sitting outside. Yeah, it was probably at least 45 minutes out as I was going up and down hills. Then there's this guy where I go up where I go up and down the hill. I noticed this guy was sitting. So I'm talking about. He's sitting on it. And then I looked at him and he was probably like, what is wrong with this girl? I was so tired though. It exhausted. getting a kick out of this. Listen to myself. Oh my God. Then when I came in, my mom was here and we were gonna I ate dinner and I was like hiccuping when I came in and she was cracking up. She laughs every time. It is a lot louder in person, but let me see if I get another good one in me. I don't remember when I stopped this. Well, that was
Man, come on. It really is getting exhausting. Tiring. Like, exercising and hiccuping for this long. Oh my God.
It's almost done.
How many?
Wait, what was that? Oh, that was a yawn. I just yawned right at the end. Saying that was one to go. Oh, a yawn. Oh my God. All right, guys. Oh, I gotta go. I can't. Okay, that was. Oh wait, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, so that you got a little taste of it. But that was seriously like probably like at least I would say 40 minutes. I want to go back and look at the live when I started him. When I said I started him. By the end of my walk, I was like, oh my God, I was so exhausted. Anyway. All right, guys. So yeah, tomorrow, 9:00, we'll finish it up. But Delane, are you still here? You guys are cracking me up. Daylight disinfectant, paint, or no paint. You got here after. Sane, Ashley. Oh my God, Stacy. Oh, you made it at least better, but wow, that was a workout. All right, so tomorrow I'll see you guys. Oh, look, I'm yawning. Ooh. God, isn't that weird? Like you talk about yawning and then you just yawn, or you see somebody yawn and you yawn. How does that work? It never fails. Yeah, so 9:00, Rich. Yeah. I had to record myself. I was like, I have to record. It's like I don't know if I'm gonna even play it for you guys, but I did. All right, so 9:00 tomorrow. So I think it's just I think it's gonna be a short day um what I mean, it sounds like they're just gonna finish reading the victim statements and then they're gonna do the sentencing. So, I think the part where they said about how that he was threatening people in prison, like, I think that should play a big role in sentencing him because that shows you that he didn't freaking learn anything. He's already, like, threatening to kill people and, obviously he has no remorse. That guy should not get out. I'm sorry. But I know they're probably gonna take into consideration that he's still really young and he could probably, rehabilitate himself or whatever you call it. So it's probably just gonna have to, when they do for their, the hearings, what is it called? Where what is that called? Where they go in after so many times and then to see if they got rehabilitated, like they're better, they get out or whatever. What is that called? I can't think right now. But, like, as far as I mean, he better get light. I mean, because if you get life, you still no. If you get life in prison, do you still have that option to go in and do that? Because I'm just trying to think if they give him life, would that be a possibility? No. No, it would be life without the possibility of parole. Yes, a parole. Okay, so yeah. So, do you think he should have that option if he like? I mean, just because he would have that option doesn't mean that they'll give it to him. But do you think that since he's so young that they would like? What do you guys think right now? Hiccup the like button. Wait, I'm probably missing some good comments over here. I'm like being all serious, and you guys are. Oh wait, you guys crack me up. Yeah, try that. I know it does, doesn't it? Daylight is squeaky toy. Well, dog squeaky toy. Yes. Yeah, no, I don't think you can either. But I'm just saying, do you think that they should at least put that option on there? Since he's so young or no? But I mean, I don't think right now there's no way like that he's changed. But I mean, he is young, so like should they close that opportunity off? Like because I mean, it's always going to be if he if he's still the same, they're not gonna probably give it to him, right? Good, pin a rose on your nose. I'm glad I made your day. It does, Peyton. Yeah, he has zero remorse right now. Like, no freaking way. But I'm just wondering, since he's so young, if they're gonna keep that. Like, let's say he just gets life. Like, you could get life, and then maybe with the possibility of parole, or no, right? That's what he should get. I feel like, just because he's so young, keep that open. Even though I don't think there's no way he should be. But at least they could, since he's so young, they could determine that in like 40 years and see where he's at from. But no, I don't think that's the thing though. Like, you could probably pretend that you're all like rehabilitated, and then he go out and kill people. So yeah, maybe he shouldn't have that option, because I don't know, guys. Oh, parole hearing. I don't know how I feel. Just because he's so young, like, I feel like maybe like in 40, 50 years, like, he should at least have the option if he's changed. But I mean, when I look at it right now, 25 years of hiccups the same. Oh my God. Oh, life is 25 years. I don't know. Life is 25 years. What? Why didn't I know that? I thought life is life. Um, that's so funny. That would be that would be torture. 25 years of hiccups. That's what he gets. Oh my God. Hey, Casey. Yeah. I mean, that's how I feel now. But since he is so young, I mean, couldn't they just give him like, I don't know. I guess we'll see. I can't quit yawning, guys. That's what it will be. Opportunity at 20. What do you mean opportunity at 20? Daylight? I know that'd be horrible. Yeah, no, I don't think he feels it all. Like, right now, I'd be like, "Ew, throw away the key." But he is so young. So, I mean, do you think there's any possibility, like, after like 40 years is a long time, 60 years is a long time? Do you think, no, never mind. I don't think he should have a chance of getting out. You're right. No, he shouldn't. Never mind. What am I even saying? No, he shouldn't get out. Yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, like, the whole reasoning behind it is to see if he's like, if he's like, if for him to get out. No, I don't think he should. Never mind. It's just crazy because he was so freaking young. Like, but he does, I mean, he looks a lot old. I mean, so he's fit. Wait, he's 16 now, you said? He was 14 when he did it. Yeah, he did look older than 14. But 14 is so young. Like, my one nephew's 14, like, he's so freaking young, but still old enough to know better? So, I mean, as of now, he's a like, I would be scared to, like, have him out on the streets, but I don't know. That'll be interesting because of his age, what they are gonna, give him. Because, like, if he was just an adult, of course, they would give him life, if it's not the death sentence, like, a crime like that. But it's just interesting because how young he is, if what they're gonna do, what the judge is gonna do. So it's all up to the judge, right? Because you know how sometimes they have like the jury, because they have situations where the jury picks the sentencing, but um, this will just be up to the judge, right? I don't think there is a jury because I don't know how they determine that. You know how sometimes the jury does it and sometimes the judge picks it, right? I don't know. My brain's I feel like I need to get some sleep, guys. Um I haven't got good sleep in like what? When did I go over my brother's? I forget if it's like 3 days ago, 4 days ago. I don't know. I haven't those dang dogs. There's 3 dogs and they like, I'm a night owl, so I stay up late, but then they get up at 6 and they want to be fed and stuff, which they don't need to be out that early because since I stay up so late, I could take them out late. So then, but they're like obsessed with their food. So, like, even if they don't need to necessarily eat, they'll just keep trying to wake me up. So it's like I've been getting like an hour or 2 hours of sleep. Oh, man. Wait, to hear what live? Daylight? I'm interested to hear it live. Wait, what do you mean, Daylight? Hear what live? Bye, Nicole. Yeah. All right, guys. Everybody come back tomorrow morning. At 20 years. Opportunity for parole at 20 years? Wait, what do you mean? They haven't did the sentencing, though. Oh, that's what you think that they should do. Oh, is that what you're saying? That's your opinion? They should review in 25 years. I know. That's the thing. He's so freaking young. So that's why I do think they shouldn't take it off the table. They need to like maybe review it and see if he really has changed. But then you always run into that the risk of him being a very good pretender and acting like, oh yeah, and like yeah, I'm a change guy and like fooling everybody. And then deep down he still has that urge. You know what I'm saying? So that part scares me because people could fool people. So, but I mean, because he is so young, you're right. Like, I don't know if we should close that off. 14 years old. Like, he really isn't. His brain wasn't really fully developed. It isn't fully developed. He isn't like, that's just so young to like close that door. But which doesn't mean that he's going to get out, but just to at least keep the option if he is like somehow miraculously, which I don't think he will be because he's freaking psycho. Oh my god. I don't know why I laughed at that. I mean, it's just because he's like so ridiculous. Like he's scary. Like it was almost like when that one lady was reading the her statement. Did you see him like look? He turned and looked at his lawyer, and it was almost like he was turning and looking at him and giving him a look like, oh my god, this is ridiculous, this is stupid. You know what I'm saying? Like a look of like, oh, shut up. It's like, are you kidding me? Like you freaking just look how you killed her. Minimum sentence is 40 years with a review at 25 years. That's what I'm saying. Do you think that he should get the review? Like, okay, do you think he should get the opportunity to be paroled? No, I mean, I think they're gonna give it since he's young. They probably will. I don't know if they'll give him. Well, what if they give him? Wait, so if he gets 40 years, no, I don't think he should get 40 years because that means that regardless if he's better or not, he's out in 40 years. Is that what that means? But chances are, though, if he's still psycho like that, he's going to get time tacked on by doing something in prison, by like killing somebody in prison. He's already threatening people. Like, I could see him freaking killing somebody in there and then just he'll never get out because he's just psycho like that, I feel like. So, we'll see. I mean, I don't want that to happen, but I mean, if he hasn't changed, he'll probably he'll probably kill somebody in prison if he's still like that. Don't you think if he has the opportunity? No, I don't think he should get 40 years if that means that he just gets out in 40 years. No, I think he should get life with maybe a possibility of parole, like a review. Can't you think is that like an option? Like life, 25-year review? I don't know. It's just that's the minimum. I know that's the minimum, but I'm saying that would be mine. Okay, that's what I vote for. Life with the possibility of parole and to maybe if you could review in 25 years or just possibility of parole if he's somehow changed. But I don't like that 40 years because that means when he's what? Like not even 60 years old, he would get out. No, that's too it's scary. It's scary to think about. I don't want to be in the city that he's living in then, Yeah, I don't know, Kat. Life with that's what I'm I'll be happy with that right there. That's what I would vote for. Right there. Yep. So I think the judge will too, just because of the nature of the crime. I don't think he'll get the minimum and plus I'm sure the judge is paying attention to how he's reacting, body language. He's watching it all. And if he's seeing what we're seeing, no remorse like we're seeing there, and then that threat to that other inmate and all that, no, I think that's what he'll give him too, alibi. All right, I'm gonna yeah, absolutely an option. Daylight, yep, I agree. I think he is, but then hopefully they'll make the right decision when he is up for those parole hearings, that they'll reject it, you know. And if for some reason he is just this pretending to be this, you know, bad, well, obviously he's not pretending like 100%. I mean, he killed Tristan, so obviously he does have something in him. But as far as him threatening like the other inmates, if that's just all like to, you know, for show. So I mean, because think about it. He's in prison with a bunch of adults, right? And he's just he's just a young kid, so he might have to put on that tough guy, you know, image and appear tough and scary, because if not, he's going to get freaking killed. He's just this little kid. You know what I'm saying? So that could be for show. Maybe that's to protect himself. Who knows? But apart, like most, uh, I don't know. I think it might be for real, but it might not be. But I think it could actually be like psycho because of what he said to his friends and his girlfriend about like killing people, and you know what I'm saying? So I do think there's a good chance that's real, but maybe not. We'll see. All right, I'm gonna go halo effect. What does that say? Halo effect? Oh, you're talking to I thought you were saying it's a halo effect or something. All right. I know. I'm like, I feel like I'm all loopy. So I think I'm gonna actually go to bed soon after I go over there and yeah. I can't quit yet. All right, guys. Bye, everybody. See you in the morning. Bye, Alan. Lavina. 9 o'clock, everybody. Bye.